Stream now. Let's see if it connects to the studio. And it should connect. Excellent connection, it says. Of course, there's no reason why it wouldn't be. We were simply cut off by our extraordinary power pole, which was built just for me. Again, if anything drives the message home, people, it should be this. Our dear Victoria Lauren Hobbs says, there he is. Goddess, bless you, honey. I am simply going to give her this adoring heart and say, yeah, basically, I love you at our little Vic, okay, and here we are. Give her this wonderful. She calls herself Remember. There we are. Remember God's love. I love you. Remember God's love. There we are. And okay, press that enter button, and we're on our way. So she obviously sees me, and I'm going to ask both Peter and Aristides to say hi, just to see if they register on our OBS. Don't be shy. I think both of you registered.
Hello.
Yes, you're both registering on the online broadcasting software. Okay, all right. Again, that drives the point home, and what I'll do is, while we're rebuilding the audience, I will talk about the earthquakes, and this will help people reestablish in the numbers that Peter deserves, and then we'll turn it over to Peter and our dear Victoria does her bit. And let me remind everyone, the way we used to, we have an enemy that as soon as we start transmission, they're hitting us with downvotes. And they do that automatically as soon as the live stream starts. These are automated bots, so they'll be doing it again just like drones. So these Autobots are cheap because Stephen Outram, the multi-millionaire that purchases them, is cheap. So they are filtered out by YouTube, but it takes them a good hour or two. So everyone hit us with upvotes. The way we used to do it was the way the enemy did it, or the way we perceived others to be doing it, which was by hitting them from every IP address you've got. Your cell phone, your laptop, your PC, your personal computer, your tablet. But there's another way to do it. And as we reestablish our audience, which already is about 10-ish people, I'm going to ask Aristides to tell everyone how it's done.
All right. As far as I've seen, I've only been able to upvote when I'm signed into YouTube. If you can do it another way, then please do so. So I do that with my main YouTube account. And then with your YouTube account, you can go into the upper right-hand corner settings menu where it says switch account. You can create auxiliary accounts to your main account. And each one of them is capable of an upvote also, and that's very easy. It doesn't require a separate account or login. They're just multiple identities you can run under your main account, each with their own upvoting ability. So please consider that.
Thank you so much. And this will enable you to do what the enemy does as well, which is to use different channels to upvote your own comments and your own channels with anything you publish. You can instantly, yes.
Yeah, it calls them channels when you make a new, I'm sorry, I should have said that. It calls them, you can make new channels under your main account.
Thank you. And bless you, Aristides. And thank you so much for that service. That's our equivalent of a public service announcement. And now we have another, as I said, we've got a nice 9 concurrent viewers at the moment, which for many other people who are just starting on YouTube, that would be like immense. For us, of course, we're going to let it rebuild a little bit more before turning it over to Peter. So I'll just go into the point that I was making before they cut me off. A final point was that personally, I've been eating a lot of solid food lately. My body does not truly process it well. And so at some point along the line, as it just sits inert in my body, but gradually gravity pulls it down towards the lower end of my physical form. The incarnate coil, basically the intestinal tract of the body that I've reincarnated in, as we would say in Buddhistic terms, this being Buddha's birthday coming tomorrow, as honored in the Polynesian kingdom of Atooi, which Americans will know as the United States occupied state of Hawaii. And this is, of course, a chance to philosophize, but the most immediate thing I'm contending with is that basically this solid mass that my body doesn't find much use for sits in her, and ultimately at some point along the lines, as it travels down to the lower ends of my intestine, depresses my vagus nerve and basically has the potential to kill me. Meaning that if it depresses the vagus nerve and I happen to be standing up and all of the hypotension, the blood pressure dips low enough, then I could fall down and suffer a violent syncopal collapse, crack my skull open and die. Or be left with permanent brain damage and then wind up like the other individual they sent to sabotage my program, Joe Tai, the idiot who said he was born in Taiwan, though we have no evidence for that. He probably was just assigned here to make all Taiwanese look like idiots. And the moment that I did suffer vasovagal collapse, a syncopal collapse due to vasovagal depression, he took advantage of that to go into a Judeo-phobic rant and tirade just to simply get us reported and knocked off, and my channel shut down. So these things are incessant, they're constant, and I have to be very careful with my trust, and this has nothing to do with paranoia, as is exemplified demonstrably by my channel being shut down just recently when I was going through the whole spiel, as Brendan Zogit said, covering all the bases as to why it's important to spread the word that I'm alive, and that the son of Adolf Hitler exists. He is alive and well in the United States, and despite the vasal syncopal symptoms, which might compel him or to shut this live stream early tonight. If I pick up steam and all is well, I'll continue throughout the night, and we'll make a night of it anyway. I'll probably end it a little early simply because we've already been on for, according to the last episode, maybe about over an hour. So I'll probably end it a little over an hour early. And that being said, a little bit of news for everyone to put our world into perspective before turning it back to Peter. We've got 17 listeners now, but Peter deserves the usual 20 to 30 that we get. So I do want to remind people an earthquake gave parts of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region a firm rattle late Saturday morning. So that means in the San Francisco Bay Area there was an earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 3.4 that struck California's East Bay on April 6th. Of this year. The quake hit at 11:12 a.m. and had a preliminary magnitude of 3.4, which could change if I were to look back at the United States Geological Survey. As they gathered more precise data, these things change, and about all I remember from when it did happen was that the epicenter was about 9.4 kilometers deep near Garber Park along the Berkeley or Oakland border. The shake was widely felt in the East Bay, but people in my Golden Gate at San Francisco in the North Bay and as far away as San Jose reported feeling it, as well as the United States Geological Survey's self-reported data page, which I was sourcing for the facts. There were no immediate reports of injuries or damage at the time that I looked, which was Saturday. The earthquake occurred on the Hayward Fault, which runs along the East Bay Hills. The Hayward Fault is considered overdue for a significant earthquake. We know the big one is coming, we just don't know when. An earthquake of estimated magnitude 6.8 on this very fault was recorded in 1868. Several years ago, UC Berkeley's Berkeley Seismology Lab wrote, Since it has been more than 144 years since the last major earthquake, the clock is ticking. It is very likely that the Hayward Fault will rupture and produce a significant earthquake within the next 30 years. It's been a busy week of seismic activity for Northern California regardless. Earlier this week, 7 earthquakes, including one with a magnitude of 4.4, shook the area around Chico. We need to take seemingly small earthquakes seriously. As for earthquake New York City, I'm going to tell you what to do and how to prepare very briefly. What to do during an earthquake, basically, for people who rarely experience them. Cities like New York rarely experience large earthquakes, but its older buildings are vulnerable when the ground starts shaking. A magnitude 4.8 earthquake rocked the East Coast mid-morning on Friday into this weekend, sending high-rises swaying in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Throughout the Northeast, basically, Californians and other West Coasters like myself may scoff at the alarm expressed by our East Coast counterparts from a seemingly small quake. But this tremor struck the most densely populated region of the United States, rocking some of the oldest buildings in this country, or rather within the North American continental core of the American empire, and alarming people who often take it for granted that the earth doesn't move very much. So it is worth taking seriously. The East Coast is indeed much less geologically active than the western United States, with fewer active fault lines that cause major earthquakes. There are, however, frequent smaller tremors. The United States Geological Survey notes that the eastern part of the country has experienced more than 400 earthquakes with a magnitude greater than 3.5 over the past half a hundred years. As recently as 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron's, my mother's murder, a magnitude 5.8 quake that struck Virginia caused shaking to be felt along the East Coast, and some damage to buildings in Washington of the District of Columbia. As for why the East Coast quakes hit different than the ones here out west on the frontier, one distinction between earthquakes in the eastern and western United States is the nature of the ground below. The rock beneath the eastern United States is older and denser than the subsurface out west, so waves of shaking earth travel farther. As with any earthquake, there's a chance of aftershocks, though they are often weaker than the preceding quake. The West Coast also has a long history of designing structures to tolerate earthquakes. Though tremors tend to be weaker in the East over the years, states along the Atlantic seaboard have revised their building codes so homes, offices, stores, and warehouses can better withstand the shaking. But these new codes only apply to new buildings, and there are a lot of aging historic structures that still stand today, especially in cities like New York. Now, on its website, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, writes that your community probably has many older buildings that are not protected against earthquakes. These existing buildings are the single biggest contributor to seismic risk in the United States today. So, as for what you should do when you finally feel that earthquake beneath your feet, well, earthquake safety is old hat for people who grew up on the West Coast like myself. Many of you in the Northeast have no idea what to do when the ground starts shaking, other than tweeting or trying to get it on camera like a bunch of buffoonish monkeys. The old advice of getting under a door frame right away no longer holds. According to the University of Washington's Emergency Preparedness Department, and here I quote as they, in modern houses, doorways are no stronger than any other part of the house, and the doorway does not protect you from the most likely source of injury, falling or flying objects. You also may not be able to brace yourself in the door during strong shaking. You are safer under a table. So there is instead a new mantra. Per Robert DeGroot, who leads public outreach for the United States Geological Survey's Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning System in the Western United States, he is quoted as saying, in the Western U.S., the ground under us is warmer and it's chopped up by faults and seismic waves get attenuated. That means filtered out. Think of the subsurface as a hall of mirrors and lenses. Waves get scattered, redirected, etc. The best advice is drop, cover, and hold on if you feel shaky. What that means is to get on to your hands and knees. Cover your head and neck with an arm while you get under a table or desk and hold on to a piece of furniture. Avoid exterior walls, windows, and hanging objects. Do not get in any elevator, take the stairs, or try to run out of the building. If you're in bed, just fucking stay there. Lie down and enjoy it like they advise women to do during rape. Lie face down, however, and cover your head and neck with a pillow and take it up the ass. I'm saying that quite fucking seriously. Don't take that as sarcasm. If you're outdoors, move to an open space away from buildings. If you're driving, pull over and set the park and brake, avoiding overpasses, trees, and power lines. Earthquakes are surprising and they can be dangerous and destructive, but as shown in the island China of my native homeland and heartland of Taiwan, with proper precautions, they don't have to be deadly. Now, Taiwan is furious with the Communist Chinese Empire for having hijacked all global sympathy for their devastating earthquake. The worst quake in 25 years, which shows the risk to chips, the oil of the 21st century. This is what will transition us back to Peter. The Taiwan earthquake put TSMC advanced chips production at risk. The Taiwan quake jolted production of the most advanced chips on Earth. The world's chip supply is concentrated on one tiny island, and there is no quick fix. So the earthquake that struck Taiwan Wednesday midweek last in the morning killed at least 10 people and injured more than 1,000. Considering that it was at magnitude 7.4, the strongest quake the island has suffered in decades, things could have been far worse. But Taiwan has built defense mechanisms against the earthquakes that are a fact of life there. Strict building codes minimize the damage, search and rescue teams and aid volunteers are well trained, and citizens themselves, each and every one of them, know the drill. So as news stories were quick to point out, the quake also was a reminder of just how much the global economy relies on Taiwan. The small island China produces somewhere from 80% to 90% of the world's advanced semiconductors. Just one company, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, accounts for half of all global supply. Taiwan's biggest earthquake in a quarter of a century disrupted production at island China's semiconductor companies, with potential repercussions for the global technology industry. Taiwan plays a critical role in the manufacture of the advanced chips that power cutting-edge technologies such as generative artificial intelligence and the latest smartphones and electric vehicles. The 7.4 magnitude earthquake off island China's east coast led to the collapse of dozens of buildings, left at least 7 people dead immediately, injuring more than 800, again in the immediate sense, with the true extent of the fallout then unknown until the wrap-up I gave you when I transitioned into the subject of Taiwan's dealing with it and how they prepared for it with citizen training so that only 10 people died out of 30 million. TSMC, the main contract chip maker to Apple Incorporated and NVIDIA Corp, moved staff out of certain areas and said it was still assessing the impact of the quake when I was able to check in with my sources there when it happened midweek last. Now, the smaller local rival United Microelectronics Corp also halted machinery at some plants and evacuated certain facilities at its hubs in Hsinchu and Tainan. The TSMC staff later began to return to the evacuated sites, though the company said it was still examining the impact at the time. Now, in a note, Barclays analysts wrote that any halt in chip production risks upsetting a process that can require uninterrupted seclusion in a vacuum for weeks on end, especially for the most sophisticated semiconductors. Now, Taiwan's chip production facilities, built like everything else there, with earthquakes in mind, were little affected by the earthquake. But the greater threat to the self-governing island China and its chip industry isn't seismic, of course. It's the Communist Chinese Empire, a massive, nuclear-armed, and increasingly aggressive neighbor that threatens my Taiwan's, it denies my Taiwan's right to independently exist. So understand that's why it was so offensive that the Taiwanese officials are indeed furious when the People's Republic of China thereafter attempted to claim worldwide sympathies following this devastating earthquake. Now, Red China, which makes a disputed claims of ownership over my Taiwan, thanked the global community for expressions of grief after this 7.2 magnitude earthquake rocked the island. The Chinese deputy permanent representative to the United Nations, Geng Shuang, said, "We thank the international community for its expressions of sympathy and concern." This while the United Nations is determined to wipe island China off the map. Per their very charter, we are their enemy. The enemy of all nations on earth, per their charter, as the last bastion of Hitlerism. Now, Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs criticized the statement as a shameless use of the Taiwan earthquake to push the Communist Chinese Empire's own international cognitive operations to make everyone think that Taiwan is part of China. So the statement by China, which implied sovereignty and ownership of my island China, followed weeks of escalating tensions in East Asia. As this earthquake struck, dozens of communist Chinese warplanes and multiple naval ships were reported around Taiwan this week, the largest coordinated display since yesteryear. At least 30 planes and 9 ships were detected in Taiwan's ADIZ, it's ADIZ, the Aero Defense Identification Zone, by My True Homeland and Heartland's MND, the Ministry of National Defense. Now, this incursion into Taiwanese territory by the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, planes and sea vessels, followed a Tuesday phone call, the day before the earthquake, between the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and the United States President Joseph Biden. It was the first time the twain have even spoken to each other since July of 2022. Now, to read from at length and verbatim from a statement delivered on Wednesday, the day of the earthquake, the Taiwanese MOFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said, "Communist China's ongoing military expansion and gray zone provocations have been posing formidable challenges to this region. MOFA welcomes the international community's continued focus on peace and stability across the Black Strait of Taiwan. As a responsible member of the global village, Taiwan will do its utmost to enhance its self-defense capabilities. It will also steadily deepen its comprehensive partnership and strengthen close cooperation with the United States. Taiwan will continue to work with like-minded partners to safeguard the rules-based international order and ensure peace, stability, and prosperity across the Taiwan Strait and in the Indo-Pacific region." So understand that before we turn it over to Peter, the most important thing to remember is that your life depends on Taiwan, and Communist China on the Asian mainland wants to take your life away. Your ability to live as you do, your ability to live at all. In the book that was published in 2022, titled Chip War, subtitled The Fight for the World's Most Critical Technology, it told the story of how global chip manufacturing came to be so concentrated in such a precarious place as far as that author understood. And the author of that book, Chris Miller, has said that the effects of a catastrophic event knocking out TSMC would instantly trigger a Great Depression far worse than the crash of 1927. So to address this threat, policymakers in these United States and elsewhere are trying to figure out how to make advanced chips in more places, but that is easier said than done. They do not have the Dietrich Act. The Biden administration is committing billions of United States dollars to induce firms like Intel Corp to build and expand manufacturing facilities in these United States. According to the White House, if all goes as planned, the American empire, by the end of this decade, will go from making less than 10% of the world's advanced chips to making 20%, as opposed to Taiwan's 90%. It's not a trivial change, but it's not going to fundamentally change any geopolitical calculations. So how did we end up here? Before I turn it to Peter in summation, the rise of Taiwan's semiconductor industries owes something to the fact it had the right combination of cheap but highly educated labor in the 1970s when the American companies that quote-unquote invented semiconductors were looking to offshore production. But it also points to the willingness of the government there, under the guidance of the Dietrich Act, to engage in industrial policy at a scale far beyond the loans and grants the Biden administration is offering, as Chip War, the book details, the only popularly accessible account that might render this a bit more comprehensible to you without including the Dietrich Act that would finally make it make sense. The government ministers in my Taiwan would get on the phone and personally strong-arm the island's wealthiest families to invest in TSMC. In other words, the Dietrich Act told the government, you make the wealthy pay. And the reason the Taiwanese government was willing to do all this was because they saw the stakes as being more than economic, and they had the guidance and wisdom of a true artificial intelligence beyond human processing capability. They understood that the more important Taiwan's products were to American companies, the more important island China's fate would be to the American empire. In other words, Taiwan's chip industry, the envy of the world, is perhaps its best defense mechanism. And with that, we turn it over to Peter, who is trying, in our latest book, to explain this to the world. Peter, take it away from this point forward.
Okay. And, you know, this is just what I was saying earlier before we got disconnected. This is the thing that people won't talk about, the chip industry of Taiwan. It's the rejected stone, so to speak. Yes. All these things are intricately tied together, seemingly or not. So I'm not going to go down that thread right now.
But we've got 250 people listening to you at least, so.
No, that's fine. Well, I'm going to try and stick to what I said I was going to talk about tonight. You know, sure. We're 2 hours behind, so I'm only going to be able to summate it in an hour, which could have been as much as a 3-hour discussion, but it's okay. We have tomorrow, an eclipse, and it's a particularly spectacular eclipse because it is conjunct Chiron, the area of the wounded healer, and it's coincident with an eclipse. There's many significations if you study astrologically, but this is all about your wound. Your permanent wound.
Yes.
Named after Chiron, he's called a centaur, but he's actually more of a human. And he's got a human body, but a horse attached to him. He's got human legs, and he's the son of Kronos, or time, and an Oceanid nymph, and she was horrified at his birth. He was teacher of mankind. That this occurs in Aries is significant. because Aries is ruled by Mars. So there's a lot of relationships in astrology, and I would advise people to look at YouTube stuff on the eclipse for your own edification. But what, and I will mention to you, Douglas, and I'm not going to go into details, but I've had 2 dreams of magic in the last few nights.
Excellent.
Characters I know well. The first one was not excellent at all.
Okay.
It wasn't horrible. This next one last night was much better. But tomorrow, the 8th, 9th, and 10th are the anniversaries of the Book of the Law, when the Book of the Law was written. And the Book of the Law is a book that was transmitted by Aleister Crowley on April 8th, 9th, and 10th, 1904. And it sort of came through his wife, Rose Kelly. And I had occasion to listen to Lon Duquette. He's been, the last 3 days, he's been reading out of Crowley's diary about the circumstances which led to the Book of the Law, which puts some insight into it. Now, why am I even talking about the Book of the Law? I can only tell people it's a very important document. It relates to my work with David Anderson, and I will explain that. I will try to summate it in this hour. But
remember, we also have Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. So whatever.
That will be the 10th. That will be an anniversary of the Book of the Law. That will be the anniversary of when I was last physically with David Anderson on the Book of the Law days, 2010.
Yeah.
Be 14 years ago since I've seen him physically. But I first learned of the Book of the Law in the book Madman or Messiah, L. Ron Hubbard, Madman or Messiah, by Bent Corridon, and L. Ron Hubbard Jr. was also attributed as an author. L. Ron Hubbard Jr. was, of course, the, what's that word? Estranged son of L. Ron Hubbard, who was very much a casualty of the energy that lived within L. Ron Hubbard, as was most of his family. I would say the one exception to that I can think of would be his daughter, Catherine. She later became Katie Gillespie. She was a high-level Scientologist, and she never had any falling out or issue. She was from his first marriage. All the children have had, that were aboard the ship that I knew were, have suffered, in my opinion.
Was she the one that actually went into that kind of punishment cage they have for people, that kind of detention?
No. Katie was the sister of L. Ron Hubbard Jr.
Okay.
I believe the older sister. But she followed his work, even though her mother was estranged, who had divorced Hubbard, and even though her brother was always kind of in and out. She went to England, St. Hill Manor in England, and she became a high-level auditor.
Okay.
And I know this because I used to read her letters to him and write answers back. They were just very polite letters. And she never had a falling out, to the best of my knowledge. She understood and appreciated and respected his work. So it's like, it's like everybody has a different orientation. But anyway, in this book, it explained how Hubbard was utterly fascinated with Aleister Crowley's Book of the Law. And I knew about his connection with Jack Parsons. I did not have any idea how deep his interest in Aleister Crowley was. And it was very evident that even if his son was not telling the absolute truth, which we know he was predisposed to lie, he couldn't be coming up with this much stuff completely fake, and some part of it ran true. So then, rather than running and squealing as many people do and saying, you know, L. Ron Hubbard was a nasty occultist, he was involved in black magic, which I'd already read about when I worked for him, you know, accusations and stuff. I said, I want to know what he knew.
Right.
So I began to study Crowley, and in particular, I got the Book of the Law. Book of the Law is a cryptic book. It's written in code. And it was a code that not even Aleister Crowley understood, by his own admission. It puzzled him. And what's interesting about it, as I was reading Lon Duquette, and I want to digress, Lon Duquette is, of course, a character who's mentioned in the new book. He's a magician, a Thelemite. He's had affiliations with the OTO. If he's not an outright member, I can't tell you what he's a member of and what not. He's a Thelemite. I would be almost sure he was a member.
Oh, definitely. Go on.
I bet I can't say, you know, because I haven't seen his credentials or heard him say it. Yeah. But he's tied to some very strange things, and he would be the first to tell you. But he's now putting out podcasts every day, and I listen to them because he's, you know, it's a precursor to the Book of the Law. And well, the one thing this is a digression. It's a word he likes to use a lot. I digress. But he was saying he had a YouTube, and while we went off the air, I listened to it. It says, why, you know, Goetia magicians go mad, or something like this. And basically what he says is his own opinion and his own from observation, is that people who start invoking Goetia, when we talk about Goetia, we're talking about the 72 divisions of the circle. 72 times 5 is 360. They all divide into sections. Each one of those 5 sections, which would represent earth, air, water, fire, and the 5th element, which is Shin. Each one of those would represent a specific jinn or genie, and they would also represent 5 degrees of the zodiac. It can get very involved, complex, labyrinthine, and also harmonious if you can understand it. But anyway, he's saying he says people go mad when they invoke these different jinn or Goetia, because he says they're basically crazy to start off with.
Mm.
Yes. And I thought, yeah, it's worth considering. In other words, why are you invoking these things? He's even asking that rhetorically. Why are you invoking things? Do you want? Are you trying to get $1 million? Well, how about going out and figuring out how to earn $1 million or acquire it? Because if you can imagine, essentially you're taxing. Occult is the 8th house, which is taxation. So when you start invoking something, you're taxing the spirit you're bringing. And okay, imagine calling an IRS agent to your house and saying, I want you to help me with getting some money. Well, like, what the hell? I'm here to take your money. So this is, you know, an inherent problem. But that's a digression. And this is, and I warn people about it all the time. Even in my book, The Seventh Seal, I talk about it's looking into the mirror of your own soul. magic is the bottle of brass. Think of the analogy, and you're looking, the bottle of brass which contains the genie, or all 72 genies, and you go in and you have to confront the mirror of your own soul. That's the challenge, and that can be pretty. And this is the wounded healer we're going right through right now with the eclipse. What are your wounds? You look in that mirror and you say, oh, okay, you're not good at making money. You're not good with women or with men. You're not good with people. You're not good with health regimens. Whatever it is, and you can get, if you look into where your Chiron is, it's easy to find out. There's so many websites. Where is it? Is your Chiron? And mine's in Capricorn. What you can find out with the planet that rules that sign, and then what house it's in. And each house represents a part of life. I should look yours up, Doug. It's not that hard to tell, really. Where your wounds are, but this is the punishment. Douglas has all this enlightenment, all this information, but it comes with a wound, and wound is related to pain and suffering. And then we get back and try and relieve that, but. The book, so I studied the Book of the Law, and it was hard to read. I couldn't understand it all, for certain. But L. Ron Hubbard, according to his son, thought he was the one that would come later and, have the answer and all this. He identified with that, and he fulfilled some of Crowley's wishes, which was to have a church, and be, so the churches of Scientology are sympathetic resonances with what Crowley was trying to do. And people will say, oh, he lifted this from Crowley. You cannot compare what L. Ron Hubbard's work has to do with with Crowley's in terms of creating efficient what's the word? Relief and emotional discharge of the soul. This does not happen with Crowley magicians. You can't compare the two. It's just very different. And although, the truth is the truth, there are very many axiomatic things involved that are similar with the two, but what effect are you going? Like you could study the principles of aerodynamics, and you'd have the difference between the Wright brothers crafts or the aerocraft of the mysterious Sonora flying ships, these big dirigibles that were around the time of the gold rush, or you could have a modern jetliner, or even a flying saucer. It's like aerodynamics are involved in all of them. What is the product? And how could you compare the spirit of St. Louis, which is what the plane was called that Charles Lindbergh flew from New York to Paris, from Long Island to Paris, to be specific.
Yes.
And how could you compare that to sitting in first class on a regular airliner and being served a hot meal and, having the flight attendant, offer you beverages and tending to your comforts as they will do in first class, compared to Charles Lindbergh trying to have to stay awake for 48 hours?
Yes.
This is, but they're all based upon the principle of aerodynamics. So it's very much a different situation. Now, both magic, Aleister Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard, or Scientologies, L. Ron Hubbard Scientology, both have attributed these subjects to driving people mad, as goetic magicians can go mad. And this has a lot to do with what's inside the individual and how relatively stable an individual is. Just like somebody could go mad in a psychiatric chair, could trigger what's inside of them. So be it. But as I read Crowley, and some of his stuff is very, enlightening. Reading his autobiography, you get a lot more of the human side. And of course, my friend Marianne, who'd read a lot of esoteric information, she was a voracious reader, and she said that one of the things that I did, which tended to upset people when I wrote about Crowley, was that I humanized him. I treated him like a human being instead of like a stereotype. He's an evil magician. And you start pointing the finger. This goes right into the judgment button of people. And I didn't think Crowley was anybody that I would ever want to emulate, but I wanted to understand. And there was a certain, I guess what you'd call sympathetic resonance I had in trying to understand even his work, even to the point where I had this long correspondence with his bastard son, or alleged bastard son, who I do believe was his son. Mm-hmm. Called himself Amato Crowley. Now it was a very weird, sort of very fascinating. I mean, he very, which I wrote about in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. Still could talk more about that, or write more about it if I had the time. But I studied more of his works because he explained Kabbalah in no way that I'd ever seen before. His book 777, and how the Kabbalah, or the tree of life, Kabbalistic tree of life, is all a skeletal structure for all the religions. Theological systems of the world. Mm-hmm. And you could take any system and put it on that schematic. Oh, makes a lot of sense to me. And one day when I was giving a talk on the Kabbalistic tree of life, Preston looked at the diagram and he says, yeah, that looks exactly like the transmitter at Montauk. Wow. Which was fascinating, Yes. And so anyway, I was studying the work of Crowley, and this would have been from about 1987. And studied it for a couple of years, not full on, but I studied it. And I was going to the Weiser bookstore in Manhattan, the last one they had. He had a much bigger one that I never saw, on 24th and Lexington, or right on the corner. That was a classic bookstore. It's a very good bookstore. And then there was the Forbidden Planet, and what's the other one? Strand Bookstore, which I think is still there. Strand has all sorts of old books. Mm-hmm. Fascinating bookstore, Strand. But Forbidden Planet was a science fiction bookstore. That's
right.
where I found the book, L. Ron Hubbard, Madman or Messiah. But all of this reading of Crowley was a aftermath. And Leah Remini had this show, The Aftermath, about Scientology. Well, while she was still a relatively young girl soaking up Scientology as a unwitting fool, for lack of a better words. I don't say that with disrespect. Vulnerable, unknown. My aftermath was saying, oh, this is where Hubbard got all this stuff. Or not all of it, but this was a very focal point of his, and what I had achieved in Scientology was a discovery of myself, first and foremost, myself, identifying myself as a soul, and experiencing, I guess, what you would call spiritual relief, release, freedom, increased awareness, far beyond what I would reasonably expect. It wasn't necessarily the exotic states described, or your highest potential, the highest objective potential where you could do anything. But it was more from my own reference point. And what he called the end phenomena of full self-determinism. Like, I'm doing what I determine myself. I was never somebody who was overly vulnerable to peer pressure. It just didn't do anything for me because I was very independent. And I was not, I guess, what you call peer threatened either. So, and I like being outside. So, in any case, all of this stuff is outside of everything. And so this was my aftermath, was reading Crowley. Then when I begin to exercise and excite my writing capabilities, so I'm not writing about Crowley. I'm writing about Atlantis. And I'm writing a story about Atlantis. And it's creative. It's like in a novel format. I don't know whatever happened to it. But it excited and ignited my muse, but it connected me at this dream with the white bat, which I've discussed numerous times. That was 1989. And then, a year later, I would, still reading Crowley, still writing, I met Preston Nichols. And first thing that comes out of his mouth is about the Wilson brothers and their connection to Aleister Crowley's father. They're the first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain, and they were connected to the company which released the Philadelphia Experiment movie. Okay, all of a sudden, the Wilson brothers. And I begin slowly to research the Wilson brothers, the connection to Aleister Crowley. And what I get, instead of documents on the Wilson brothers, I get experiences in synchronicity, which are the whole subject of my book, Montauk Revisited, which continues on into Pyramids of Montauk, and also ultimately into my books, Montauk Book of the Living and Montauk Book of the Dead. And synchronicity becomes a live action. The Montauk Revisited leads to my meeting with Marjorie Cameron, the wife of Jack Parsons, who was a devoted disciple of Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley was on his payroll. Marjorie Cameron was on my payroll. so it's like, there's like, okay, this is all about writing. And she looks so much like L. Ron Hubbard. She came from the same family, she told me. And so it's like, okay, I'm getting to the core. And this was, the Book of the Law is the underlying current. So I wrote about the Book of the Law in Pyramids of Montauk. It had a great disturbance in my soul because right when I was writing the chapter, I had a car accident, and it was actually, I'm sitting there still at on Hempstead Turnpike in Levittown, where I just let my daughter off to play with a friend. Must have been like, my wife had met the woman at the park. They got the daughters to play together. I got to know this other daughter fairly well, but basically the family saw ghosts and stuff. I didn't know that at the time. We didn't know it at the time. I later learned this. And after I dropped my daughter off, I'm sitting at a red light, and this car hits me in the back. Just, it must be going 45 miles an hour, 45 miles, and he can't stop. He hits me. And I'm suffering whiplash, but you don't notice it. The guys from it was a diving shop then, and they run out. You want us to call an ambulance? Well, you want us to call an ambulance? I said, no, you don't need to call an ambulance. Could I please use your phone? I need to call my wife. And I call her on the phone, and I tell her what happened. I'm driving her car, and she's on the phone, and she says, I've got your mechanic. I've got your mechanic on the other end of the phone. He wants to know if you want your brakes fixed. Because he was checking it out. I said, yeah, fix the brakes. I just had an accident. By somebody who didn't have any brakes. Actually, I said, fix the brakes. Yeah, have him fix the brakes.
Jeez.
I'll let you know how I am. And I go back, and as soon as I walk out of the diving shop, I see this man sitting there. And he says, oh, Mr. Moon. He says, do you remember me? And I said, yeah, you're my old mechanic. He was my old mechanic from when I first moved to Long Island. And I used to take my car, to his shop because he was in the neighborhood. I hadn't seen him in years, like probably 6 or 7 years. And he says, old mechanic, thanks a lot. He says, that was my son who hit you. He says, I told him to get those brakes fixed. He didn't get the brakes fixed. So you see, here it was. The synchronicity was brakes. I needed new brakes in my other car. He needed brakes. He hit me. It was my old mechanic. This was a synchronicity.
Yes.
Plus, I was taking my daughter to play with people who were tied to the spirit world. Now, what happened after that is the husband said, I don't ever want that girl over here again, meaning my daughter. Because ever since she was here, Suzanne has been talking with foul mouth. She learned it from that girl. And no, she did not learn it from my daughter. My daughter didn't talk like that. She never did. And I even asked her. No. That was something else. And of course, this girl, I always thought she was pretty sweet. I got along with her very well, but she had real problems. With alcohol. Her mother later told me her boyfriend was telling her what she needed was alcohol and sex.
Oh God.
And it didn't work out too good. last I don't know whatever happened to her, but I think somebody ran into the mother, and the mother said, I think she told it to me. She says, I've just come to, face the fact that I'll probably live longer than Suzanne will.
Oh God.
And I only remember Suzanne and my daughter standing apart in the graduation ceremony because they were both graduated with honors. She's very smart.
Mm-hmm.
It was very smart. So I don't know whatever happened to her. And of course, my as they grew older, my daughter just didn't have any respect for that sort of behavior. Mm-hmm. She wasn't into that at all, and she just doesn't. Okay. She wasn't into drugs or alcohol. But that was a synchronicity with writing the Book of the Law. This is stuff that cost people their life. And then as time would roll on, and I would write the Montauk Book of the Living, but before that I would meet this character who had been in the OTO, or Ordo Templi Orientis, and he had figured out the decoding of the Book of the Law, which I wrote in the Montauk Book of the Living, which basically shows it as a template for DNA. And people can read the Book of the Law, and I could even, and this is before people even knew what DNA was. So what's important here, and reading what Lon Duquette wrote in Crowley's books or diary, whatever he called it, narrative about the Book of the Law, is there was an exterior consciousness coming through Crowley, and first being pointed to it through his wife, who he had, I want to say a polite word for saying fuck to death.
That's horrible.
And the feeling was mutual with Rose Kelly, his wife. They were, according to him, they were both going at it like crazy, and that included in the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, that's right.
Of Egypt. He had married her on August 12th, 1903. That's considered a holy day in the OTO. It's also the day L. Ron Hubbard officially started the Sea Organization. And it's, of course, what we know as the Montauk Biorhythm. And that, but even before this character, Buddha, called himself, here it is, Buddha's birthday, the Wesak, April 8th, beginning of the Book of the Law. Before I learned that, there was a lot of consternation in 1999 in the astrological, metaphysical world, geomancing world, about the shadow of the eclipse of August 11th, 1999. And there was a shadow of the eclipse. And I think it went through Egypt or something, or Cairo, or down around that area. But it sort of began or went right through Menontal in Cornwall, England. And Menontal was what I wrote about in the Montauk Revisited, that this was a huge donut stone that Aleister Crowley, allegedly, according to his son, sent him through on a board that created a line of rough water to Montauk, New York, on August 12th, 1943, the day of the Philadelphia experiment. And that had cast some attention on me because I pointed out Menontal, and people were conscious of it. Now, Menontal has a cable that goes direct from it, from Land's End in Cornwall, England, to Montauk. This I found out subsequently. And there was a politician I knew there who wanted to buy the house where that cable was. It was like the bunker had been turned into a house or something. She looked into buying it. I always wanted to visit her. I've lost touch with her. but I was friends with her for a long time on the internet. I think my Bulgarian friends visited her, but what was interesting about that day, August 11th, and that was the big day. That was the day I met Dr. David Anderson, and it was a grand cross in the sky. It was a big eclipse, major change. So eclipses will bring in new things to your life.
Yes.
And he came into my life on that date. That was also the date of an erection of a building, a monastery in Orăștia, Romania, Transylvania, which I would stay in on my first trip to Sarmisegetusa 10 years later to the day. 10 years later to the day. And so this was a connection to all of this. Now, when I would, at Sarmisegetusa, I would meet Paula on the 10-year biorhythm of 2013. And she would, come here. And in 2015, she was helping me just by listening to me do my work. And I was listening to the videos, YouTubes of Jonathan Gee, G-E-E, who really understands the John Dee work like nobody else. He just has he's a savant with it. He just understands it. It's incredible, but it's impossible to understand. He puts it all together because he's a savant.
His name G. Is that a play on D?
No, it's his name.
Okay.
It's just one of these weird things, and he's not like he's on some form of disability. He doesn't function in the regular world. Because he's a genius in his own right. If he was, and if he was functioning in the normal world, he probably couldn't do these incredible videos that he does. But they're beyond the realm of an ordinary human to understand. Nevertheless, I was listening to them. And that was when David Anderson came back into my life in 2015. And Paula was helping me understand David's work. So he came right online there. But even before that, in 2010, when I last saw him, and the medicine man had come into my life and introduced me to Qigong. And then when I was working with my teacher in Coney Island, he would say things to me like, "You've got to square the circle." It's right out of the Book of the Law. But he wasn't saying it out of the Book of the Law. He said a few things that were out of the Book of the Law, but he wasn't preaching the Book of the Law. It's that the Book of the Law was coincidental with certain principles of Qigong. And what did he mean by square the circle? Well, you're moving in a circle or a figure eight. And if you're going to come out of that circle to punch or to move, you're in that circle, and then you're going to, boop, come out and square it. Better demonstrated than talked about. But that, things like that would come up, and it was like, interesting. Because all of Qigong is geometry based. Except, you have to throw this drum below Melchizedek crap out the window because this is all about in your head. It's in your head. You're going to put it into your body, and you're going to exercise it. That's why he's atrophying in old age, which he is, for what I've heard.
Wow.
So, and I would also make a comment. I'm sitting there at the sink the other day, and I'm thinking like, God, I'm having thoughts run through my head, and they're about my daughter. I'm thinking, see, these are thoughts that a 50-year-old man would have, not a 70-year-old man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm like, oh, wow, that's a sign of youth.
Yeah.
Is it 70 years old? You know, it's like, no, it's like, so, but, so, having had, so anyway, with the Medicine Man, there was going to be an event with the Medicine Man and myself at Montauk.
Mm-hmm.
And I insisted to the event coordinator that she have it in April. Because April is a good time to do an event at Montauk because it's not too crowded. Nowadays, there's no time. Nowadays, it's not a good time to have an event anyway. The world has become crowded.
Yes.
That's another issue with the eclipse. It's a lot of. Paul and I were having a deep discussion about it yesterday because it's like the world's just getting too crowded and it's neurotic.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I said, you're going to do it in April. And I said, you want to have it on these days. I picked the Book of the Law days.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the weekend was such that we did it on the 9th, 10th, and 11th. Weekend. 9th, 10th, and 11th was perfect. So do the Book of the Law days.
Mm-hmm.
And she was smart enough to listen to me. Of course, she also needed my cooperation. And it was Medicine Man returning to Montauk for the first time in 30 years. He hadn't been there.
Wow.
And, you know, a week or so before, David Anderson contacts me. I want to have a face-to-face meeting with you. I said, well, I'm sorry I can't do it this weekend because I'm going to be in Montauk. He says, can I make a presentation? I said, sure you can. And I remember the coordinator had arranged special rates for everybody at the hotel. And I think he gave a free room or two. I stayed at my friend's house. And the person on the phone wouldn't give David the rate. Yeah, well, it really disaffected him. It pissed him off. And, you know, he's paying for it. He's willing to do that. Sure, he can afford it. And I remember, you know, we had to talk to the owner of the hotel, who was very gracious, and says, "Oh, yeah, she's on her high horse," you know, meaning the like, you know, this is the pettiness of people who aren't so important.
Yes.
You know? These things. There were so many little delicacies I had to delicate points I had to deal with on that whole trip, and trying to get people to come was like pulling teeth. It was incredible trying to get people to come. Here's David Anderson. He's going to give a presentation. Now, there's a lot of my audience who would love. You know, Aristides saw it.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't need to be cajoled.
Yeah.
He came out of his own free determination, you know.
Yeah.
But it was like, and I got the shaman to come, and I got Marianne to come, but getting Marianne to come was tough. She knew David. And I remember picking them both up separately at the train station. I took two separate trips. You know, I was out at Montauk, and I picked them each. I think I picked, you know, one, you know, so, but it was like, and then there were a lot of people who couldn't come, you know, that I invited to be guests. They weren't even going to have to pay. And they got other importances. It's okay. We had a very interesting, great event, but it was on that Book of the Law current. It was also later, when I was studying his stuff, that I was reading the stuff of John Dee.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does John Dee have to do with the Book of the Law? Well, I would tell you that Marjorie Cameron told me that what John Dee or what Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard are doing were trying to unlock what Edward Kelly and John Dee were doing.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing Enochian calls or gibberish or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, they call it a language.
To most of us.
Yes, that's right.
It's not necessarily gibberish, but if you understand the language, it's not. But and of course, I believe very strongly that Aleister Crowley's wife, Rose Kelly, was related to Edward Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Because I saw the name Kelly come up all the time in synchronicities. And the name Green. Kelly Green. Kelly Green. And I did have a dream of a friend of mine named Kelly last night. Her last name is Kelly.
Huh.
That was one of the magical dreams, and she was a chef in a health food restaurant in New York City. And she wasn't the only part of the dream, but it was good. That was a good sign. Chef is alchemy. She was making healthy food. I was talking to her, and she's the one who set the template, did a whole design scheme in a binder for my house that I followed. It was a general design, because she's a professional designer. I said, would you please take a look at my house? And she did. She doesn't even remember that she did it.
Wow.
But it was, she gave me a motif to follow, a color motif. I ended up filling the specifics myself. And what she said was, when you come in to the house, you want to make it dark and mysterious. And then as you go towards the outer front of the living area, you want to make it lighter, go from dark to lighter. That's basically what she said. It was an interesting idea. So I followed what she said, and it worked. But the Book of the Law, these are the anniversary of the Book of the Law, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th. Now, this is the fact that the Book of the Law this year anniversary occurs on the eclipse date, tomorrow. It's a highly charged day of magic. It's been my experience. And it's an eclipse, it's a time. And this is probably why my dreams are evoking magical stuff. I know I will dream tonight.
Yes.
I know that. And maybe I'll be able to share them with you in the morning if I wake up.
Provided, of course, I don't end the show early. But yes.
Well, you might not. Are you going to be up?
We'll see. I mean, it's open to question simply because, like I said, touch or go depends on whether my vasovagal symptoms reemerge or the like. I really am worn out by a lot of the last few days.
It's not crucial that we talk tomorrow morning. It's not crucial at all.
Okay. But I'd like to make it happen. Yeah.
Okay, well, I can check if
Yeah, just check in.
If I wake up, I think I got enough sleep.
Cool.
So that's sort of an overview, and as I say, David has always ridden on the heels or trails of this magical association that I've recognized. And when he got back, why am I interested in magic? Well, I'm not overly interested in it because I don't, practice it in any sort of formalistic sense. The only thing I have practiced, which isn't really, was I learned from Dennis Adams, is writing letters to people. I've done that 6 times. Writing to the guardian angel and burning the letter, as I've written about, with these carbon pencils that he sold. Takes a certain amount of exercise. I did write one today, but but the and I could say that another one I've written has been effective, but sometimes it takes a while because these things don't happen instantly. And one pursuit I would consider writing about if I had the time, in a fictional sense, is what happens when Solomon or whoever, or somebody wishing on a genie bottle, says, I want $1 million. And the genie says, okay. And then the genie snaps his fingers and there's the $1 million. What does the genie have to do? Or what does he have to facilitate to deliver this $1 million with serial numbers that will stand up in a court of law? What are the machinations that the jinn has to either, employ to gather up all this? Like, okay, say something simple. I want a breakfast of bacon and eggs. He snaps his fingers. Well, where do the bacon and eggs come from? Do they just appear like a Star Trek replicator? Or do they have to be made in a kitchen? And then the jinn somehow has runners or facilitators that will take those bacon and eggs, put them on a plate, and then transport them to the jinn's hand, who will then hand them to you, or put them on a table. You see, what actually has to take place to create matter out of thin air? Or is he creating matter out of thin air? Which, from Montauk, Preston would probably say, okay, you're materializing. Your thoughts are becoming material. It's just a existential question. But we do know from, I guess, biblical history, is that Solomon, building his temple, taxed the hell out of the population. It was quite a burden, an economic burden on people to build this temple. So, what is the relative value? 8th house is sex, death, and taxes, and the occult. So here we have the occult, we have taxation. So that's my talk on the Book of the Law. It'll still be the Book of the Law days when we come back on the 10th. We'll see what else I might have to share. Right now, Douglas, I'll tell you, and the audience can listen, I'm working on the chapter. So I call it the Henry Wallace chapter, but right now it's mostly about Nicholas Roerich. And I'm just going into the conventional history of Nicholas Roerich.
Right.
And he has all the hallmarks of being a spy.
Yes.
He was friendly with the Soviet, was hostile to the communists and friendly to the communists. He wanted a pan-Asian nation of which he would be the titular head.
Of course.
He wanted to be his own messiah. And if you read him historically, he comes out as an eccentric idealist instead of a voracious despot who was hungry to suck all the spiritual energy he could.
Yes.
His son was, I don't know how he acquired it, but he was fluent in almost every language of Asia, particularly in those Altai, Himalaya regions. He could talk to all these people. And Rorik, he would have been consumed or killed, but he carried a gun with him. He carried weaponry. And but I'm just putting a few page or two, a couple of pages on Rorik's conventional history before we get into his Wallace history.
Right.
And of course Rorik is in conspiracy circles. He's the one who told Henry Wallace, who told FDR to put the symbol on the almighty dollar bill, the Noble Ordo Seclorum, the New World Order. As I said, that's mostly a distraction. I mean, it's not untrue. It doesn't really take us anywhere. So, I want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
And you're really helping him help me put this book together, and I hope to share this, put this into a compendium of information that you can read and understand and better appreciate what's going on in the world. And when this is released in the world, this book is written, it'll get the attention of rabbis everywhere. Not because they're going to read it, because the information's out there. And I want to just say a few things about the eclipse. The eclipse is, these earthquakes are coming. According to astrologer I listened to today, you may see some assassinations, political stuff. You may see a lot of stuff going down with Israel. I think weekends are not good news days, so it might stir up some news on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. These are the Book of the Law days. A lot of stuff could stir up. It could stir up. This is, I guess, 120 years from when the Book of the Law was transmitted. 120 years. 120 is 1/3 of a circle. So we'll see if something stirs up with this tomorrow. There will be certainly some exciting times. What's turning up in Scientology right now is that one of the attorneys or firms, as somebody who was heading an attorney firm, who was representing certain people who were, or one particular lady who was, I think she just won the case against Danny Masterson, or she was one of the victims of Danny Masterson. Was all sorts of improprieties with this foundation, which is tied to the Aftermath Foundation in terms of being referred, and it's like the attorney is being reported on by another attorney saying he compromised this woman. He was having a sexual relationship with his client, who was he was married, and he had this client. He was trying to help her win her case, but he was compromising her help. And then he was dumping all of his personal problems because he came from an abusive situation, and he's in charge of it's like so messed up.
That's awful.
It's so messed up. And what you're going to see is some sort of weird turning of the sails of the wind on Scientology. You're going to see a lot of changes because this is coming from not Scientology itself, the organized Scientology, but the so-called victims of Scientology.
Yes.
They're going to be doing a whole turnaround. And as you see, all of this, Scientology sounds like the most horrible thing in the world. And To me, it wasn't. But I can see how it became that way. And in 100 years, virtually all these people who are victims are going to be dead. And you may see it resurrect in different forms. And you may see people going back, well, what was all this fuss about? They might look at my book, they might say, well, it's not really this one. What are all these people, just like people might go back and study the history of Buddhism or Hinduism and pull something rabbit out of a hat and create a new form that did something different. Who the hell knows? But the thing is so much, I'm not really personally interested in it anymore. But it was a very interesting part of my life. And where do we go from here? Well, I know where I'm going to be going for the next. I want to read a compliment to you before I go.
Thank you.
This is by my friend. I've mentioned to her before. I'm not going to mention her name, but she's in Mill Valley, a little north of you. She had written me, responded to the email for tonight's show. Let's see here. I think it's in my other email account. She said nice things about your vampirology book.
Ah, excellent.
Let's see. Just be patient with me here.
Oh, no worries. While you're looking for that, just want you to know Nolani Bouchard, shout out to her in the chat room. Goddess bless her. She's our Pacific princess in Hawaii who contributed 30 United States dollars just now.
Wow, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Why isn't...
As for the vampirology book, I hope that lady whom you're referencing looks forward to our revised, expanded edition in which...
I told her that.
Yes.
Okay, here it is. Okay. Hope you are well. I ordered and read all day today, and finished Douglas's book that you helped him with on vampires and historical or view. Letters and info were really useful. Thank you. As you know, middle of book was Douglas's eloquent recap of political dynamics. From page 161 to 212 was an exact information repeat of what was in the first part of the book contained in the letters. Okay, no table of contents. So I told her, so we're going to revamp this book.
Yeah.
And for those in the audience, this book has the essential information that Douglas had. And what I did with the book was I kind of spruced up the first few pages, the intro and the first few pages to engage the audience. And then I just put it together, jammed it together on Amazon, which was not hard for me to do. Created an ebook and a real book for it. And the purpose of this was to secure the copyright.
Yes.
The purpose of the book was to secure the copyright for Douglas because, he was concerned about somebody trying to steal it, some specific person.
Yeah.
And so I did that for him, and the book is available. I intend to just, make 1,000 times better book when I have time to dedicate it to it. And I was never, keen on the vampire theme because it's just not what I wanted to be keen about. But it's crucial to understanding not only Douglas, but it's a bit deep part of the story of the history of Christianity.
Yes.
As it relates to this manuscript that Brent Landau discovered and translated about the Magi.
Yes.
which is a book I have in ebook form.
Yes.
Which I recommend people read.
Thank you.
What's it called? The Magi, the Revelation of the...
You've got it down. The Revelation of the Magi by Brent Landau. You've got it down. Yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, even while I think I eloquently stated it in my last newsletter, which just came out, and people can subscribe to the Montauk Pulse if they want. They can get this newsletter. The spring 2024 issue. You go to skybooks.usa.com. Let me hear. I'm going to read the because this really, when I put this together and I summated it, it really came home to me. And Douglas has talked about it a lot of time.
Yes.
I said, well, Douglas has explained this extensively in past broadcasts.
Yes.
This is the first time I have put it into print. Okay, here. I talked about the vampire theme in my dream of the white bat, something I haven't, that aspect of the vampire I hadn't gone into. I got into the white bat and the connection to Transylvania and the similarity of my dream to Dr. Anderson's time reactor. I have commented in the past that Douglas's mother, Diana Dietrich, was genetically one-half vampire by reason of her bloodline. Although it is ignored and unknown to academics, vampires are an actual subspecies of humans. This has been explained in Douglas's print-on-demand book, Vampirology, the vampire research paper, available on Amazon either in paper book or ebook format. This discusses an actual case of a vampire discovered in the Russian army, revealing vampires to be a subspecies that sustain themselves on human blood and have extraordinary strength, but they are far from the supernatural creatures as portrayed in the movies. There is, however, far more to the story, and that has to do with both Douglas and his mother. Emperor Hirohito specifically chose Diana Dietrich to serve as the translator to the Japanese diplomatic envoy sent to Berlin. Having an excellent grasp of several languages, including German, she directly interacted with Hitler and developed a close personal and sexual relationship with him. Her mission was to secure his sperm and preserve it in a ginseng solution and bring it to a lab in Manchuria. While she did so, she also kept some for herself. As her eventual spouse, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was infertile as a result of having been exposed to atomic tests. She used the preserved sperm of Hitler to inseminate herself with both Douglas and his older sister. The emperor was also aware that Diana was part of the Kyushu dynasty, a royal family that traced back to Chinese royalty. While Douglas has explained this extensively in past broadcasts, this is the first time I have brought it into print. While the Hitler factor is both interesting and significant, it is the vampire aspect that I am focusing on now. This begins, however, not with the story of vampires, but rather with the discovery in the Vatican archives of a previously ignored or neglected manuscript that was lost to history. This remarkable find was by Harvard professor Brent Landau, who translated The Revelation of the Magi, the lost tale of the wise men's journey into Bethlehem, a lengthy narrative which tells the story of the wise men from their own perspective. While the Gospel of Matthew is the only New Testament account of the Magi, it is vague, with no names or countries of origin being mentioned. Originally written in Syriac, the Revelation of the Magi is an original, intriguing text which fills in gaps from the other texts of the time period and designates the Magi as numbering up to 12 or more, further stating that they came from a land in the Far East that is known as Shir, S-H-I-R, which is actually China. They witness a star or orb that is actually the Christ being himself, the latter transforming from the star to human and back again a few times. These Magi are an ancient order of mystics, descended of Seth, the third son of Adam, who received a prophecy of a star that would signify the birth of God in human form. Seth wrote this down in what is designated as the world's first book, later migrating to Asia, where his descendants interbred with the local population. This legacy was transmitted through multiple generations, with the ancestors of the Magi performing a monthly ritual where they would immerse themselves in a sacred spring before ascending the Mountain of Victories and praying to God in anticipation of the incarnation of capital H, Him, in human form. They would then enter the, quote, cave of treasures and hidden mysteries, unquote. After countless generations, the prophecy of Seth is finally delivered when this magical star descends to the peak of the mountain and transforms into a small, luminous human being who directs them on a journey. Transforming back into a star, this luminosity guides them to Bethlehem, but not before relieving their fatigue and hunger in miraculous fashion. Entering a cave in that locality, the star transforms back into the luminous infant who commissions the Magi to return to their country and spread the gospel. After meeting Joseph and Mary, the Magi are led to their homeland by the luminous star. When their brethren eat of the food that the star multiplied, they have visions of the heavenly and earthly Jesus and convert to the faith proclaimed by the Magi. Eventually, these people are visited by the Apostle Thomas, who commissions them to preach throughout the world. This is only a short summation, and you are encouraged to read the book on Kindle or get a hard copy. What is important here is that the people of the East were arranged to be the preservers of original Christianity, a faith that originated with Seth and not with the events in the New Testament, albeit those events consolidated the prophecy. What is of equal significance to this legacy is not unique to the admirable scholarship and good work of Professor Brett Landau. It was also well known to Diana Dietrich by reason of the fact that she grew up into this tradition as she was a member of the royal Kyushu dynasty, who are the direct descendants of the Magi.
Yes.
Another unique aspect of this legacy is that these descendants were of the vampire subspecies that was described earlier. This is a hidden history of mankind.
Yes.
And as I say, mankind has proven themselves unworthy of the legacy of what might be called true or good Christianity.
Thank you.
Because they have shown themselves to be barbarous.
Yes.
And
Yes.
some of the worst are some of the most evangelistic Christians.
Yes.
And when we say barbarous, it's like Douglas has talked about, has Aleister Crowley, the barbarous names of evocation. These are the barbarous names of the anti-gods. So you have a Christianity which is repulsive and disgusting.
Yes.
And this is why so much of it has been attacked, because and of course some of these attacks are malevolent. Most of them are probably malevolent.
Yes.
But it's a rebellion because it's not doing the right thing. And I just saw a posting from one of my friends talking about, Christ would feed, Jesus would feed the poor, like all these people coming in. Why lock them out? Feed them.
Yes.
If you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry, feed them. The problem with this is, are you going to let them run rampant into your house and raid your kitchen? Where do you draw the line?
Yes.
And of course, the difference between, and I don't believe that the Democrats really believe this at all. It's politically expedient according to their views. But see, this is, you don't sit there and you would do what Christ would do. You manifest, loaves and fishes. You'd manifest them. You do the gin trick.
Yes.
You're not going to empty the coffers necessarily. In actual fact, the poor could be easily fed if one concentrated on distribution.
Yes.
Abundance can be manifested on this earth with existing resources and loosening up the coffers of the 1%, loosening up the vast. It's not going to work by raiding Elon Musk's personal bank account or Donald Trump's personal bank account. But there is enough bank accounts to imagine if all of the banking in the world was transparent. You know, if on the financial news channel, and it might happen, instead of sitting there and you just saw all the transactions going on, 360 million here, 6 trillion here, boom, 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 boom.
Be incredible.
It would be, but you see, that would be transparency of what's going on. That's Scorpio. That's accounting. It's like what's sex, death, and taxes, and because, it's in my 8th house. The eclipse is going on in my 8th house of sex, death, and taxes. So maybe in the accounting respect, I will see, and the occult, of course. Maybe I can see, start generating an advocacy for transparency. Now, you want privacy in, your bank. You don't want people looking into your bank account. But there should be complete transparency in charitable organizations. But then that gets into the chicanery of accounting, and you get these accounting statements that are, amount to legal jargon and don't really prove anything to anybody. So with that, I will say good night. Remember to donate to Douglas.
Bless
and
you.
I wish you good luck with the rest of tonight's show, and it'll be great if we connect in the morning.
Sure, and as you said, if it doesn't happen, we'll certainly try and speak as soon as possible between now and Wednesday, but, at the very latest, we'll be speaking again on Wednesday, and probably I'll try and get to you shortly before we commence transmission. Nolani Bouchard, our Pacific Princess, says, "Great newsletter, Peter." So she apparently subscribes and has reviewed it as well. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. It really
also to invite her to come back on the show if she feels brave enough or loved enough, because we appreciate her. And I know it can be challenging,
yes,
if not intimidating. But you're welcome to come back on the show, and that's all I have to say. Thanks again, and thanks to everybody, and I'll see you on Wednesday night, April the 10th.
That's right. And we all look forward to that. And we can continue with some of these subjects that you couldn't do. You did justice to them, but we can expand upon them if you feel like it again.
We'll see what the next 3 days, what transpires. We're going to have an eclipse tomorrow.
Yes.
It'll be, I think, 80% where I live. So I'm looking forward to seeing the eclipse.
Excellent.
And I'm looking forward to dreams tonight.
Excellent.
It's not very often that I say I know I'm going to dream tonight.
Right. That's right.
Just know it. I mean, and now I'm getting the drift that something's going on.
That's right.
Okay. So good luck.
Yes.
Good luck to everybody.
We love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams. Okay. That's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. We're going to call all of the usual suspects now. get a roundtable going and see how long I can last before I retreat into slumber myself. And this being an unusual night in that I'm anxious to do just that. To tell you the truth, Aristides joins us now with his voice. And tell us, Aristides, about anything you're willing to share about goings on in your own life lately.
Goings on. Okay, yeah, I wanted to bring something up. Got a little bit of a bone to pick with you.
Oh my God.
Not just a tiny one. So I'm listening through the last transmission, and you were talking to Brendan about the Wizard X.
Yes.
Right. And
it's
then
you.
Like,
oh, it's you. It's you.
no, it's not me. No. So no, you were talking. You said you're talking about me. You said, "Oh, Aristides," and in his naivete, he was like, Who is Wizard X? And it's like I just want to make it clear that I was always very skeptical about the this being a real thing. It just you were right. It just sounded too fucking cheesy. Like who would do? If you were a real wizard, like you wouldn't name yourself that because people would just mock you.
Yes, thank you.
So, I mean, I don't know. I just fired you back a mess. I wasn't too descriptive. I was just like, I think I was in a hurry, but I didn't buy it either.
Thank you.
Give me more credit, man.
I do need to. Give you credit. That's true.
All. Yeah.
It
was silly. It was just so silly.
Thank you. No, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
That's it.
Well, thank you, and of course, our man Aristides does deserve more credit. He's not that naive. He may be a little, but
I've been listening to you.
Yes.
Everything you say now for what a year and a half.
That's right. And by the way, Peter Moon mentioned, of course, that you showed up at that event. Share with us your experience of what he was discussing.
Was it the one that where Anderson was there?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
I think so.
He was talking about Anderson at the time.
Yeah, he was, but I'm not sure. I mean, were you at which event were you at other than that Peter was at? Was it Peter at some other event you were at that where Anderson was not there?
There was I saw him a couple other times, but I did see him that time, and Anderson was there at the Montauk thing, and he did come and show a little video that of supposedly a plant in his this was an early stage, years ago, of his time reactor, that he could quickly, age and regress the plant. And I suppose, I mean, like, it could have been made up, like, somebody could have just used, like, time lapse or just video editing. But I mean, why would he travel this distance, just to deceive this small group of very, people with no influence, like, I don't see why,
It's a logical question, and it bears asking, and yet at the same time, as you say, the evidence provided would be it's odd. It's odd. It's just
so?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
How so?
Because of the fact that, like you said, I mean, the first thing that happens when... Now, of course, I didn't see the footage myself. I do want people to understand this. I did not see the footage myself. Yeah. But we are talking to a material science engineer. This is a man who's trained to think logically. He thinks in a rational fashion, and in a fashion that goes from A to B, as opposed to, shall we say, people without that level of training who are able to earn that degree, can oftentimes just kind of leap to conclusions, be easily impressed. But I think all of us, at this stage in history, if we see footage of a kind of plant blossoming and then withering, and then kind of regressing at speed, Now, I didn't see the footage, but my presumption would be that you see the flower kind of blossoming and then withering, and then kind of almost like a backward replay, kind of.
Yeah, it was exactly like that.
Yeah.
Very
Oh my
simple.
God. Yeah. It's kind of like the first thing that I would think. Did no one say that at the time to him? Like, no one dared to open their mouth and say, "Hey, is this just time-lapse photography that you're playing forward and in reverse?"
No
one.
no,
It
wasn't. It wasn't.
I can understand that. I can understand that. There's no need to do that because what is there to gain? I mean, seriously,
Right.
What is there to gain? I mean, no, and I'm kind of glad that the audience was, dare I say it, for lack of a better word in English, respectful enough to just kind of take it for what it was and just roll with it. Because sometimes we just need to do that. And there's no point in starting an argument and confronting people about something that that really isn't... that everyone there probably knows is never going to impact their personal lives anyway. So you just kind of, okay. But then it does beg the question... Why? Okay, why did he go there to show that? Because he's not fundraising. He's not like I need money for this project. It's like it's just weird. It's just weird. And but hey, okay, it just is.
He's a strange character, But I mean, he seemed genuine about it, and everybody had an open mind, and
Aristides knows, as does regular listeners who have listened and heard myself on this topic. I am convinced that Dr. David Lewis Anderson is not human. That he is an evanescer, and has probably, I would presume, demonstrated far more compelling evidence to the people who pay him in the Department of Defense. Then again, in all fairness, the people at the Department of Defense, by my experience, meaning generals and bureaucrats at levels of decision making, have proven themselves so stupid, so incompetent, and so incredibly corrupt that it's conceivable he may have showed them the exact same thing and got millions of dollars.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you show them a snazzy PowerPoint, and they're like, looks good.
Yeah. And that, of course, would only lend credence to his being non-human. You would think he would have some, like... again, it may not even be needed, but you would think he might have some power over their thought processes at the moment, scrambling their brains, and or maybe just past paper cups full of acid lemonade, or something. I'm sorry, go on.
Maybe. Well, he could be. Think about it now. He could be an evanescer or not human. I'm not rolling it out.
But just so people know, our man Aristides. Someone took a photograph of yourself in his physical proximity. So did you, now this is going to be a stupid question, but these things happen. You meet people, you shake their hands and stuff like that sometimes. Did you touch him? Were you able to, was he physical? I mean, I'm sure he was physical enough. Well, we know he's physical because he participated in the martial arts combat. You remember those stories, but go on.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. I might have probably shook his hand.
Okay.
And there were a few pictures we had, and he had his arm around somebody, and they weren't like, oh, you shocked me or something.
But just so people know, the stories about his participation in the martial arts, just as far as I'm concerned, just backs up everything that I am convinced of, which is just, to me, they are impossible for any normal... First off, the guy is... Now, what are his resume again? He's an engineer and a physicist, or just this is going to sound stupid, or just a physicist. But I mean, for people who just don't get it, there are sometimes physical engineers who may be dealing with the engineering of physics, etc. But this is almost like a man with almost two professions. It's like, so I don't know, if he's both, or what was his claim again? To be exactly what again? And I'm not doubting what he is, but what was it he said he was?
Good question. I think I'm trying to look up. I think you're right.
Yeah.
He kind of got one foot in each,
right,
in each area, engineering and physics. Yeah.
Right. That was my thought. That was my impression, which, if so, is even more impressive because it's kind of like these are two separate disciplines that each take years to be recognized in. It's not just like an autodidact where you can have a brilliant autodidact who's self-taught and just studies physics and engineering and conceivably could, if one presumes with enough of a budget backup, build a time machine or something like that, because I would assume it would take a lot of funding. Again, of course, not being an engineer or a physicist, though in all fairness, my impression is backed up by people conventionally recognized as physicists and engineers. Most of them would tell you that something like this would take a lot of funding, a lot of energy, a lot of engineering, etc. But basically, for those of you who don't know, Dr. David Lewis Anderson feels that his invention, his machine, produces energy. So if it's generating energy and is in essence powering itself, of course that changes the game. And of course our man Aristides provided me a link to, which I'm going to connect to, the Anderson Institute.
Yeah, his same website's still up. It doesn't change. It's still it's been up. He doesn't update anything. I think he just keeps it hosted, and I don't.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put that in the?
Oh, feel free. Yeah.
In the YouTube.
Yeah.
Right.
Feel free. And
I mean, he's got it up there. It's public.
Yeah. And just so people know that makes them kind of like myself. With this, but in my own case, remember, I'm just this creature of the 20th century. And I'm waiting until, I get involved with somebody who I trust enough again to kind of reactivate my website. Until then, it's active only in the sense that I maintain it, but I've never updated anything on it. And truth be told, a enormous blow was dealt towards my motivation in that regard because of the entire Lena Shea / Selena Khan episode or series of campaigns against myself. Selena Khan being outstanding in the sense that she essentially turned the keys to the kingdom over to myself so that I could maintain it without her ability to take it down or Lena Crane's ability to take it down. But of course, as soon as she did that, Selena Khan completely flipped and just started the whole enemy campaign as best as she could with her limitations of social capacity. She was extremely limited by being a immigrant who spoke comparatively poor English, and some would say poor English, period. And therefore couldn't do much damage, and no one will ever remember her. But that was, just another. She was the last person who had control over that website, and then turned it over to me. And basically, I don't know what to do with it. I literally do not know what to do with it. I know what to do with it if I knew how to interface with it more casually or comfortably. But I never got to that point, and one of these days I might. But I just haven't felt the.
Do you have like the password or whatever to edit it, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got all that. Thank God. Yeah. Thank you for asking. No, I mean that's an important question. Yes, come on. No.
I got you. Yeah, I don't really know much about making websites.
Yeah.
Or
and
managing or whatever.
Thank you. And the few times I've tried to explore doing something with Bluehost, they are just they're beyond worthless. They're literally offensive. They ask for thousands and thousands of dollars for no goddamn good reason. There's no reason for them to charge that much. But this is what they do. This is what people do. So-called. Brendan Zogit was bringing up the fact that somebody doing what he does would normally be charging for, what do they call that, technical consultation plus other words for it, that they would be charging lots of money. You know, sometimes up to $600 an hour, etc. Depending whether you're working for corporations or an individual, it can go way beyond that. Of course, when I told Peter Moon that, Peter Moon was skeptical. But then again, you might notice Peter Moon does not maintain a dynamic website either. Whatever he's got going is like mine or David Lewis Anderson's. It's not particularly a hot and burning happening place.
Right. Yeah, just got his books up there, and I guess you can order them or.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty static.
Thank you. Yeah. And so there you go. It's just Peter Moon, David Lewis Anderson, Douglas Dietrich. These are old men, dudes. I mean, now granted, I'm not nearly as old as they are. At least I flatter myself I'm not. But you know, we're all creatures of the 20th century, and this is just still kind of new and alien to us. And but when it comes to what it is, it's a miracle I got so swinging and capable with the Facebook as I did for a long while. Of course, now it is the province of old biddies anyway. So you might being banned from Facebook, you know, can easily be touted as some point of honor, that I can badge of honor. Banned off Facebook as a badge of honor. I can use that to my advantage at some point in the near future. When we launch any publicity campaigns. But all that being said, the world is what it is, and luckily we have men like Aristides so that the world is a little less hostile. Right now it's just Aristides and myself. Oh fuck, I forgot to call Heather Holman, so let me push that button.
You do that. Do you want me? Can I go back to Anderson?
Please, by all means.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So as far as I remember, he doesn't really have his bio up here explicitly, but he was in the Air Force, and he was working in satellites, you know, and you know how like satellites, because they're traveling so fast, they because of relativity or whatever they call relativity or whatever that means, they have a time displacement. Like if there's a clock on the satellite, it won't be exactly the same after some time as a clock, you know, on the ground.
This is all true,
right.
But by the way, just so people know that even traveling at minor speeds, time will go a little differently or slower or be altered for you imperceptibly, you know, just on a train. But it becomes more pronounced the faster you travel, and so it becomes noticeable and actually measurable when you're on planes near the stratospheric level, etc., because what's happening is the Earth is moving under you simultaneously, and you're also moving opposite the Earth's rotation or whatever. And then what happens is that, well, our man Aristides will explain it and go on. Take it from there.
Just any out. If you had a very fast spacecraft, even traveling not near the Earth, but just traveling very fast, the rate of time would elapse differently. So apparently, if you're in the business of satellites and knowing exactly where they are and when they're there, you have to account for that. So I guess he started learning about these effects, you know, there, and then maybe he took off on his own. And you know, how can I develop this on purpose into something? I'm just guessing, but that's you know, experience is what led to his development of his thing. Now it bridged from that to, you know, a standing device that I don't know what it uses, swirling plasma fields or something, you know.
Wait. Yeah, no, I mean, and so two things to help add context for what Aristides is describing is, we know this much. We know that when you're moving through space, you're moving through time. But his device is interesting in that it seems to be, I've never seen it, but I'm presuming from what I heard, it seems to be a static device.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, just it sits there, right?
Right,
yeah.
Stationary.
It's stationary. So,
right.
And another thing I would guess is that it might be a different. It's not that every device he has like makes its own energy. I think that it probably takes energy to do, like, it could be built either way. He could use this technology to build one to create energy, but it may not do that by default. You know, like
no, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
and that's
I don't even know if he made that version of it. I would guess the first ones they had to probably put quite a bit of energy in just to get it to work. And how is he saying it would do that?
Well,
he was basically saying you could harvest, like, basically by accessing basically the warpage of the Earth or warpage of space that the Earth itself makes, and it's spinning to draw upon this energy. And actually, I think the theory was that you could derive the energy from the spinning of the Earth, and that it would actually imperceptibly like slow down like the rotation of the Earth or something, but ever so.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Ever so slightly though. Like, I mean, you could probably like get all the energy you needed for a very long time and never, and maybe only slow it down by a couple seconds. I don't know, so I don't know if there'd be anything detrimental effects there. I think that's where it came from, what I recall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so when it comes to what our man Aristides is bringing up, all of this is eminently rational and logical, exactly as an engineer would look at it. And so, yeah, my own thought, again, to kind of reiterate how I would conceptualize this myself, would be that exactly as Aristides said, whatever was the prototype that they were budgeting for might well have had an enormous amount of energy put into it. Yet, I'm thinking that once the device somehow got going, if it's that it's reaching into the cosmic fabric somehow, and then in that sense produces energy by somehow, almost like juicing or bleeding other dimensions, because of course space and time are different dimensions, but they are inextricably linked, which is why when you're moving through space, you're moving through time. Now, interestingly, our world's rotation is slowing down, and Aristides can look this up. Yeah, right?
That's because he's already using it.
Yeah. Yes. But scientists are confirming that the world's
he's causing the earthquakes.
Well, he may be causing the Earth's rotation to slow down, which in turn may be causing the earthquakes.
Yeah, it's because of energy. He's eating all the energy.
Yes.
Sucking it up.
By the way, as you can tell by the tone of Aristides' voice, because he actually has tonality as a sane person, unlike a certain pathological person that we know named Brandon Young, who is monotonal. This is how you can tell that Aristides is saying this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, so don't panic. So please don't.
No, I was kidding. I think you are right that it's ever so slightly slowing down on its own.
Right, though this may be dangerous in the future if it continues. Yes, is what scientists are saying, because this is not a good thing that it's slowing down, especially if the trend continues. Amid explosive, I'm looking at this screenshot.
Okay, so different on the topic of energy, but different topic you were talking about.
Yes,
you brought this up in a monologue about how much power that the AI and data centers use, and so we're running short on power now because of electricity hungry data centers and clean technology factories.
Jesus. Yeah. So much for fucking clean technology. I mean, it's not so fucking clean, is it? Oh my god, that's depressing. That is so.
What does that mean? Clean technology. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what that means. That doesn't necessarily mean like clean energy, clean technology. That could be like what, like clean rooms or labs, like where they would have, where they make chips. It has to be like so incredibly clean. There can't be
Yeah.
one bit of dust in the air and all that. So it's very, very intensive. I don't know. It could be.
Well, the clean environments for producing chips would be shall we say, a meaningful use of the term, a logical use of the term. When you say the term clean energy, it's probably just a marketing campaign and has no meaning. It's like,
but I think it means a different thing when they say clean technology. I don't know what that means, but it could mean that.
Well, clean tech should mean that. That's what it should mean. But these clowns probably are abusing the term by saying that somehow it's not. Somehow there's not a bunch of collateral industrial effluvia being produced or generated. Is probably what they're implying. It would be at least the most logical thing Aristides or I could conceive of. But most of the time, these terms are simply fucking abused. Take a look at the term clean coal. That's like saying clean shit. It's like, this is clean shit, people. Yeah, you can eat it. It's like, so when someone comes to you and talks about clean coal, tell them they can eat shit. Because there's no such thing as clean coal. So it's there we go with that. It's kind of like this is what we're left with. People playing with words. Like I said, words cast spells. They use terms. Now, by the way, Aristides can confirm this with me. I mean, Aristides, of course, being a material science engineer, is invaluable for this kind of verification and validation. Just so people understand, the term atomic after the World War II, when the Americans had to come up with this fantasy that they won the war, and this was a nice big mushroom cloud, nice big phallic symbol of potency. Everything in marketing campaign gimmicks became atomic after that. The final vestige of that, and I hope that it's the last. Maybe Oppenheimer will extend its life a bit further, but a few years ago I purchased a shaving cream and it said atomic shaving cream. And this is, of course, people need to understand, this is just pure marketing. You would presume, indeed you would hope, there's nothing atomic about this shaving cream. If it were truly atomic, you would just rub it on your face and then all your whiskers fall off because you've contracted radiation sickness, along with all your hair and all your teeth, before your skin falls off. And, of course, you die. But not without first suffering the horrible deformities the radiation girls suffered, the radium girls, which anybody can look up. People can look up the radium girls. These are women who painted radioactive dye onto watch dials so they would glow in the dark, which probably didn't do men's wrists much good either. But the girls got the worst of it because they would lick the paint brushes. And then they get what they called the Satan's jaw or the devil's jaw. Their jaws would all swell up. I mean, do you remember any of this phenomenon?
Yeah, the stuff from the watches.
Yeah.
Radioactive. They would say, if you scraped the junk off like 1 million watches, you could make an atomic bomb.
Yeah, well, there you go. Is that true or
probably
possible?
Not.
Okay.
Not. It's probably the wrong thing. I found here. I put the link.
There we are.
What clean technology manufacture? So, I guess that does refer to making. Let me see here. Clean energy technology manufacturing in key regions focuses on 5 technologies: solar, photovoltaic, wind, batteries, electrolyzers. I guess that's to make hydrogen out of water, and heat pumps. So they're just saying, if we want all this green technology, we got to use a shit ton of energy to build the stuff. But we hope eventually,
which generates more pollution. Yeah,
is that, and the fact that the batteries, they're huge lithium batteries. So there's some kind of numbers on it. They have to mine hundreds of tons of ore to refine and get the stuff out that makes 1 Tesla battery. like that starts with hundreds of tons of ore. And you know what mines hundreds of tons of ore? Giant diesel equipment.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So it's like at some point you'll get a break even, you know, if you drive that car for, I don't know, 100 years.
Holy shit. This is so distressing. This is so distressing. And I mean, obviously these are what we would call transition technologies. These are imperfect. They're definitely imperfect. I'm you know, left shaking my head. I'm going to try and, you know, seek a balance in terms of my communications with certain people who I actually care about, that I kind of love their Tesla. I mean, so I'll bring that up in the future day, a future episode or something, how these communications go. But these are people whose lives are privileged enough to where this technology seems to be beneficial to them. They enjoy it. Makes them feel good that they're doing something that is, they think, progressive. and maybe
it could make some sense to have, like, in a city, you know, if you're just staying local in the city, to have an electric car, because there's going to be the infrastructure to charge it, and you don't want all the pollution clustered in the city. But the minute you're like really trying to go across country, it's not great.
Thank you. No, thank you. It's just
they say these people have to plan. Oh, I'm going across country with my Tesla, so they have to plan out the route of like where all the chargers are, and then they get there and there's a big line of people, and you know, it's like by the time you get charged again, it's like 12 hours later. You know, whereas if you just pull up the gas pump in 10 minutes, you'd be on your way again.
No, what it would require was, I believe the title of the science fiction novel, this came out in the 60s or the 70s, that was called The Black Roads. I'll see if I can find it. That may be simply what I remember about the science fiction book, more like the subject than the title. But let me look up Black Roads science fiction novel. Science, I have to spell that out. Because I don't trust entering just sci-fi will work. Science fiction novel. And let's see if this comes up. Okay, it's the one I'm thinking of, The Black Roads. This was part of a franchise of that was like, I don't know what you'd call it. Back in the old days, it would be like they had published a series of books, but they were all separate novels that had nothing to do with each other, but they'd be part of, because they're all science fiction books, they called them laser books. So it was laser book number 17, and it was titled The Black Roads. Let me tell you, Joel Hensley. And so basically, it was about a future that was very focused on America's black roads, that they had converted to a technology where your car was constantly charging as it went on the road. The road itself would charge your car, but you could not leave the road. So even though there were many roads and they were all interstitially connected, and you could, of course, thereby travel the continental United States, you could not leave the road system with your car because it's not going to move off the road. It's just constantly recharged by the road itself. So they called them the black roads because that was the color of the roads, their material, but they had the capacity to be recharging your cars and moved along. But this eliminated the dependence on oil. At least at the immediate level where we're pumping it into our cars. Let me see. So what they were originally, this was January of 1976. They said that these were original science fiction novels published by this company. Their objective was to publish or issue 3 novels a month. But the line folded in February of 77. They began in August of 75, folded in February of 77. That's a long time for 3 novels a month. Holy shit. I'm surprised they lasted that long. But laser books must have gotten up into higher numbers at that point. And but this was number 17, and it was a a profoundly interesting book. By the way, there were other aspects to their social analysis, or their kind of social, how would you call it, vision. The vision of the author was that the police were given total power to kill people on the roads, not as law enforcement, but simply as population control. So they would just cruise up and down the black roads and kill people at random. And of course, these were like police who were basically, like, a surgeon is kind of like a frustrated psychotic, like a serial killer likes to cut people up. Obviously, a surgeon has to have some certain amount of morbid interest in opening people up and physically working on them, but it's somehow harnessed by society for the betterment of society. So you could call surgeons kind of like repressed serial killers. When it comes to these police, they were far more open about their psychosis, and far less repressed, but nevertheless harnessed for quote-unquote the good of society. But at the end of the book, that control of the police breaks down, and they rebel, and in what's supposedly for the social betterment of everyone. I'm not quite sure that would be what that would be. It didn't pursue it after that. It didn't explore what would happen after the rebellion. But there's other interesting aspects to it, common science fiction tropes. A kind of messianic little girl who becomes like the focus of fighting the state, the state as it exists with the black roads and a random murder of people. That being said, so that's what comes to my mind. That's what comes to my mind with this. And other than that, what else is on your mind? I mean, since it's just you and I tonight for a while until you get sleepy.
Well, Brendan joined.
Oh, did he really? Let's take a look and
may or may not be ready to talk.
So Brendan, I'm presuming that earlier you were referring to the Cherry Blossom Festival that took place at the park. Now, let me see if I remember where we were driven to, Columbia Park, and it was in Torrance, California. Is that what you were referring to? Was the Torrance, California Cherry Blossom Festival? Because the rest of the stuff that I'm familiar with, San Francisco's Cherry Blossom Festival isn't till the next 2 weekends. It'll be over the next 2 weekends. Just so people know, if you want to visit San Francisco for the Cherry Blossom Festival. And Brendan says, I'm making gongfu tea. Yes, cool. He says, Plum Blossom Festival. Okay. So tell us about what you saw. You went to San Francisco to see this, right? In the Chinatown? Yeah, when he's ready.
When he's ready.
Oh, in the meantime, yeah, our man Aristides is with us, and so glad he picked that bone. And what was it I was covering as well, that he might have... Yeah, what else did you hear? He says...
I heard the whole thing.
Oh, cool. I mean, but was there anything worth addressing?
No, that was the only problem I had. No, I never... It's okay.
Yeah, for those who I do want Heather Holman out there. I did call you. You are given the capacity to jump on call anytime you wish tonight. The only negative or downside to that being that I'm not quite sure how long I'll last tonight, for reasons I've already articulated. But Wednesday I should be back on my feet. Should be back in some sense of biorhythmic norm. It's just been weird lately with everything that was going down. The PG&E was threatening to cut my power off on the 10th. They had a deadline. They were going to cut it off on Wednesday the 10th. And when I spoke to them about what happens if my landlord doesn't respond to you, oh, well, then we cut your power off. And it's like, think about this shit. I mean, it's like...
What do they need to do?
read the stupid gas meters, which I don't use any gas, so all it's gonna say is 0000, and it's like it's in the same fucking at basement next to the meter of the people who live upstairs, who are 1240 Green Street. So it's like, how come they're not being asked to allow the person into the basement to, read the meters? Because it's like he can read them at the same time because they're right next to each other in the same goddamn basement. So all they need to do is call them to let them in. So they got a twofer there as to people to approach. I mean, did they approach them and they said no? From what they're telling me, you cannot refuse because this is PG&E and they're Murder Incorporated, and so. But they said we're gonna cut your gas off on the 10th if you're because I said, well, you gotta talk to the landlady, and I said what'll happen if she doesn't respond? Then we cut your gas off. I said, but I pay my bills every month. So I mean, this is the insanity. I pay my bills every month. I don't use the gas. There's nothing for you to read. They might take a look at the water tank too. Whatever, if it's a general kind of safety inspection. But then again, it brings us back to the question about what about the people next door and upstairs. It's like, certainly if you're asking to read my meter, you must be asking to read their meter. And then you could do it at the same time with whoever lets you in the basement. It's just crap. It's just harassment. It's some kind of, it probably sources from the feds because it doesn't make sense otherwise. It's like, my landlord did indeed respond. But then the question is, what if she doesn't show up? Now, I have every faith that she'll show up because she's morbidly interested and would love any excuse to take action against myself if I were doing something, wrong. So she would love to see that I'm using gas or something like that. Because I personally told her that I would never use the gas. Now, there's two reasons for this. The original landlords, because of their fear... You just basically, so people understand who don't know, without dwelling on it or going into details, this house is old. It is back to the 49ers and gold rush days of San Francisco old. And it's built on top of a cemetery. And so I've gone into this before. The city and county knows this. So people understand this to the point where tourists go karts, these little tourist go-karts that the tourists rent, and they ride around the city where it used to be a cassette tape, now it's digitized. The voice tells them where to turn so they can get a full tour of the city and travel down all the crooked roads and shit. When they go by my house, you can hear it say, this is where, there was once a Russian cemetery, but the houses are built on top of it. And so there's bodies on top of bodies because they used to hide the bodies of people they murdered illegally under the bodies of legally buried people. So there's just bodies on top of bodies. The house is haunted as all hell. It's at any rate not a good place. So that being said, what was my point with that again?
That's a good trick. I haven't heard that. Hiding bodies under the bodies.
Yeah. The legally buried bodies, you take the illegal bodies, the ones you killed, and dig into somebody's legal grave, and then you stuff the body under the coffin, drop the coffin on top.
I would think. I would think they would arrange it so before they even put like the legal body in. They'd be they go to the gravedigger guy, pay him off, and be like, "Look, dig that a couple feet deeper tonight." And then you didn't see us, and then so they like dump the other body in, and then they have the regular burial.
That's
the way to do it.
Yeah. That would require foreplanning that, of course, is Hannibal Lecter level. That beyond real.
No, like they, organized crime, they do this. They plan.
Yeah.
They got people.
No, I mean, your point's well taken. I'm sure that's happened. I'm sure it's rare, though. Most of the time, it's just, fuck, we killed this guy, and, okay, go to the graveyard. you start digging.
Yeah, but that's a lot to dig. It makes a scene, and it's a lot of work. It's just easier, like, to slip it in there.
I mean, again, your point is well taken. And that would probably argue for that happening more often than I presume. But still... think about it this way. It's like you said, one bribes the guy maintaining the grave. Do this tonight, put this under the body. It could be that way, but then you really wouldn't trust the guy to do that because he'd be lazy. And then, so you got to have your boys go in and they got to dig 6 feet down, lift the coffin up, stuff the body under the coffin. That's almost at the level of a construction job, but I know for a fact it happened, and they were stuffing bodies like almost like they were bunk beds for kids in some of these affairs. But so that being said, the reason I brought that up was to tell people the fact that so what happened was the original owners of this home, who are the parents of the landlady who's in charge of it now, they lived upstairs, but they were Chinese, and Chinese hate the dead. They do not want to live anywhere where there are the dead, and most of the time they simply won't buy the home. So the fact that these Chinese even bought the home, their way of contending with it, because buying the home itself was rare or unusual, but this became a heavily Chinese neighborhood for a long while, so all the Chinese committed to buying their homes here, and I guess their way of dealing with it was always to live in the upstairs floor, and for the bottom floor, they boarded up the vents. So the vents that would allow the heat to come into your home if you're using gas and heating your home, they boarded them up so the dead couldn't come through the vents. And they figured that living upstairs, they would be free and the dead couldn't come through the vents downstairs, and they'd leave people like me to act as the barrier between them and the dead beneath us, so that we would absorb all the blows if the dead did make it through the floorboards and shit. So what happens is, if I turn on the gas and try to heat my home, I'll die as if I'm in a car and turning on the gas in a garage and just killing myself by what do they call that? Auto immolation? The
asphyxiation.
Asphyxiation through the gas being pumped back in.
Yeah. Well, depends on how it's set up. There's gas heat there,
I think. Yeah, it's not electric, I can tell you that. So something heats this, and you feel the walls get warm when they heat upstairs. When they heat upstairs, their vents are open. You can feel the walls warm. You can feel the walls get warm. It doesn't provide you any warmth downstairs, but you feel, if you spent your time just hugging the walls, you might be able to get something out of it, but it's not going to help you when you're sleeping. Yeah.
And what did they tell you? Did they say your place has heat? Maybe we can get this working. Maybe just solve a lot of your problems.
No, I appreciate your thought process. It shows that you're a dude. You're an engineer. You like to solve problems, and that's good. All of that is commendable. Don't even think about it in this environment. There's multiple factors here. Like I said before, the problem is that, and of course, don't think I haven't thought of this, but, even though I'm not like you, I'm not an engineer, I'm not necessarily that kind of, problem solver in the sense of do-it-yourselfers or the like. But one thing I do know is that the biggest problem is, it's the same as the plumbing. If the, like Brendan Zogit says, 10 pounds of infested dust to burn through, and such being said, beyond that is the fact that it's the same with the plumbing. The plumbing's fucked up, and if the landlady, in all fairness, were to try to fix any of this, she would have to basically tear the house down and rebuild it because it's systemic. It's basically, the house itself is the problem, and the bottom floor is it's just irredeemable or irrecoverable. It's one of those things where if she tried to fix it, she would have to tear through the basement, and ultimately restructure the pipes and the filters, or the, what do you call them, the vents that the heat goes through, the gas heat. And altogether that would mean that she would wind up at some point exposing bodies. Now, even though the city and county knows about the cemetery, knows about the bodies, if this were done, then and bodies get exposed, then at that point the city has to intervene and basically say, we've got to relocate these out of respect, and this is historic, and some of these may be indigenous, maybe even Native American or something, even though all of this was Russian. That's why they called it Russian Hill. This was a Russian neighborhood, which is why you know there's going to be bodies upon bodies, because they don't call them, well, let's just say Russians are like... they have their own version of gangster rap, and they're notorious for thuggery. And during the 49ers gold rush, it could only have been the worst you can imagine. I mean, just sheer barbarism. So what's going to happen is there's probably going to be a mass grave, and she's just going to uncover the mass grave. And at that point, then they say, oh, out of respect, we got to reinter these someplace else. And that basically is the end of her life for the next 10, 20 years, where they just shut the place down, cordon it off, send people in, and over the next 20 years, you might as well just say forever, these guys, the government moves in. So it's just not doable. And so there you have that. So that being said, I just, when I was raised in such bone grinding poverty, and we came here and the place was so fucked up and lacking any of the necessities, none of us were thinking like that. We were just glad to get out of the Tenderloin. But as of course I grow older, you realize this place should never have been rented out. There's no fans for filtration of air in the kitchen. You know how the kitchen above the gas range, you're supposed to have the fans above you for filtration of air? None of that is there. This place was, when you rent a home for people to live in, or an apartment, you're supposed to have at least a refrigerator and other amenities. None of that was there. So we had to buy our own refrigerator twice. So it's been a nightmare. And I hope to fall in with somebody, develop a relationship, and move in with them at some point in the future, and hopefully sooner than later, because this is just not, even for a vampire, it's not habitable. And so it's just really just a storage space. There's when I was telling the PG&E people this, of course they're shocked, and they say stupid things like, I'm sorry you have to live like that, and I was pointing out to them, look, I'm not complaining, I'm just telling you, you're not going to find anything on the gas meter. There's really no reason for you to even come here. Not that I'm even trying to discourage their so-called visit, what they call safety inspection, which is nothing but a meter reading, because I know for a fact in the old days when I used to let them in here once in a while, when some jackass said I'm from PG&E and I would let them in, I wouldn't do that now, because there's just too many people going around in the past who have rung my doorbell and turn out not to be anything that they say they are. And of course, this is what I found out. Even PG&E will tell you this. PG&E will tell you, oh, there's all kinds of people going around with false badges saying they're PG&E, and they say, oh, let me into your house, and when you let them in, they rape you and rob you and kill you. And then after they tell you that, oh, now let us in, because we got to read your meters or we're going to cut off all your electricity. It's like, you can't win. So, best my landlord handle it. Aristides went silent. Hope he's okay.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah.
They said, but their listed reason was safety inspection and not just meter reading.
They say that, yeah, but what are they doing? Well, what are they going to look at? They're going to look at what? The water heater? And that's, what is there to look at? It's going to be the water heater and the meter, right? I mean, it's not like these guys give a shit. It's first off, they're not like feds. They're not with the city and county. They're not with the state or the federal government. They're PG&E. They're a private utilities company. They don't care how people live. But it's the first level, the basement that people think is all there is. That's just got crap in it from the people upstairs. So it's like if they say, hey, this stuff shouldn't be here because this place floods when it rains, they need to talk to them, not me. So it's like, there you go with that. It's so they use that term, safety inspection, and so that probably rings all the alarms and triggers of my landlady, and hopefully that's why she will show up. But like I said, I have every confidence she'll show up and they'll handle this. But if she doesn't before, they've made their appointment. I know when their appointment is, and it's before the 10th. But if she doesn't show up for that, theoretically, then they'll cut my utilities off on the 10th for no goddamn good reason. And see, this is just, in the end, it's nothing but pure harassment. It's just pure bullshit. And it's like, there you go with that. Especially when I've, articulated the potential for people to show up who are not PG&E. Now, presumably that's not going to happen here because an appointment's been made, calls have been made. So, okay, enough on that. Both these guys are silent. Hope they're okay.
I was just making some noise, so I...
Understood. Yeah, he's so inspired by this, he's digging through his own basement now. He says, now I know where to put these goddamn bodies. Yeah, he says, fuck this shit. Get them out of my basement. I gotta take them to the cemetery. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a cemetery right by here.
Oh, God. Well, is it picturesque, like one of the old ones with, like, headstones and angel statues and stuff? Or is it just one of the modern ones where it's just a bunch of fucking nameplates in the ground that they just roll over with the...
There's some nice stones. There's not, like, a lot of angel statues or anything. There's some nice stones.
Okay. No. It couldn't be very big. It's not a very big cemetery, is it?
No.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. And, like, is there room to, like, for people in the neighborhood to die and get buried in, or is it full?
They're still, yep. They're still taking tenants. Yeah. They still are.
Oh shit.
But there's some there going back. Some of the older ones, well into the 1800s.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one poor bastard that I knew. He married this Chinese salonist who was a friend of my own beautician, and I don't know if she's alive. Last time I saw her was just the other day, and she usually I tell her, let me know that you got home safely. There was no such communication. She hasn't responded to my communication since, so God knows she might have died. And you just roll with it. You just got to roll with it when these things happen. But when it comes to the woman she worked with, the Chinese chick, this white guy married her, and his mother died, and he was telling me about it, and he had her buried here in the state of California, and it was outrageous. It was outrageous. It was like the land in California is so expensive in cemeteries. He paid $27,000 for the plot he buried his mother in. And I was like, wow. I said, if you were on the East Coast where I had paid to bury my mom and dad, and it was like a few $1,000s each, and I said, dude, you could have loaded up a fully automatic machine rifle, had yourself a mass shooting spree, and killed about a dozen people and buried them all in upstate New York for the same price that you paid to bury your single mother in. So there you go with that. I guess there's some things to appreciate.
Well, I mean, people, I guess, tend to care where their relatives are buried. It's not just like wherever I can find the cheapest, you know. Some state you never lived in. You're like, oh.
Well, in all fairness, it's kind of that situation, however, with my parents, because what happened was my dad wanted to be buried in Rochester, where of course he was born and in a sense raised till he ran away from home at the age of 16. He had all these pleasant memories of being part of the Rochester Little League baseball team, the Rinky Dinks. That's what the Rinky Dinks is what they were called. The Rochester Rinky Dinks. Yes. And so he wanted to be buried in Rochester, but they wouldn't allow him to be buried in the Rochester Cemetery because he had a headstone that he was going to get from the VA. And they said, well, we can't take headstones anymore because, what they had in terms of headstones and statues and all that was the last they would ever allow, because the stupid groundskeepers unions said, no, we want everybody to get these flat nameplates on the ground so we can sit our fat asses on our, what do you call those mechanical lawnmowers that you ride? What's the name for them?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a riding lawnmower.
Yeah, so they could sit on those and just roll over everybody's grave without having to get off and actually trim around a stone or a statue. So the unions have turned all our graveyards into shit. Just flat little nameplates that you have to walk to and look down on in order to find, using charts and graphs as to where your loved ones are buried. And, so fuck those people. But anyhow, so they got it so that my dad couldn't be buried in...
Yeah, that shit's wild. Like,
Thank you.
The burial stuff was crazy. When I was burying my father, those hounds at the mortuary were trying to sell me a fucking stone.
Yeah?
And I was like, fuck you guys. Like, if I'm going to die somewhere, it's not going to be on American soil. They like looked at me with their eyes were all open and shit. Like, and you're right. It was like $40,000 for like the whole family to get buried. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
And they had the nerve to sell me one while I was alive in front of them. That's how shameless. They're fucking shameless, man. They're like, wouldn't this be a great place for your resting place? I'm like, I'm fucking 20, idiots. And they don't care. They're just out for a buck.
God damn!
It was like at McDonald's. They were like, we can make it a combo. You can just add yours to this package. You'll be fine. I'm like, oh god. Disgusting.
Yeah. Holy shit! Oh, that's hideously funny.
Right.
Yeah, but because the VA gave my dad a free headstone, the only place I could take him where they would accept it was Walcott, New York, where nobody fucking lives and nobody wants to fucking live. Nobody's sane. And it's like Lena Shea / Lena Crane said, it would be easier for her at the time she was living in Albany, New York, to go to New York City Airport, take a plane, fly it to San Francisco to visit me, which she ultimately did. It was easier for her to do that than to take her car and drive to Walcott, New York in her own Empire State of New York. Because she's like, that's how far away it was, out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And so it's, but anyhow, so that's where they accepted a headstone. And Walcott was where my dad's father lived, but of course it had nothing but unpleasant memories. That's the city, or you couldn't even dignify it by calling it a city. It's the shanty town. It's the shanty town where I bit my grandfather's dick off when he attempted to rape me. So that's where my dad and mom are buried, so that he could erect his headstone there. Which it took them several months after he was buried before they got the headstone there, but they ultimately got it there. And it's standing there as far as I know. No one's been able to go up there and check on it, but as Brendan Zogit can testify, Miguel Andahar was, maybe he didn't say that to Brendan Zogit, but he was like saying that to Pavel Edward, because Pavel Edward lived right across the border in Canada, and Miguel Andahar lived in New York City, and both of them were quote unquote conspiring to help me by ultimately visiting Walcott, New York to see if my father's headstone still stood or was sundered or sabotaged by Richard K. Cole Jr., who claimed he had shattered my father's headstone. None of them. It's so far out in the middle of fucking nowhere that Miguel Andahar and Pavel Edward never carried out that mission to photograph it for me, and which means it's probably too far out for Richard K. Cole Jr. to sabotage. But then again, he probably lives within semi-driving distance because he lives in fucking Prattsburg, New York, which is like out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, in the woods. So, there you go with that. At any rate, so such being said, how was your day?
Yes, everything's going as well as it can be, you know.
So tell people about, you're driving, right?
No, I'm...
Oh yeah, you're at home making your tea.
Actually,
Why
stationary. I'm stationary. I'm stationary, but I'm in my car.
Oh, okay, that explains the sound. Okay. It's not that your sound is... Yeah, the warehouse is...
Echoey.
Echo. Oh,
I can adjust here until my battery runs out.
How does it sound? Is this better?
Infinitely better. Oh my god, that's infinitely better. Yes. No longer sounds like you're talking from inside a mausoleum yourself.
Yeah.
Well, update people on the occult siege. I mean, hopefully there's no new news, but at least let people know what went on until newsworthy stuff stopped happening or bad stuff stopped happening.
Well, I had to take, supreme measures against the siege, and so far they are working to repel the dark magics sent against me, so that's good news. But it required a lot of work on my part, and then various consultations through, I had to literally go to a shop like that one in the Gremlins movie where the person's in the back with the fucking statue, and they had to say, "Oh yeah, don't put water on this shit, but it'll protect you," So, so that's working. The feng shui magic is working. Then I have other runic talismans that I've been producing for people that are effective, including safe travel talismans and various other things. At some point, I'll release them to market, so hopefully that'll get going soon. But everything's been good. Everything's been good.
Excellent, wonderful. So glad to hear that. And
as you can tell, I'm feeling much better and starting to heal again.
Excellent, and that's profoundly good news. And I
was actually speaking, Douglas, about the Plum Festival. I misunderstood what my friend was saying.
Okay.
The Plum Blossom Festival.
Okay.
So the Cherry Blossom Festival, like you said, already happened.
No, it hasn't happened yet. No, it's happening over the next 2 weekends.
Oh, interesting. So maybe the Plum Blossom has happened today, I believe. Today, or that's what someone...
I thought you were talking about the Cherry Blossom Festival in Torrance, California, where we were at.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they specifically, the person I was talking to specifically said the city, but maybe they just are ignorant. I don't know.
Huh, yeah.
Because Torrance is nowhere near the city.
No, it's not.
I know that for sure.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those places I really wouldn't dignify by calling a city in and of itself.
It's just like there's a lot of nice places in Central Cali, including Torrance,
Yeah. They just are what they are. They're not
very farmy.
Yeah,
nice, quaint.
Oh God, yeah. It's
people think that's what Napa's like, but that's not the case. You got to go south a little.
Thank you. Though let people know, of course, there's I think scenic parts of Napa, and then there's Rohnert Park, which is like the armpit, the armpit of Napa County.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And there, like certain places, like Torrance is closer to Los Angeles and things like that. So that's a whole different picture than NorCal. So.
Yeah.
But people outside of California don't realize how large it is. Like, it's massive. It's expansive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Another thing to bring up.
We're talking like 6 hours away from us.
Yeah. I think. Oh, yeah. No, true enough.
But on the East Coast, you can go from North Carolina to Georgia, like 4 states deep, to Georgia in 4 hours. So.
Yes.
It's different out here.
Yes. No, it truly is. And Oh my God. There's been a lot of developments lately for other people that I know or that we all know and care about on Team Dietrich. I've been told not to talk about them, so I just want people to know that this is one reason why some people haven't showed up. So they've been busy, quote unquote.
Did Pete come here? Who was here? Peter. Right?
Pete was here. Which brings up another thing. Just to clarify for people, I don't know if you heard on the time Pete came back in the morning in one of the last few episodes. He came back on in the morning, and I had been talking about the recent convergence of Asian holidays, and of course that brought up the estates, and Peter comes on and says something along the lines, people can listen to it themselves, they'll hear him along the, it won't be long before they find out who Sugar Daddy is, and just so people understand the enemy.
He said that before.
Yeah, he says that a lot. He says that a lot, and just so people understand, the enemy, meaning the higher echelons of the enemy, they already know, okay?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, it's not, we're dealing with intelligence agencies here. We're not talking about just your average stalker who's
they don't usually tell the lackeys unless it's necessary, you know.
That's right.
Like, I've found that they know everything, like you said, like our conversation earlier.
Yeah,
like, they know about that, but it's like, even if they told someone like Trampoos, like, he wouldn't be able to do shit. Like,
that's right.
Sugar daddies like Dobermans would shred him to
pieces.
Yes,
it's like, thank you.
It's like fucking.
Yes.
Like, good luck. You know.
Yeah, thank you. I would welcome Daniel Arola to try something just to see him.
That would be funny.
Yeah,
turning him into dog food.
Yeah.
That sounded a lot more offensive than I was trying to go for, but it doesn't matter.
No, actually, it's music to my ears. Just music to my ears. It's like imagine people, Steven Seagal with his fat ass dragging his butt around in some camo outfit, trying to break into somebody's estate and getting ripped apart by dogs, and all you would do is laugh.
Right, because if that happened to Steven Seagal, then Daniel Arola would be like, "Look at him run like a girl."
Yeah.
But it would be funny to see him doing it.
It'd be the same way. You couldn't tell them apart. If you would see Daniel Arola from a distance, say you're like a helicopter view and you're hovering and you're just watching, a race between Daniel Arola and Steven Seagal.
The only thing he's missing is the ponytail.
Yeah, that's right. From the pack of pit bulls and Dobermans and Rottweilers that are unleashed upon them. You couldn't tell which one was which. They both look like Weebles. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. They're both fat ass. And it's like Brendan Zogit said, the moment that his sugar mama died, the first thing her kid said was, the first thing we got to get rid of is that crazy ethnic motherfucker running around in the backyard waving the samurai sword. Yeah, that's the first thing they said. And then Daniel Arola comes along and says, I escaped! I ran away! I couldn't take the slavery anymore.
His diatribe that he gave me was like, everything Douglas said is wrong. I chose my fate. Or something. He didn't literally say that, but that's basically a summary. And he said everything I told him about that lady was totally different and all this. It's like, someone's triggered. It's like,
This.
It's bad when someone on acid can write paragraphs so well. It's like something's going on.
That's another alter. That's almost like another alter. It's almost like that the real Daniel Arola. It's the real Daniel Arola, but at the same time, the regular Daniel Arola. Oh, it's like he's almost incapable of doing even that.
It seems like, and I'm just conjecturing here. We're just shooting arrows in the dark.
Yeah.
It seems like he has no more money for weed, so he's like, he's like so sober that he can now he's like a genius, super genius. It's like comparatively, we're saying comparatively. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because before he would just send me memes and photos of him growing weed and just being like some classic stoner shit where it's never a conversation. It's just yeah, man, this is what I'm growing. Kind of like Trampoos.
Yeah.
He would send just word salads, but then now that he has like no more money, he's like sitting there writing paragraphs. That's all he has. Poor guy.
Oh shit! That's gotta be the most painful thing in the world. The withdrawals from no pot, no acid. I mean, he's got a whole cocktail of drugs to come down. It would be, that's what will happen to Trampus if he ever ran out of money.
I wonder if that's why it took him years to like sober up enough to strike back, because it literally took like a couple years.
It did. That's right. That's true. Yes. See, yeah. Oh my god.
Because he was pissed off around the time. What's his name? Like when that whole issue with
Jambo the Reese Monkey and all.
Yeah. So that was like the original time, and then like his world fell apart, and then he's just now coming back for revenge like last year, you know. It's like, man, it's, you know, it is what it is. Just move on.
Yeah, thank you. But it's still hideously funny, and at least morbid entertainment can be derived from it. So there is that.
Yeah, and like you were saying, like after we basically threatened Trampus indirectly. We didn't directly threaten him, but
which, by the way, just so people understand, it would be perfectly in our rights if we did, because all we would be doing would be reporting him to the authorities. But go on, yes.
Yeah, we would just report him to the court.
Yeah.
That basically has a bolo out for him because he is like a public. He attacked. You know, it was a public record. Like they left it on there for a reason.
Yes. We're talking about a violent felon who attacked his landlady. Go on.
Yeah. In broad daylight, like basically,
And he doesn't even pay rent.
That's what we were wondering. We were like, damn, this guy, like, and I looked up. I'm not trying to dox the guy, but I looked up the apartments, and like, they're not like scrub apartments. They're like, you know, middle of the road kind of.
Yeah.
They're lower income ish, but they're not like, I mean, they're in East Bay. They're pretty nice, like relatively.
Yeah.
It's not like some Sacramento shit or like Vallejo, you know?
Yeah. Thank you.
Like there's some decent, you know, I don't want to say the city as much as I don't like the guy. It's like,
you don't want to insult the poor city. Yeah.
Exactly. It would like be worse on the apartment complex. It's like bad advertising if that guy's there.
Yes.
You know? Like literally, I felt bad for the apartment complex. I was like, man. People are like posting that shit on Nextdoor, like this guy lives here. Like, fuck.
Yes. Oh, delightful. That's so fucking funny, and it's so true. It's yes.
But like you said, it's like that's why he had to stop, because if all we had to do is just call up the court and say, look, this guy's like really bad. He's like he's lashing out. Yeah. They would just go round him up.
Yeah.
Like, no, legitimately, I think like in those kind of cases, they can 5150 you again.
Yes.
Like on a drop of a hat if someone complains. Like,
it's true. Like,
all they need is the call, and they'll send what are those things? The orderlies and shit. Like,
yes,
they still have them.
Yeah, the screws. They'll turn the screws.
So it'd be like one flew over the cuckoo's nest, and you know, we basically, that's our nuclear option with him. Unfortunately, sorry.
Yes.
To say, but
thank you. And
we would nurse ratchet him.
Yeah. No, I love it. Now, one of the things that you can help us go into is obviously Peter Moon brought up the ugliness of Christianity, and obviously you could bring up a little bit about the Third Temple, which I think he was alluding to when he was talking about Solomon taxed the people and all that stuff, but basically
Solomon taxed. He's saying he taxed people.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was taxing people. He says, yeah. I don't understand why he had to tax him when he had all those jinn building the fucking.
Yeah, I think you. Yeah, that was my point. You already got it without me saying it. Like, shit, they were getting ripped off because they had free labor from the jinn, you know? It's like, well, what is he taxing for?
Yeah, thank you.
Like, just to put gold on the fucking temple? Like...
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, Peter was saying he was taxing the hell out of the people. He was, basically breaking the bank, breaking the budget, and it's like, but then for what? I mean, were the jinn eating that shit? Eating the gold or something? What the fuck? I know the temple was supposed to be all gilded and jewels and gold and shit. It was supposed to be like, you know, like a giant music box is what it looked like or something.
Yeah.
But
yeah, those things are so cheesy. Like, obviously, like the history watered it down. Like, it didn't look like what they show it as with those like those 1800 woodcuts. Like, you know, like the temple is like this. It's like a, you know, it's like a. It's something that we can't even describe. It's like Baalbek, but gilded in gold and shit. Like,
yes.
It's not,
yeah.
Like, it's not what people show it as
Thank
nowadays.
you.
It's a joke. I mean, that's a joke.
Thank you. No, it was literally something you would not believe existed on Earth. It was something that the whole point was you look at it and you say, shit, I must have died and gone to heaven. It's like, you know, at least in the region that you see this architectural construct, everything around it is literally paved in gold and shit, and it's got jewels gilding the walls. It just looked like yeah.
If it's something that's getting manifested by, you know, extra dimensional entities, it's not going to be some fucking box with a tapestry on it. You know, it's like
thank you.
Like, come on, really?
Thank you.
Like,
yes.
Yeah.
No, it's true, and
like, there's a reason. Let's put it this way: there's a reason why the Kaaba in Mecca is covered like at all times.
Yes.
Like, it's not something they want to show what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, very true. Very
it's
true.
It's like a technology. It's actually like a tech, like some kind of ancient tech. So like you can't just show that nowadays.
Thank you. Thank you.
And speaking of that, my grandpa, I was helping him go through some of his stuff, and he has these slides, you know, like 1970 style slides, like pre-PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he has these that the Ministry of Antiquities of Saudi Arabia had given him.
Wow.
And there are these like sites in Saudi Arabia that were like some ghoul structures and different jinn structures that like you can't find on the internet. Like this is like actual photographs of these places, these like monuments that the government like probably has covered up since the 70s. Like,
incredible.
You know, and they show some of the Nabatean stuff, but there's like towers, like these towers that are like very like ghoulish looking. You know, and they're definitely not human built, but the Muslims, because all that stuff is shaitan, they'll just say, oh, we built it, you know, or it's human built,
or they'll simply hide it, like you said. They'll simply hide it
nowadays because it's like the internet's too dangerous to put that stuff up because people will like travel there to see it. Yeah, they just straight up say it doesn't exist.
Yes, it's true.
Like they show you that one thing, you know, in the middle of the desert that's like a rock with like the face carved out, kind of like Petra, but they won't show you like all the auxiliary buildings or ancillary buildings. You know.
No, it's
Does that
true.
make sense?
Absolutely. No, believe me. To use that horrible science fiction term invented by Robert Heinlein, I grok what you're saying. I really feel it. And so, honestly, I'd love to see those. And if you could take
I'm working on getting them digitized.
Yeah. Okay, great. Great.
So it'll take me a while, but...
Right, and at least show them to me privately, because, you know, you want to be careful about who you share that with, obviously, for all the reasons that you've just articulated.
People just swoop shit nowadays.
Yeah, oh, fuck yeah. And worse yet...
Like all of your stuff, you're like the poster child of, like...
Thank you!
You know?
Thank you!
Like, those fuckers take your photos and run and, like, I have the only photo of Hitler in a kimono.
Yes,
you know,
thank you! Thank
and
you.
It's like straight swooped.
Yeah. No, it's incredible. It's incredible. People have no idea how much.
I love when people bring up Operation Paperclip to you. And
Yes.
You're just like you do it well where you skirt over it, but it's like do you know, like if they only knew.
Yes. Thank you.
Like, it's basically without you, they're like no one would be talking about that shit.
Thank you. And
there was something in that I sent you something a while back of when you did that interview with those two like military nerds in 2016.
Yeah.
And they were like they like never brought you back on.
No,
but they were like amazed. They were like amazed at your knowledge and all that jazz. But you know, and they're like bringing up stuff about Hitler, and you're pretty diplomatic about it. 'Cause this is 2016. This is like pre-reveal. We'll say pre-reveal, like. You know, pre-revelation Douglas.
Yes. Thank you. and
But
go on. Yeah, it's
and they were bringing up something, and you brought up. You were impressed that they even knew about Operation Praying Mantis.
yes,
You know.
yes.
So that was interesting. Thought that was interesting.
Yeah. And
like they're talking about Paperclip, and you're like, "Well, I'm surprised you knew about Praying Mantis." Yeah. So
no,
it was cool.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And of course, just like Brendan says, these people will express all this awe and shit, and then they'll never have you on again because they're, they get all these repercussions. People say, "Why'd you have him on?" and shit. And no doubt they're approached by the gang stalkers. And and conceivably, they're even approached by the feds.
These guys were like, you were like getting them going so much, they were like outing their friends.
Yeah,
you were talking about that incident with one of the Green Berets. What was that guy's name?
Oh yes, probably I was talking about Sergeant Michael Ramirez. Probably.
No, there was another one.
Okay.
It was one of the more recent ones. The guy, the football star from.
Oh, that's right. You're the U.S. Army Ranger Patrick Tillman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Patrick Tillman, and then the guy says his friend's name, and he's like, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have said his name," but he knew the guy that was in that regiment, and he was like, "Yeah, they shot him in the back." Like,
yes,
he outed his friend. He like doxed his friend because of you.
Yes,
that's so basically, you were talking to the enemy. In other words,
mm-hmm.
Like if they know someone from that regiment, like these are not just casual interviewers.
Yeah, thank you.
That's how I saw it.
Thank you. No, that's so true. That's so true. And by the way, that reminds me of just how offended we should be by Derek.
It was actually excuse me, sorry, I apologize. It was 2014.
Yeah, no.
So for some reason, the video says 2016, but when you go into the description, it was recorded in 2014. So it's some bait and switch type shit.
There you go. That's
what I meant.
They probably waited 2 years before they published it, and holy fuck. That's incredible. Yeah. If you got
Hopefully
the link
we can rip a. Yeah, I'll send you the link right now. But we can.
Thank you.
Maybe Aristides can rip it while we're on air.
Yeah.
Because I don't have access to a computer right now. Otherwise, I would be.
Understood. If that's possible, Nīhõ in particular, if it's possible for you to rip that, you would be
cool
the man
if I call
who could do
him
it.
memes?
Yeah, sounds good to me because it's not his real name anyway.
What do you want?
Is it possible? Brendan, explain to him if it's possible for him to.
Yeah, I'm gonna send something that if you can rip it off of YouTube for our files, then that would be nice. Wayne Madsen, this guy.
I probably could.
Yeah, I believe in you.
And if you can't, then we'll ask Nīhõ, and he probably could. But for those,
you were talking about like Roswell, like they were like talking about it like it's a religion, and these guys didn't even know what you were talking about.
Of course
not.
They
did not get it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a long time ago. Pete Witcher, and this is the guy who then later on interviewed Stephen Outram, and Stephen Outram came on. I can't remember whether he came on with Michael Aquino or alone, because there is an episode out there where Michael Aquino and Stephen Outram were interviewed together, but that was some really small chicken shit natty little. It was called Pirate Radio, and I remember that much, or something like that. It was literally called Pirate Radio. It was not simply Pirate Radio. It was literally called Pirate Radio, and those two appeared together. But it went to show, it's like, why? I mean, in terms of how many people could they be reaching? That's what was so bizarre about it. It was almost like they're aiming at the bottom feeders of the internet audience. It's like the real bottom feeders.
That's what you were saying earlier, right?
Yeah, and so it's like the only logic would be that they're aiming for the lowest of the low because they felt that I couldn't reach a higher level in terms of my own reach. So they want to make sure they dominated that lower level so the people at that level. But at the same time, it's also like
it makes sense because your content kind of is like there's like a brain block for like mainstream.
Yes. Yes. Well, they're not going to interview anyone who claims to be Hitler's son. Of course not. They're just
exactly
going to,
like off the bat.
But then again, this was, as you said, this was pre-revelation. This is before I ever said that, and they still drew that conclusion. But they had to be operating on that premise. Because nothing else really makes sense.
It seems like it because they were like, it was bizarre the way they were bringing up Hitler, like they were like taunting you.
Yes. Yes.
They were like Hitler was evil, and all that. But honestly, everyone thinks like that. But the way they were bringing it up was very oddly pointed, I'd say.
Yes, thank you.
Like maybe subconsciously they were told, or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And of course they have to have the American flag behind their heads, like in
like that dingy ass office. Like where the fuck are they at?
Yeah.
In a storage container.
Thank you. And the American flag itself looks like it's been through the mud, I mean, it's hardly respectful to have a ragged flag up behind you, like, looks like you washed your truck with it. And it's just bizarre. All these people are bizarre. That guy, I think, was the guy who was married to a school teacher and said, don't ever out her or they'll fire her from the school. And it's like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? That would lead to that. I mean, that she would be fired from teaching at a school for children. I mean, are you talking about Satanism constantly? Well, then after that, they brought on Stephen Outram, so yes. And of course, Stephen Outram, what he did was he spliced together all these recordings from Revolution Radio, where, of course, for those of you who don't know, Mike Ringley said, I want outrage. He said, I'm giving you free, use of my platform. The least you could do is give me an Alex Jones. I want outrage. So he wanted me shouting a lot.
Is that why you were so, I was going to say, is that why you're so volatile on Revolution Radio? I didn't realize it was like...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of like Rent. It was like, he said, look, I'm giving you the platform for free. I want outrage. I want Alex Jones. I want shouting. I want... So, of course, there's times when obviously my voice is trailing off or something, and probably at times... I don't think I'm ever incoherent, personally. I'd like not to think that. But anyhow, what Stephen Outram did...
Were you getting paid? I mean, I obviously...
No, not paid.
But were you able to survive like then because of your managerises? I think that's who was supporting you at the time.
It's pretty incredible.
We don't need to go into it.
Right? No. I mean, I'm not afraid to talk about it. It's just I can't... The one thing I can tell anybody, I can tell everybody.
It was just a miracle.
It was just a miracle, because the one thing I can tell you, I was losing money constantly. I wasn't getting any money from any of the managerises. They weren't shit.
That's what's so crazy, actually, with this so-called inflation, when it's this hyperinflation, like deliberate dilution of our money. Like you could live back then. I remember you were much more comfortable as far as monthly rent. Because like goods and services were not as much. Nowadays, you go to a fucking grocery store, I've spent sometimes $20 a day buying like drinks and snacks. It's like absurd. It's like and all the dollar stores closed in California. So it's like they're just, and I had some people from my family that they're like, who's that going to affect? I'm like, do you realize people live off those kind of stores?
And
they were like making fun of it. They were like, oh, if you're living off that, you're not really living, are you? And I'm like, oh my god,
no shit. You're not living, you're subsisting. But
but they don't understand that. That's some people have to buy that. They don't have.
It's not a choice.
Free money.
Thank you. They don't have a choice. They don't.
Like you got literally $20 a month after you pay all your bills. Like they don't understand that. Like crazy. I mean, it's crazy.
It's beyond crazy. It's how outrageous. It's outrageous. It because by that I mean it's literally an outrage. We should be angry about it. The funny thing actually that strikes me is that there were two people on this program that were advocating universal basic income, which I have nothing against and I in principle support. But the two people that were bringing it up were Joe Ty and Trampus Nicholson. And I'm like, but neither one of them...
Because in their heads, that means that they would get more money, but it would just dilute the money even more.
Yeah. That's what I don't get. It's not like Trappist Nicholson. He's got universal basic income in the sense that somebody is giving
unlimited drugs.
Yeah, somebody and dildos. Don't forget his dildo collection. Yeah, there's the free rent.
I had nothing against bringing up dildos, but the fact that he was saying they're the top of the line, like toxin free, like organic, like it was like, come on, dude, like really organic dildos, like just.
Well, the stupidity of it is one thing, really? But the reason it meant something to him. But this is the paradoxical insanity. He is shoving them up his ass. For those of you who don't remember, I exposed what he told me not to tell anyone because he was being disrespectful to my dead father on my dead father's death day. And because of that, I said, fuck you, and I let everyone know that his father was fucking him all the while he was growing up. So this was a guy who got used to prostate stimulation. So he wound up collecting dildos along with his bongs. And he had shared with me that, of course, there's plenty of times he's sitting on a dildo while he's sucking in from his bong, which I guess is kind of a double penetration of a sort, stimulation in both ends, and it's beyond disgusting. It also explains the strange farting noises later on as the program progressed later into the night when everybody had kind of fallen asleep and dropped off, and I was in the monologue.
I don't even want to
know. Whenever he left his mic on,
the
strange squishy farting noises that explained it. Not that all of it made sense, but anyhow, he was like,
he was jacking off on air.
Yeah, while getting stimulated in the prostate and sucking on his bong.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. What an image. What a visual image, like Amy Como said.
I don't need the image.
Yeah. Like Amy Como said, we're here for the visuals, but Brendan isn't.
He was a creep. He kept getting on camera, and I was like, why does he keep
that
getting on camera?
That's true. Why did he keep coming on camera?
For no reason. For no fucking reason at all.
Thank you. It's not like he's Brooke Gibson, like he's got some boobs we want to look at. It's not like he's got some nipples that we would like to see. I'm sure he has the man boobs, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, he's got the man boobs. We don't want to see
But it's like, I mean, Brooke is like,
Yeah.
She's a skinny Southern chick. It's different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
You can at least do something like,
Yeah, yes.
Fantasize.
Yeah. We didn't mind Brooke getting on camera. Yes, right. But this idiot, no.
But I wasn't trying to have a gangbang where everyone's getting on camera. Like, no thanks. I don't get on camera. I don't feel obligated.
Thank you. But then
no one wants to see that.
Thank you. But then again, the whole point. But again, the insanity. Just to not that I'm trying to dwell on this for the sake of morbid. What do you call it? Like, who's that guy? The guy who always talks about stupid jokes that are sexually oriented was on that stupid, he used to make fun of Art Bell all the time. And Art Bell hated him. The famous, what do you call him? The famous radio announcer. I can't remember. The Jewish guy. I can't remember his name. It was, Aristides. Howard Stern! Howard Stern, I managed to bleach him from my brain.
Howard Stern's one of the most wretched fools of all time.
Yeah, thank you. He's just, and his entire career is just based on fart jokes and all this other stuff.
Right.
But anyhow,
and then, well, I know it's controversial, but during COVID, he was like, all of a sudden, he was like a bastion for like, I'm going by the rules and you guys got to do this and that. It's like, dude, you were fucking supposedly against the system this whole time, and then you come out like that. Like,
there you go.
But he just shows his true colors. He was a stooge for them the whole time,
Yes.
To bring down the morals of everybody.
Yes. Yes. It's true. Yes, that's.
But then when the tables are turned, he tries to claim, "Oh, I'm taking the high ground now." It's like,
yes,
like, bro, you sold your shit a long time ago.
Is he still around?
Yeah, he's still. They put clips on him all the time, talking to these wash-ups.
Yeah, there you go. Best word for it. Yes, these wash-ups. Yeah. That was like Art Bell was like that. Art Bell was just talking to wash-ups all towards the end. He was
like the king of layups.
Yeah.
Art Bell.
Yes, so we're not trying to be like Howard Stern, but just to drive home a point, you've got this idiot Trampus Nicholson who's bragging about organic dildos, and he didn't want to put anything quote unquote toxic up his ass, but he's in his mouth putting in poisons. I mean, help me out here.
This is some serious fucking Freudian shit, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the highest level psychiatrist. That explains why psychiatrists were just like, yeah, just fucking take ketamine until you fucking shut down.
Yes, thank you.
You know, like that was their only option. They're like, all right, this guy's got to go fucking tranquilize or nothing. Like that's their only option left, you know? Like, it's just, you know.
That's
and
true.
I'm not hating on him because he has whatever sickness, but it's just like, you know, it's just, he's not.
Yeah, but believe me, he deserves to be hated on. It's not just the free rent. It's the fact that he spends his time bothering us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Trying to get us to hang out, and like he's like, oh, Doug and Brendan, come have pizza with me.
Yeah,
like,
and beer. Don't forget the beer.
And then, do you remember when we brought it up to him, and he was like, I was thinking non-alcoholic beer.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
come
right.
On.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you never said that once.
Yes, that's right. And he wanted to go driving, too.
Yeah, oh, I'll drive you all around the bay, and we'll go up to this spot in SF I know about. Like,
oh, drop acid, drink beer, and as soon as either one of us is sick or unconscious, he'd be
like a reverse hitchhiker where like the driver tries to kill you.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
right. Yes, with his Cthulhu dildo. He did. By the way,
yeah, he kept saying yeah, that was fucking wild. He kept mentioning that, and it's like, dude, I don't care about that. I literally had to say that. Like, I don't care what it looks like. Like, leave me alone. I think that's what finally pissed him off.
Thank you. Yes. Maybe that's one of the factors as to why he had the psychotic break on the show. Which, by the way, I owe him for that because that.
Well, now we know why, because he was the Michael Aquino fan club.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
He wants to get eternally violated by Cthulhu tentacles.
Yes, that's right.
That's crazy, man. You attract some really crazy people.
I attract it's like I'm like human flypaper. I'm like a flypaper for demons. Yeah. I'm a flypaper for demons. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
And but I owe him for that in the sense that I probably would have tolerated much longer than I should have Brandon Young and Mark H. Except that when he went into his psychotic break, they all three became, the same to me. At that point, it was just all three of them. It's just fuck all you. Fuck all
you. I knew we were in some deep shit when they started vibing on Stephen King.
Yeah.
And they were like, when you were gone, I had to sit there and just be like, ooh, like they're like, I felt like I was in a room with like two crazy people, and they're like rubbing their hands talking about Stephen King. Like, oh yeah, that's my favorite book where the guy like disembowels that guy, and I'm just like, oh man. I knew it was over for Brandon Young then. I was like, ooh,
By the way,
when his best chemistry is with that guy, it's like it's over.
Thank you. No, that was, and then later on, Trappist Nicholson complained to me that Brandon Young couldn't keep a straight thought. That he said his thought process kept zigzagging and he couldn't follow Brandon Young's thought process. So I'm wondering just how bad Brandon Young was. I mean, it was. So you heard?
Yeah, no, I noticed that too. It was like he would bring up, Trampus would bring up in surprising detail a Stephen King book. Like
he's reading from it, almost like he's reading from, but he's not.
yeah, exactly. Like he knows it from memory, like by heart. But then Brandon's going from story to story instead of that one. So it was weird.
God, that's so frightening. That is so fucking.
How did Brandon go from Tolkien scholar to he can't even remember a Stephen King?
Thank you.
Storyline.
Thank you.
I mean, this is kind of.
Thank you.
Suspicious.
Yes, no, it's this is what happens with a company.
Him and the other guy were like top Tolkien scholars at one point. He sent me this
true.
Like He like sent me a
John Evans. Him and John Evans. Go on.
Him and John.
Yeah. The blind bard. Go on.
Yeah, but he sent me like this they were having high level like talks and podcasts that were recorded.
That's true.
With like,
that's true.
You know, with like Ivy League Tolkien heads and
Thank
stuff.
you.
So
Thank you. Tolkienites. Ivy League Tolkienites.
You know?
Go on. Yeah. Yeah. And it's he descended.
That's originally why I appreciated Brandon. You know,
That's right.
We know that. I was clear about that.
But also emphasize the fact that he was his family was privileged enough to get him kind of almost personally tutored, or at least in the classes that were lectured by what's his Chomsky and shit. So the linguist.
No, he told us he personally was tutored by Noam Chomsky on various times when he was a child.
Right. Oh, I mean, and that alone. By the way, we believe that. By the way, we take that to be true simply because of.
No, he talked about him like he was like it was like his uncle or something. He knew him well.
Yes, that's true. No, because he would bring him up and talk about that. And his parents, of course, did have that kind of money. We know that, of course, because of the time that he collapsed on air, and I called the police to do the welfare check, and they told me we can't take calls from a different city. You're in San Francisco. We can't just, do a well-being check on someone when somebody calls from anywhere in the U.S.
In and of itself is insane because nowadays people get swatted and shit.
Thank you.
They don't even ask questions. They just say,
"Yeah, they dispatch men with machine guns." Yeah.
What's the address? And they fucking break down people's doors
and shoot their dogs. Don't forget they shoot their dogs.
Some dude playing fucking Fortnite.
Yeah.
So for them to even question you is already anomalous.
That's true. And then of course when I said, "But it's Brandon Young," and they said, "Of the Young family?" I said, "Yeah." And they said, "No, we're on our way." Yeah.
Right.
And then they knocked on his door. So we know he has standing in Boston. I can understand the police doing what they did because your average policeman doesn't want to do any work, right? I mean, you just want to
the original way you described it is you said,
yeah.
They wanted an address.
Yes, that's true.
And you said all I know is he's Brandon Young.
That's true. That's true.
And they basically said, "All right, we're on it," and they just hung up.
That's true.
They didn't even ask you questions after that. They just straight up went to check on him.
That's true. It is true. All of that's true. So we know he has this very. Yeah, it's the only reason why that Kelsey chick was even interested in him. I have no doubt.
Of course.
But then she couldn't even stand it. And after she said,
and Brandon Young hasn't been back. I haven't seen him anyway.
Poor son of a bitch.
And like when it first happened, I was like, I wasn't sympathetic, but I was like telling him like, that you guys were laying into him, you and Peter, and I made a joke. Maybe this is what Peter means by I create my own problems. But I was like telling Brandon, I was like, don't take it too hard. You're getting flack from two old guys writing about occult topics. But then, in hindsight, it's like, now I know what you guys are talking about. So.
Yes. Oh my God. And that poor son of a bitch. And he's always so lonely. I mean, the thing is, he, at this point, I may as well say it. He like, do you remember at all, what was her name? She was from Quebec, that French chick. Do you remember the French chick who was on my show in the old days?
Oh, no. We're not talking about the old lady. It's someone else.
Yeah, no, she wasn't an old lady. No, you're not talking about...
Not Michaela Grigorich.
No, not Michaela Grigorich at all. No. For she's Italian, Slovenian.
Slovenian. Yeah, but I remember this other lady. I just don't remember her name.
Right, I don't remember her name. I'd have to look it up, but both Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Eggert drove her away. And that's probably for the best, but whatever her name was, and it's probably for the best. I don't remember her name, but she was Quebecois, and she spoke French, and you could hear that. You could hear her French accent, and yes, she did speak it. She wasn't affecting a French accent. In Quebec, of course, it used to be that French was, like, if you didn't speak impeccable French, you couldn't get service in restaurants in Quebec. It used to be like that. But,
they have heavy accents. Like, I know a guy that he sounds Jamaican and shit. It's like, it's hard to understand them.
Yes.
They have very heavy accents.
Right, yeah, but so she had a big crush on me, and what happened was she got driven away by Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Eggert. So then what happened was she started plucking at the low-hanging fruit that was available, and that was Brandon Young. And the thing, because I don't remember her name, I can say this. Basically, she had some husband who was probably dealing in pedo porn. because this guy was like, one time I was like bringing up a holiday, what's called an awareness day. It was an awareness day for human child trafficking. And so I illustrated a picture that I published on Facebook of a young girl who had been raped and a bunch of bloody rags or bloody Kleenex to show that she had been deflowered. A man smoking a cigarette after committing the act, but she was obviously underage. And I presented this in such a way that no genitalia was shown. It was just the act was suggested graphically enough where the point was driven across. I published that on Facebook and I got banned for 24 hours. And that was for that. And this guy got banned 6 to 9 months. It was something like 9 months, I think. Something like childbirth. He was banned for 9 months off Facebook. And his wife told me, oh, yeah, it's because he was like dealing in used cars on Facebook or something. I said, what the fuck, banned for 9 months?
Wow.
Yeah, he must have been doing something a lot worse than that. But anyhow,
the irony about that is they finally caved in and just made Marketplace.
Yeah.
And it's their biggest draw.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, those fuckers.
That company is just like, it's just against itself.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that he wasn't doing what she thought he was doing. That he was doing something else. Right. But he had a brother who was in prison, and the brother was coming back, and she had 3 sons. The brother was coming to live with them straight out of prison, and she was worried about her 3 sons. And the fact that the father would allow that would also show that he's into something bad. You get what I'm saying? It just. But
That's not a normal train of thought.
Thank you. And but. She had 3 sons. I said, how the fuck do you live with a husband and 3 sons? But apparently the husband just wasn't in her life. This is why she was like looking for somebody. And the person who was kept up to date on all of it, believe it.
The French lady?
Yeah. But
so those French husbands they just smoke cigarettes and womanize. They ain't home.
Yeah. Whatever his
French Canadians, let me be clear, but also French.
Yeah.
Parisians being like that too.
Yeah, I hear you. With something like that, or he might have been you know what? He was an American because she told me that he had lived originally in the west coast of the United States and that he was in the same apartment as Stephen Outrim at the time he'd been living in the United States, and that he had sold Stephen Outrim his used computers. She said Stephen Outrim got a start because her husband sold him his used computers, and that was why
that's shocking.
That's how she knew about me. That was how she knew about me. Yeah, well, that's not just shocking. It shows how incestuous the whole,
right.
And
so basically, she was just sent towards you. Like,
kind of.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Heather's with us.
Yes.
And she says AFK. What does that mean, Heather? What is
away
it?
from keyboard.
Away from keyboard. Yeah. I didn't know if that was too old-fashioned or not.
Oh shit.
It's still valid.
Yes. Well, welcome aboard. So Heather
just has never played a video game in his life.
So Heather, do you mind if I finish this up? Kind of finish up the story here? And maybe you remember this chick. Do you remember this chick?
I don't remember any of the people that you were talking about.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's probably for the best too, for your sanity. But at any rate, her husband, if he had sold used computers to Stephen Outrim, no doubt he was involved in other nefarious things. Who knows what was on those computer hard drives, or why Stephen Outrim wanted them? Probably because of the shit that was on the computer hard drives. And that was probably a deal in which he sold him his childborn. That would be a nice, quiet way of doing it, underhandedly. So at any rate, her hubby, he wasn't tending to her. He was not satisfying her. He was not there. So she was looking first at me and then at Brendan. And so the person kept up to date on all of this.
Brandon Young.
Yeah, Brandon Young. So sorry, Brendan. Didn't he die? So sorry.
You called me Brandon Young the other day.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I guess at this point it's like an advantage not to be, what is it? What's your ninja technique called?
In
the darkness.
Yes, stealthy.
Shinobi.
Yes, inindo.
I think that's why I actually stopped listening to you, is because that's when that guy would talk about the science fiction writer all the time, Lovecraft.
Yeah. Yeah,
that was
yes.
Brandon Young.
Brandon Young.
He would like.
Yeah, okay,
go
yeah, that's why I
into
stopped listening. I'm
Lovecraft
like,
for,
man, I've heard
entire-
enough of that. Lovecraft.
Oh,
stuff.
you know what? You know what? What
Entire
Heather's referring to is a
spectrum.
lot of my callers were doing that. One of them was Charles Schwab. Not Charles Schwab. What's his name again? Schwab? Matthew Schwab? Matthew Schwab! Yeah.
That's another ex, right?
Yes!
Another ex guy.
Yes!
But he,
Yeah.
not like an ex as in an ex-husband, like an ex. Like he literally said he was Mr.
He told me he thinks that you're his father, Douglas.
Yes! Yes, that was his obsession. He was convinced I was his biological father, and he was painfully Jewish. So it was their joke on, hey, look, Hitler's son has a biologically Jewish son. Guess Hitler must be Jewish. Get it? You know, so it was like, that's why they sent him over programmed to think that I was his biological father. And it was,
when you had
yes.
firing lines, it
Yeah.
was constant Lovecraft.
You know,
Thank you.
He never came on, but
Yeah.
he never came on with us or anything.
He did! He did! Heather's just bleached it from her mind for the sake of her sanity. And but yes, what Heather is referring to is the fact when I had the firing lines nonstop, every question, you would think that all that anyone cared about was H.P. Lovecraft. And it wasn't just Matthew Schwab, it was another guy in the Deep South in Dixieland. I can't remember what his name was. He was a decent enough guy, but all he wanted to talk about was Lovecraft. It's all these people who cared about. But at any rate, the point was that with Brendan, the person keeping track of what happened with that Quebecois and Brendan mooning after her was, of all people, Peter Moon. He was kept up to date by both parties. Both parties apparently considered Peter Moon kind of like a middleman or some kind of point man. Their good time Charlie, their chuckles, if you will, by which they communicated while they tried to arrange a rendezvous with each other. But then her husband went after Brandon Young like with a vengeance. Her husband pulled a Liam Neeson on him. If anyone's familiar with Liam Neeson, what was the franchise he was in? I Will Track You Down, I Will Kill You. What was
Taken.
Taken?
Yeah, Liam Neeson's Taken.
Yeah. Her husband pulled Liam Neeson Taken on Brandon Young, and Peter Moon told me, Brandon Young, he's should I let him into my home? He wants to move in with me for a little while. He's scared shitless. There's this crazy guy, you know, the husband of that Quebecois chick who used to live in the same apartment with Stephen Outram and sold him his computers. He says he's coming to kill Brandon Young and shit, and Brandon's on the run now. And you know, it took a while for that to die down, but what happened was the Quebecois chick convinced her husband, well, just start satisfying me and I won't, you know, play with these younger guys. And then Peter Moon was telling me, with the conviction of religious belief, Peter Moon told me with this 100% certainty, he's living up to his marital responsibilities now. He's fucking her. He's fucking her good. He's fucking her every day now. Like, he's not happy about it, but he's doing it to keep her mother and their 3 children. So I guess so that there was some barrier between them and his brother, the prisoner, who was out to rape them all and all that shit. So there you go. Just more weirdness with all that. Further gossip as for how that went down. That. You know, was part of that world. And but Brandon, he would get into that kind of trouble because he's got, you know, no one wanted to be with him, and obviously it's because the same way they didn't want to be with Trampus Nicholson, who you notice never talks about girlfriends or any desire for girls, or you know, Mark
He said
H.
he was
never.
married. He said he was married.
Oh, at one point, that's right. He said he was married at one point, and that you do remember the fact that he said she left him after less than a year. Yeah. You do remember that. It's okay. Let's bring Heather Holman on for a.
Yeah, Heather, I got your message, so I appreciate what you said. We don't have to bring
you're
it up,
just
but I
the
was
best.
just.
You guys are all the best. I'm glad that you let me join you.
Of course, Heather. Of course.
Yeah.
And you're a wonderful person. And
Well,
now, would you like me
really
to?
not.
Would you like me to read this out loud? No, I guess you wouldn't want me to read this out
What?
loud.
What is that?
Your message to me, it's almost like a kind of dialogue.
No,
Marcel Proust. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to. I mean, I sent messages to you and Brandon because, I'm just like, I'll listen, and I didn't expect you to even continue to want to talk to me or anything like that. I just wanted to let you know, how I felt.
Mm-hmm. I understand. And
besides, I'm 50 years old. I'm like heading towards the last terminal decade of my life.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. How
you say it? I just feel so
the new
old.
20.
50's the new 20. You look at Peter Moon. I mean, that guy's 70 and he's playing touch football, with all those black guys. Yeah.
I need to tell everybody though not to look at the eclipse.
Why? Why do you hate to tell them that?
Because it's just bad. I guess the Native American belief is that you're not supposed to look at it because it signifies something and represents like something, and it's very inauspicious to look at the sun, especially at the eclipse.
Okay. And Brendan, respond to that.
Yeah, I can give an eclipse breakdown because it's happening tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so generally, as per Vedic knowledge, it's the shadow planet Rahu. The north node of the moon is how it's called in modern astrology, but there are these shadow planets that are responsible for eating the sun and the moon, and it's not the moon and the earth interplay. These are actual shadow bodies that are invisible to telescopes or the naked eye until they perform their conjunction with the sun, and they absorb the sun and they absorb the moon in what we call as the eclipse. So in Vedic astrology, these bodies are called Rahu and Ketu.
Yes.
Now, Rahu and Ketu are two halves of one being that was originally an asura. So it's a demon, a very smart, the smartest of all the asuras at the time, when there was the churning of the ocean story, and the gods and the demigods had to fight against the demons, the asuras, and they had to churn the cosmic ocean to bring forth the nectar of immortality, the Amrit. So in this whole story, Rahu learns of the location of the Amrit when Krishna has it, or Vishnu, excuse me, when Vishnu has it hidden in his female form that's beyond beautiful. It's called Mohini. She was hiding the location of the Amrit, but Rahu was the only one in the whole scenario that was smart enough to discover its location. So he was able to touch one drop of the Amrit to his mouth, and in that very instant, Vishnu cuts off his head and severs his body from his tail. And so thereby making him and the reason why he was discovered was because the sun and the moon had basically conspired against him, like Chandra Dev and Surya Dev. So the sun and the moon have beef with this Rahu and Ketu. So because Rahu actually consumed a piece of the nectar of immortality, the Amrit, Vishnu said, you've redeemed, you've received part of the immortality, so you're unkillable. So they were given these positions in the celestial sphere as planets. They're equal and actually more powerful than the other grahas because they're like facets. They can absorb and reflect all the planetary energies. So they're in Vedic astrology, they're considered very malefic planets, quote unquote planets. They're shadow bodies, but they're very powerful nodes in one's chart, and they actually create this kind of this churning in the chart of beings. So when you have an astro chart, and they also create churning in the entire environment in this physical plane. So that's why generally Vedic astrologers consider them inauspicious.
Right.
So, but especially when the eclipse is happening, because their energies are very active. So, and it creates imbalance. For example, you remove the sun and the moon are in perfect balance. That's the male and female energy. That's what creates the the yin and yang of our physical plane. So when either Rahu or Ketu block out one of the bodies, that instantly creates an imbalance, right? So, you take away the sun, it removes ego, it removes spirit and all that stuff, light, revelation, but if you block out the moon, it removes like nutrition, what's the word? Nurturing, softness, feminine energy. So it creates an imbalance instantly if you just look at it practically. So that's why you're not supposed to look at it, because you're getting all this very turbid energy. It's very hard for normal people to deal with unless you're like very, very centered, for starters. So that's why you're not supposed to eat during an eclipse. You don't eat any food or drink any water that's exposed to the light of the eclipse, unless you're like a practitioner of, some serious centration. You have a very centered spirit, and you have like this knowledge how to use the energies. So that's why it's considered inauspicious. Now, for the most part, they're going to be like they're considered as portals for also other beings to come in, while the sun and the moon are like lessened.
Yes.
They're also like nodal points where shifts of energies can happen, so it can change like timelines and trajectories of one's life. So there are many reasons why it creates an unknown, and unknown is always scary. So it's not as malefic as people say it is. Like, a lot of cultures think it's malefic because it's very alarming. I mean, especially in the days
What is the thing about timelines? I don't get that. I hear that all the time lately. What the hell is jumping the timelines? Please do tell me.
It's not like the timeline is altered. It's like your own timeline of your own chart. Like, it can mark or demarcate like something that changes
like
in your own
stuff.
kind of like that, but it's like something in your own life that is like a very big event, in other words. As an astrologer would put it, like it could be a big event in your life, or a big change, or some tumultuous thing, something that turns over some new beginnings. So that's why, I mean, for the average person, especially like people who are like, just normal people, you don't want a lot of change to happen. Change is always bad. Like you have good things going, your job's going, right? Like your kids are going to school, everything's normal, quote unquote baseline. So the last thing you want is that shit to get turned upside down. So that's why it's scary to like mundane, normal people. But this is the secret of Rahu Ketu, which, is very clear in the Vedic knowledge, that without Rahu and Ketu, there would be no liberation from birth and death. So in that way, they're the most important planets. Rahu represents the future, Ketu represents the past incarnations. And the knowledge of Rahu, finding the Amrit, the nectar of immortality, can then activate the Ketu, your ability to get out of the cycle of birth and death. So the only planet that is considered Mokshakaraka, the planet of liberation, is Ketu. So these are very, very important nodes. But
liberate the demons? Are they the demons?
They liberate. No, you can use them in your own chart. Your own spirit can leave the planes of death and birth.
Of reality?
They're very, very important. No, you don't leave reality. You leave samsara, the cycle.
The cycle of
suffering. It's like, the cycle of suffering. So, like, Ketu is like the exit door. Rahu is the key, the code breaker.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that could be a scary road, though,
Of course, it's like your whole life gets destroyed in that process, like what you consider your life. So,
right.
Over time, they've been considered to be the most malefic planets, but the rishis and the Vedic seers saw them as the actual antithesis of that. It's like your only way out of the cycle of birth and death.
So is it good to have that in your chart or not?
Depends on their placements.
Right.
It's because it's they're not just like normal planets where like you have the energy of Saturn and then the sign that it's in.
No, they're invisible.
Yeah, they're invisible, and then also they reflect, like, the aspects activate them more. what planet they're aspecting, what they're across from, what sign they're in, what they're conjuncting. So it's one of the most complex things in Jyotish Vedic astrology. That's why they're considered so malefic. It's like,
are they together when they're traveling, or are they polar opposite?
No,
or...
they're 180 degrees, completely opposite of each other on the chart. So they create an axis, like a pole,
Yeah, like a catapult.
Interesting. So, Brendan, go on. Yeah. Continue, Brendan.
The final point here is the symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, the world serpent that encircles Yggdrasil, the Chinese dragon eating it, the dragon with the pearl. Those are all aspects representing Rahu and Ketu. So every culture, tribe, nation, culture on Earth has this concept, because that's the circle of the material that we're in. This realm is the circle is Rahu and Ketu. That's what keeps you stuck here. So without mastering that, you can't get out, and so it's a very, very complex topic. That's why eclipses are considered scary.
Right.
So are they negative? Perhaps. Or it depends on the person. Embracing them means like embracing them on an energetic level. It's not something you it's either you master yourself or you're gonna get swept by this situation. And in this specific case, like it's gonna be a pretty heavy eclipse. And then there's also eclipses at the end of the year that are going to be even more problematic. So this year we have 5 eclipses, which is an anomalous amount. Normally it's between 2 and 4. So anything above 4 is considered by the Babylonians to be inauspicious. For example, 2020 had 6 eclipses. So this year we're like Diet 2020. It's 5 eclipses, so it's not good. But also, so we're in for it. This one coming up is the last one to cross America in a long time. So yeah, so
that's incredible. So
you do Vedic. I'm sorry, Douglas. Go ahead.
No, please continue.
Oh no, I was just going to ask him if he did charts, or if you read them, or do you do them?
No, I just do my own personal. I mean,
so you know how to read them though.
To an extent. I mean, very basic.
He does. And so Brendan,
I don't. No, that's why I was wondering.
I think you
prefer. So the thing is, I can read a chart, but it's like, with Vedic astrology specifically, like it's an intense science. It's like you can get sub charts of sub lords. Like it's so detailed. It's like engineering.
Yes.
Right. No, I get it. That's why I don't know about it.
It's like I would be like very rudimentary. I wouldn't be able to decipher anything, but the beings that can decipher literally to the minute. And there's no one on this earth right now. There's like very few beings that can get to that level of
right, because
knowledge.
They try to plan babies like that, but you can't do it by the minute.
You can't. No, you can't. I mean, this plane is designed where you can't manipulate the astrology. I mean, like think about like if you look at a star and stuff, like that's and the sun and the moon, like humans can't do anything about that. It's out of our grasp completely. And that's why to show power in like the ancient stories, like in the Ramayana you had like Ravan and Krishna Ram and Ravan, the battle between the avatar and this demon that ruled the 3 worlds.
Mm-hmm.
The Mahabharata?
This was Ramayana. Ramayana is different timing, but so in the Ramayana, there's the villain called Ravana, the 10-headed demon king. He was so powerful he could control the planets.
Yeah.
And he ruled over the 3 worlds, which is heaven, earth, and the netherworld. So these beings are on a whole different echelon. Right now, even the Desperati, Illuminati, these beings, whoever's ruling, even the anti-God, worshippers, they can't touch the celestial sphere. That's their limit. Like they don't have power actually, So that's what those Vedic stories are saying, is that beings with true power can affect the planets themselves, and they rule the planets. The planets don't rule them. So that's why everyone's obsessed with space and going to space and discovering and all this it's something that humans can't affect. Like, we can't touch stars. Doesn't matter how many nukes we shoot at the sun. Doesn't matter how many astronauts go to the quote-unquote moon, or how many Tesla roadsters you send to Mars. It's like, you can't shift their position. Like, humans can't do anything about the heavenly bodies.
Yeah. That's why Prabhupada said that why does man want to go to the moon? I mean, even if you do go to the moon, you live longer, you still have to deal with old age, suffering, disease, and death,
Yeah, There's no point. So that was the point of the Vedic stories. They're saying, like, you don't have power until you control the planets. Which means, if you take it one step further, the heavens that are above are within us.
Yes.
So you have to control yourself first, the stars within you, before you can affect change anywhere else. So that's their point of those Vedic stories. There's no other point there. But to go back to the eclipse, as above, so below, as within, so without, like, that's like basic. Everyone should know that. Hermeticism. Hermetic.
I'm not going to look at it just to be safe.
I'm saying it's a principle. It's like a principle of where we're at. We're inside of this creation. Like,
yes.
That's reality.
We can't do anything about the stars and the moon. Like, no one, like nobody, like anyone on Earth or any of the controllers, the reptilians can't, like the Greys, none of them can touch, like, alter the star positions. Yes. Only the rishis and, like, really extremely higher beings can. And even then, they're, like, so, like, in bliss states and above and in higher, like, there's so much more beyond this plane that there's nothing. Like, the rishis are like the Saptarishi Mandal is like the Big Dipper is that. It's called Saptarishi Mandal because they hold this plane the way it is. Like, they preserve it.
Yes.
And like you said, Douglas, the whole point of them creating Saptarishi Mandal is to keep any of the negative forces at bay.
Yes. Thank you. No, all very important. So do me a favor and take a look in the text box at what... first, our dear friend Aristides did download that, and perhaps you can reach into that after the call. Just anyone, Heather's welcome to do this too, and download that into your own computer, and we can take a look if that's worth publishing on my channel in terms of its...
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And so as for what Heather entered, take a look, Brendan, at what Heather entered, and roll up until the point where you see the Santa Claus ringing the bell, and underneath that she put 2 entries.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, I see it.
And please read that out loud for our listeners, and tell us your response to that.
What is it?
And then interpret both those images she put in, especially the one with the person being beheaded, because that looks so bizarre to us lay people not familiar with the Vedic histories.
Let's see. Yeah. That's the. It's called Sumandra Chandra, the churning of the ocean story.
Okay. Oh no, where are you looking at? The one that I put in the chat box. Story. That's Mohini. That is Mohini, and she's decapitating Rahu in the celestial sky. Yeah, and that's when he becomes the eclipse. I'm not sure who that dude is in the front.
The beings on either side of him are the sun and the moon.
Oh.
So the silver crown is Chandra Dev, which is the moon, and then the sun. The golden crown is Surya. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the Hare Krishnas we don't
Basically, what happens
onions or garlic.
I mean, those are the Hare Krishnas. I mean, garlic is fine and stuff, but that's another.
But I mean, when you're sick,
I can get into Ayurveda later. Yeah, it's a medicine. Yeah. It's a medicine, but Ayurveda is different. But in this specific story, what happens is Rahu discovers the Amrit, takes a drink, and the first beings to rat him out are the sun and the moon. They tell Krishna, look, he has it. And so Krishna throws the Sudarshan chakra, cuts his head off instantly, but it was just enough time for him to get the one drop of nectar into his mouth and drink it. So that's what made him immortal. Like even Krishna can't kill him after that because or Vishnu, excuse me, like Vishnu.
So didn't they pretend they were women, and so that's how they tricked him into?
Well, that's Mohini. Mohini is she came out of the waters, the churning waters, and and she was the most beautiful woman ever in all of existence. But it was actually Vishnu in disguise. So everyone else was all charmed, and they basically couldn't see through the ruse of this Mohini avatar, the most beautiful woman ever created. But she had the Amrit, she had the nectar. And they couldn't see through it. The only being that could see through it was Rahu. So he stole the nectar. And so it's a very fractal story. These are very ancient. The oldest stories on earth is the Rig Veda, and subsequently these other stories like the Puranas come from that. So this is part of the Puranas.
Incredible.
Ancient Vedic stuff.
And so would you, for our listeners...
That's why he has beef. Sorry,
go on.
That's why he has beef with the sun and the moon, because if it wasn't for the sun and the moon, everyone else would just be staring at the, like, Mohini's, beautiful body, and he would have drank the whole nectar. He would have gotten the nectar straight to himself and been fully immortal. So that's why he has beef with the moon and swallows the moon and the sun every, 3 times a year.
Our moon and our sun?
Yeah, like the physical moon and sun. Yeah. Or they're not exactly physical. They're like bioluminescent type creations, like plasmatic beings.
Right. Now, Heather says Mohini means bewitching woman.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I knew. A lady named Mohini, and that's what her name meant.
Okay. And
it doesn't exactly mean that. It's Mohini is just like the purest essence of feminine beauty, like the ultimate pinnacle of that. Like Vishnu gave that just to to distract all the devas. Like it was
but what is bewitching anyways?
Exactly. It was like a glamour. It's like the ultimate glamour. like the cosmic glamour of like the most beautiful woman he could ever conjure. Like Godhead itself creates like a woman, it's like the most beautiful woman ever. Like that's why these photos are cheesy. Like even a human painting is just cheesy. I mean,
thank you.
I think that it's I love them. I love those paintings. What are you talking about?
No, I get it. They have their charm. I mean, the ISKCON stuff. They like Prabhupada has. When I visited Prabhupada's quarters in Honolulu, they actually let me into his personal bed where he wrote some of the translations of the Bhagavad Gita.
Wow! No, wait. So that was at the Panchatattva temple.
Yes.
Yeah. The only
I went there.
Yeah, that's amazing.
They let me upstairs into his personal quarters, and I got to they said take your time, do whatever you got to do.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah, it was.
That's amazing.
That is.
Yeah.
You know what? The only other Panchatattva temple is in Laguna Beach, so I'm gonna go there. That's
cool.
my temple that my mom used to take me to when I was little.
Oh, wonderful. Your mother was a practitioner of the Vedic traditions?
Something like that. She followed Prabhupada around.
Oh,
ISKCON, Douglas. This is ISKCON.
Okay, ISKCON. And so this is...
International Society for the Expansion of Krishna
Consciousness.
Oh, okay. Wow. So this
the
is...
Hare Krishnas. You would know them as Hare Krishnas.
Right. And so this is why your boyfriend from the Marine Corps is also from South Asia. You kind of related to this stuff to him, or does he know any of this stuff?
I was looking for a boyfriend from India.
Yeah.
And I really didn't want an actual, boyfriend from India.
Yeah.
So I got a westernized Indian boyfriend.
Right. He's so Brendan, if you could read aloud those 2 paragraphs she wrote describing these entities and your response to that. Is that right?
Yeah, Rahu and Ketu are invisible planets causing the eclipse. The demons are giant-sized, and that's why their heads are big like planets. They had their heads severed by the discus weapon, which is the Sudarshan. That's my interjection.
Sudarshan.
Yeah, the Sudarshan chakra, which is very important. Their bodies spew blood out their neck, and it dripped to the earth, causing the garlic plants and other. There's some stories that say that garlic and onion comes from them, but it actually, the story that I'm familiar with was when Garuda, the ultimate bird, the vehicle of Vishnu himself, he actually takes the Amrita. Later on, he grabs the Amrita and has no temptation to drink it. Mind you, he's that's how high the consciousness of the highest bird is. But in that transit, a couple drops of the Amrita fall to earth. and outspring all of the medicinal plants, including garlic and onion.
Oh, yeah, that would
So
make
it actually
sense.
comes from, it actually is part of the nectar of immortality.
Ah.
Like a piece of that. Having these
Nectar.
plants around. Yeah.
Excellent. I mean, the both of you
So-
together. Go on, Brendan. Yes, continue.
So these stories,
No.
because they're so old, they get very mixed up.
Yeah, or they're just from different parts of India. You know, it's a small
Yeah,
place,
exactly.
but a lot of different people.
Yes.
My cat wants to come on here and say hello to you guys.
Oh, welcome.
Hi,
Please.
Midnight.
Yes.
It's like an
Yeah,
actual
nice.
cat. It's not like a
Yeah.
familiar or something.
Yeah, black cats
No,
talk.
I'm not being rude. I'm just asking.
No. She's my black cat, and she talks and she reads. I think all cats actually can read.
That definitely sounds like a familiar. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Delightful.
Anyways.
Her name is Midnight.
Of course.
wow.
Of course.
Of course. By the way, so how do you respond, the both of you, to the fact that the conspiracy theorists insist that everyone should stare at the eclipse without eye protection, no less? One TikToker saying people can just see by common sense that the sun is not 93 million miles away. So
Okay, that's fine, but you shouldn't stare at it. I mean, like, no, I mean, in all reality, though, like from my Vedic perspective, like the existence of Rahu and Ketu and the eclipse itself, like, proves that the heliocentric model's whacked out. But I don't want to
What
go
about
there
CERN?
right now.
CERN, do you think that's going to have anything to disrupt it at all?
No, CERN is nothing. I mean, they don't have any power at all. I mean, CERN is like, I mean,
Right now,
even
but
the
if
word
they're
CERN,
opening whatever.
like CERN is short for concern. Like they just want to concern people with CERN. You know.
Thank you.
It's a joke. Like harping on HARP or concern about CERN. It's just a psyop.
I think it's a Stargate.
Power.
I think it's a Stargate that opens a portal, and maybe they can figure it out, and they did.
Yeah, basically they're trying to get into the heavenly planes without doing the work, and like.
Okay, so
that's one of
there's
their
Rahu
ways.
and Ketu right in the sky, right then.
Yeah,
So what's the
they
next?
can try. They can try, but like they won't get there. I mean, that's why. That's why the beings from the netherworld are trying to even get. First they take over the earth again, and then they can get to heaven. That's their point.
yes.
So this
Oh,
is just part of
demons?
their plans. Like they're not
Yes.
demons exactly.
The Devas, or who did
They're
you
from
say they were?
Patalok. Like they're like what would be called like the asuras.
Ah, yes.
So asura, so it's all in the ancient Sanskrit has like the answers. It's like asur means anti-sur, like the opposite of sur, and sur means song, like the harmony of nature of divine. Like the suras would be like the Mahadevas, like the Panch Mahabhutas, like the 5 elements.
What's
So that's sur. That's
Yeah.
sur,
go on?
right?
Yeah.
Meaning song.
Well, everybody has
something-
their own voice, you know.
Exactly, something that's going to the song of divine. Now, asur, you're going against the rhythm, the song of divine, the disharmony. So any being that's against that is asur, and they actually live in patalok, like they live under, and it's in dimensions that are beneath our dimension.
Oh, okay, so they live under the Earth plane.
There's like inner earth, hollow earth or whatever, physically, and then there's dimensions below that, like Agartha, and in the West we know as Agartha, and
And then
but
there's
there's like 7
Yamadutas.
planes below. Yeah, the Yam Raj has his own thing somewhere.
That's down in the inner Earth too, right? I think.
Yeah, he has a kingdom there, but it's like, I mean, yeah, there's just different things going on.
That's
But
hell.
Yamraj, he has like a job. he has to deal with like judgment.
I
and all
know
that
that's
stuff.
funny that you say that. I was wondering if maybe like, like you know that cynosyphiles are
Like from the Greek myth.
the dog-headed people.
Oh,
The
like
dog-headed people.
yes.
And then-
In
yeah,
other words,
so
the
I'm wondering if those are the
encephalic means head.
Yamadutas.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, encephalos means head, and kyno means dog. So
Kynocephaloids.
kynocephaloids, dog-headed people.
Okay.
Yes. So continue,
Yeah,
please.
those are actually just like physical beings that were here at one point. I mean,
I
Yeah.
think that those are the Yamadutas when they're not at work.
Yamdutas are like they're like the Valkyrie and stuff.
They're like they're harbingers or whatever.
They have different appearances to different people, but they collect you after you die.
But
that's why people like when people die around animals, like animals are like looking up and shit because like things come to get you. You know, it's like that.
Everybody, even people. I work in caregiving and I see it all the time when people are dying.
Wow.
Yeah, the Yamdutas are. You don't want to get collected by them. Like
no.
That's like you're that's like it's like going to court. Like you have to review your life. Like it's not fun. Like that's the whole point of like the Vedas is it's teaching you how to live your life on Earth to get past all that. Like
Douglas, do you know about all this?
Of course not.
No.
Only.
Why the carry on.
Go. No, continue, please. I don't want you to lose your train of thought.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's why the Egyptians were always focusing on like the Elysian fields, and they wanted their heart to weigh immediately to be lighter than the feather. They didn't want to sit there and go through the whole trial. Like no one wants to do that. Like after you die, like you don't want to sit there and have like these higher beings like go through your catalog. You know, it's like that's not fun. Like it's definitely not cool. Like trust me. Like anyone who has enough sense can realize that. Like
okay, Douglas, really quick to paint the picture. Okay, Yamaraj is the god of death, and he sends the Yamadutas.
Doug knows about Lord Yama.
Yeah.
Okay,
Japanese mythology.
The Yamadutas go to collect the people, and they're like wild boars with like, and their heads are wild boars, and they're part animal, and they come with like chains and ropes, and they take you away, and they're beating you or whatever if you've had a sinful life and you've lived, you know, without respecting yourself or whatever, your body, then you go to hell and you get judged and you get sent into the different kinds of hell. Well, if you're good and you don't live a sinful life, then the Yamadutas really don't. And Krishna comes and gets you.
You get put into the reincarnation cycle again.
Yeah, and if you're wearing neck beads, if you're wearing neck beads, you skip all that.
Cool. All right.
That's like the Hindu thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the only thing that I knew about Rahu and Ketu, because they are so fascinating, was that, of course, the usual planetary nature that you hear, that they're naturally malevolent, or this is the popular concept, and that they're basically, essentially, I think, when you try to say dark, ignorant, or carnal in nature in the Vedic term, is it tamasic? Is that what they say?
Tamasic.
Tamasic, okay.
But they're not exactly like that, but yeah, tamasic would be. For the average person, yeah, they're considered confusion. They bring on ignorance. It confuses you. It muddles up your faculties.
Right, and of course the planets, they of course also follow the Hindu caste system. That much I know, and the way I understood it was that Jupiter and Venus were Brahmins, or priestly, that the Sun and Mars... The Sun and Mars were Kshatriyas, are the warriors, and that the Moon was...
Rajasic, more like Rajasi.
Okay.
Passionate.
Okay. The Moon, or was that Vaisha, they said? Or trade, the merchant class, right? Was that...
Vaishyas, yeah, Vaishyas would be, yeah.
Vaishyas. Yeah, and then what...
What are they, the Kshatriyas? You said the Kshatriyas?
Tell us about that
would
term.
Be warrior. Kshatriya would be warrior.
Yeah, the warrior
is merchant.
Yeah,
that is
scholar.
That is the boyfriend that I have now. I don't like calling him my boyfriend. He calls me his wife, but we're not married, so it's kind of hard for me to transition.
Oh, you can say partner. You can say the term partner.
Yeah, so I just say my boyfriend. Anyway, So he was Kshatriya. He comes from the Kshatriya clan of, I guess, Aurora.
Okay.
Is one of the many clans of Kshatriyas, and so that's why he was in the Marines, because he has that blood, the Kshatriya.
Okay, fascinating. Thank you. I think that somebody once told me that Saturn was Shudra. That would be lower caste, though, and
Shudra just means servant.
Okay, but that's
a green dot. You wear a green dot if you're a servant.
Okay.
your forehead.
Interesting. Yeah. And that Rahu and Ketu were outcasts. That yes, I don't know if that's
all true.
Okay.
No,
okay.
that's all valid, but like that's an explanation, or that's a categorization, but there's like a deeper meaning to that. Okay. It's not as it sounds.
Okay.
Because actually Saturn is the highest. He's the furthest away. According to the Babylonians, he's Kronos, he's the top. He's the highest on the ecliptic, meaning he's the most regal, the emperor, the king.
Thank you.
So it's actually not as it seems.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, so does anybody go to Saturn?
Because Saturn is the barrier. Like, that's the ring. Like, you if you don't do the discipline, you can't get past Saturn. That's why Satan is the most feared thing.
Yeah.
Satan is Saturn.
Yes.
It's the most feared thing on this plane because it's the hardest thing to get past. He signs the pass. Whether you get whatever work you do here, Saturn has to sign to get rewards. And everyone's afraid of consequence.
Yes.
Like, if you're in jail, like, everyone hates the warden. That's why he's the villain, So Saturn's always villainized because no one wants to take responsibility. They're always crying about the guy giving consequences. Okay. But that's... and
Satan.
What's interesting... Yeah, Saturn, Satan. So he has a function. Saturn is there for a reason. By divine itself is like, you have to have the brakes. Mars is like the accelerator. Like, Saturn's the brakes to stop you from going too far. But also, it's about self-discipline.
I made that picture that I put there with the
morality,
with Krishna flying through the sky.
Yes. What do you make of that, Brendan?
I made that picture. That's on my car. The thing in my car that goes the mileage.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, I made that.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Okay. That's adorable, and it does.
That's Mahavishnu. Yeah, Mahavishnu, like watching over
the planets.
That's not Iron. Yeah.
Okay. And
that's beautiful.
Now, in terms of the term Ashur, it reminds me of the Norse gods, the Aesir. Is that a derivative term? The Aesir, the Norse gods, they were called the Aesir, the race of gods. Is that also something similar to Ashur? Or is there an etymology there?
Wait, Ashur?
Ashur, the like the Ashura.
Well, the Asura,
like,
and Aesir, yeah, it's the same term. Yeah. Actually, the Asuras would be like the Sparta Zion.
Right, the dark elves. That's what I would think. Yes.
The Aesir are more like devas, pretty much.
Okay.
Because there's the Vanir and the Aesir. Like, there's two classes of gods. There's like the demigods and the supreme higher gods.
Yes.
So, yeah, but the Asuras are closer to like the dwarves and the Svartalfheim and these other beings.
Right.
Yeah.
And fascinating.
And Loki is basically closer, like, and his ilk, like the frost giants and stuff. Those are closer to because they come from, like, Jormungandr, like the depths, the icy depths and stuff.
Yes.
So there's that whole Norse mythology is Vedic. I mean, it's all the same. It's just it's come through differently. Like, but if you zoom out, it's the same thing. So, you can connect the dots with that.
Yes.
And then, yeah, there was one thing I wanted to mention. So we were talking about Yamraj, the king, the angel of death, like the king of the underworld. Yamraj, his brother is Shani Dev, Saturn. So you can't get away from Saturn's consequences just by dying, because his brother is Yamraj and you get your whole trial afterwards. That's why Saturn is the planet of justice. Your deeds will always be judged. You have you can't get out of that. So Saturn is the planet of justice.
So is Hiranyakashipu, is he also a planet?
Hiranyakshap is he's like a demon.
No, not the Hiranyaksha, but Hiranyakashipu.
Hiranyakashipu is his son.
Vlad's dad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, so the hog.
But they were demon kings. I mean, they were not. They're not planetary status. They're just
they were human.
They're Asuras. No, they're not human. They're Asuras. They're like Asuras that gained very high status, and they ruled over these planes.
In the spiritual world.
Hiranyakashipu, he was so powerful that no one could kill him. It had to take Vishnu, Narasimha Dev had to come down and slay him.
So is that the
there's a whole story to
incarnation
that.
of the big boar over the water? That's one of the 10 incarnations of Krishna. Is that Hiranyaksha?
That's no, that is one of the earlier, the second incarnation. The Hiranyakshipu gets killed by Narasimha, who's the fourth avatar.
Man,
So that's
lion.
the lion-headed. That's the lion-headed, fierce version of Vishnu, who disembowels him on the precipice of his castle.
I love that story. That's my favorite.
That's the Prahlad story. That's where the whole holy story comes from. But like no one ever references like that story when they throw colors at each other or like hug each other or like eat sweets.
I went to Holi 1 year. It was fun.
So that holy story is to represent, actually, or the holy celebration is to celebrate Prahlad, this being who was so unwavering in his faith to God, to divine, to the higher force, that his father, Hiranyaksha, was trying to kill him, and he threw anything at him. He poisoned him. He tried to kill him. They tried to light him on fire, but his faith was so strong that like nature couldn't harm him, actually. And then
his aunt died, and then his aunt died because he was sitting on her lap, you know.
Yeah, like everyone dies except him, but
yeah.
The point is he had so much faith, and his father wanted to kill him so much that he said, if your God is real, he will come out of this pillar right now, you know. And he smashes the pillar, and like this half man, half lion, he's neither beast nor man.
Oh my God.
It was neither day nor night. It was neither inside nor outside. Like, he basically used a loophole to kill him, because he had this like boon from Brahma that he couldn't be killed by a man or a woman, inside or outside, by man or beast, in day or night, you know, with any weapon. So Vishnu came as like this loophole for him and killed him. He was neither man nor beast. He killed him with his claws.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Neither day nor night, and neither inside nor outside.
Wow.
And that's the story of Narasimha, Dave, like the fierce. And then it was
so when he disemboweled him, he put his intestines around his neck like a necklace, so they wouldn't be on the ground, and he could put them back together again.
That's right. He wasn't in heaven or earth, and he was hit. Part of him was on his leg, and then he was strung up by his. He was disemboweled. Yeah, he basically
putting on the lap of the Lord.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a part of the story that, like, even like ISKCON like never tells for some reason. But that form of Vishnu was so visceral, so uncontrollably powerful that it was going to destroy the entire planet. They couldn't appease Vishnu, excuse me. They couldn't appease that form of Vishnu. So Shiv, they had to ask Shiv to actually come down, and Shiv came in his double-headed bird form and had to fight Narasimha to subdue him, and they both had to neutralize, you know.
So wait,
those two
after
forces
that happened, he just got up and continued to wreak havoc?
Like, yeah, like they couldn't calm him down. Like he was so fierce.
Oh, no, but Prahlad calmed him down.
Yeah, Prahlad calmed him down in that instant, but it was such a fierce form that they had to have Shiv come down
and take him away
to subdue him fully. Yeah.
I didn't know the last part of that story. I love him.
Yes,
wow.
Yes.
Wow.
That's actually
and they worship him in his form or whatever. They're in London, I think, at the Bhaktivedanta Manor.
Oh yeah.
That's where they have the Narasimha deity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the British royalty uses the lion. I mean, they all use the lion for a reason. It comes from that story. Yeah.
Ah.
What about MGM? Does the MGM have anything to do with it?
Those are more like, you know, fifth sign, Leo. They're playing on like the fifth star sign, you know, Leo, the lion.
You're both doing so well. I'm going to refresh myself.
Thank you so much.
Yo, please, no, both of you.
Whoever wants to talk about these things with me.
Oh, I think that you're always welcome to speak of them here. Continue with your train of thought there, Brendan. But while you do that, I'm going to refresh myself. Or do you want me to hear this, your next thing you're going to say, before I refresh myself?
You can go. It's just quickly.
Okay. Yes.
Like the lion, why the lion's important is because Durga, herself, the highest form of Divine Mother, is always seen riding a lion. So that they want to that it's a show of power, like how powerful. Like how powerful do you have to be to ride a lion? I mean, you have to be pretty badass. So she's like the highest form of that. That's why they use the lion. That's why the queen uses the lion, or the former queen, right?
Yeah.
So they want to show that they have that lion power, you know, lion-heartedness and all that. It means they have Shakti on their side, the force. They're showing that we have the force on our side.
Excellent.
They want that impression. They don't have it, but that's the impression.
Interesting. So I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. Both of you continue. You're both doing so well. I congratulate both of you. I'm so proud of you, Heather, and so glad to have you with us. So
I'm so proud of you, Douglas.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's maybe Sotheby's or one of those auction houses. They actually, the oldest statue that's on display on Earth is over Sotheby's, London, and it's the statue, a black stone statue of Sekhmet, the Egyptian goddess, who is in the form of a lion. So the oldest,
standing or sitting?
It's a bust. It's a bust. It's just the head. But it's on display in London. Like you can walk by it, and it's an Egyptian statue that's 5,000 years old. But they have it over Sotheby's or whatever it is. One of those auction houses. It's not the
black dog-headed one. It's a lion.
No, it's not Anubis. For some reason they have beef with Anubis, but it's Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess.
I think those are the aliens, the Egyptians.
Yes, Sekhmet she's like a very fierce form of the goddess. Like, but they like that energy. That they want it clear that they have that energy. That's why they display that stuff. You know, does that make sense?
Absolutely.
But as far as the eclipse goes, like it doesn't matter whether you look at it or not, but it definitely can cause disturbances. Like you don't want to eat anything, like I said, around it that time, or have anything exposed to your food, and you know.
And that's whether it gets dark outside your house or not.
Yeah, pretty much. You kind of just want to lay low during the time of the eclipse. And depending, like if you're closer to the event, you're gonna get it more. It's gonna be stronger. Yeah. But
wow. And then so what I heard somebody on TikTok, the last thing I did before I noticed that the Skype was on, was that this guy on TikTok was like, oh, if you're going to see people just standing in the street and staring at the sky and their eyes are going to be all blackened out, and don't touch them and don't talk to them, just whatever. I'm just like, what is that all about?
It's just, I mean, that's just how people are nowadays. They just say whatever they want. But the thing is if you look at it without glasses, especially, like, you're just going to go blind. I mean, it's going to burn your eyes. So practically you can't do that. Yeah, like don't do that. Yeah.
Well, I'm already blind, so I'm not
no,
doing
I
it.
mean, like it'll like separate your like retinas and stuff. Like,
oh wow.
Like the corona of the sun, like if you're in like the total eclipse area, like you cannot look at it. Like the corona of the sun's like pure UV light, like it'll just burn your eyes.
Oh no.
Yeah, and it's dangerous. Like it's very, very dangerous.
So that's good business for the eye doctors though, huh?
They would rather not deal with that, because then when you're 80 and stuff, your like retina will be like, have you heard of like macular degeneration?
Oh yeah, no, I'm totally blind. I have keratoconus and I'm starting to get a nuclear cataract. Or nuclear sclerosis, they call it, because it's not a cataract, it's sclerosis. Like an animal, like a dog eyes or cat eyes.
Yeah, that's a cataract. But but cataracts are, you know, relatively repairable. But the retina, like once that's gone, it's like it's gone.
Yeah, they're not able to operate on my eyes because the cornea, I have keratoconus, so my eyes are like cones, and it's
interesting.
Yeah, it's flat. So the part that the doctor sees when they look in your eyes, they see the back of your eye, but mine's like turned over like all the way to the front. So they always get scared when they look at my eyes. They're like, ah.
Interesting.
The eyeballs right there looking at them. It's like it's not far away anymore, like a planet, you know.
Fascinating. Yeah.
I think it looks kind of like a squirrel or a little fox inside of my head. A fuzzy little fox.
Wow, that's That's wild.
Yeah, no, it's very disturbing, actually. I snuck a picture when I was in the eye doctor, and they left the screen up, and so I'm like, ooh, I'm going to check this out later, and I took a picture real quick. And then I'm like, and then they caught me. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Can I do that? He's like, they're your eyes. Yeah, but they never left it open after that.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the doctor won't even come in the room without the other doctor or the other person being with me.
What do you think the reason is? Are you just like...
Because
scared?
one time she came early to help me get a contact out of my eye. And for some reason, I didn't even mean to do it, but she went to go touch in my eye, like grabbed her wrist with my hand.
Holy shit, yeah.
And I didn't mean to. It was an uncontrolled thing. I didn't mean to do that, but I grabbed her wrist all tight, and I didn't know what to say because I'm like, shit, what did I just do?
Interesting. Yeah, well.
So she knows that I don't know what's going on with my eyes. I'm sure it has something to do with something else controlling my right hand, but that doesn't happen anymore since I got part of this dismantled all this shit in my head.
Yeah, got it. No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well.
It happens. It doesn't happen anymore, though. Thank God.
Oh, good. That's good news.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just regarding the eclipses, it's just really, as far as the Babylonians are concerned, who use sidereal, which is similar to Vedic, it's like they consider them like completely malefic. Like, you don't want to be around. Like, they would go inside the temple. They would go back in their house. They would shut the doors, shut the shutters.
And that's what the Native Americans do. And they sit around and they don't joke around. They just sit there silently and they think about, they think about their life. I guess take a good hard look at themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's a more serious event. I mean, it is. I mean, think about like times before we had any computer, or like if you were just like some farmer and you saw the sun just go out for 5 minutes, I mean, that's scary. I mean, that's really scary shit. That's not
Well, the energy that
normal.
It emits too, right, is supposed to be kind of weird.
Oh, it's very weird. I've been in a total eclipse. It's like the shadows look weird on the ground, and it feels
I
strange.
thought about that.
Like it feels strange, and like the leaves turn into like crescents and stuff and start flickering.
Yeah, I saw that. Wow,
it's very strange.
How come where have I been my whole life? Why didn't I know about that? Where was I during the eclipses?
The strange thing about it is, in modern times, it's like easy to miss. If you are like totally absorbed in your life and like no one told you, like a lot of modern people would be like, like, oh, it's kind of dark, it's like everything looks weird, like for like 20, 30 minutes, like it would look weird. Like you'd be like, it's weird out here. You wouldn't even notice hardly. Like a normal person, like if there wasn't like people talking about it, like they would just like walk around, like they wouldn't even notice.
Yeah.
But during the ancient times, it's like you're like relying on the sun to like grow your crops. Like if it disappears, like you're like on your knees, like please come back. Like it's like that's the last thing you want to happen.
They started keeping track of it, maybe, and that's how they figured it out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And the Vedic astrology calculations, like they can predict eclipses better than NASA can, using a panchang, which is a panchang. Yeah, the Vedic astrology calendar is called a panchang. It's the most like accurate calendar, and like it can predict
eclipses. Is that the one that's like 6 books long or something? It's got all the little charts or the little numbers inside.
Yeah. Well, panchang it can be basic or heavy, but
that's crazy.
They can predict eclipse from 5,000 years ago with panchang to now. Like, they can predict modern eclipses. So,
can they predict the future?
Not exactly. You can predict events. I mean, you could see like this energy. It's like an electrician. Like you're making a circuit board. It's like this capacitor plus that capacitor, this energy plus this energy equals that energy. So it's very
cards right. Then you can facilitate for some. Whatever you want.
A means to an end. Yeah, that's how these beings are controlling the world. They have that knowledge. Like they have astrologers. That smart? Yeah, they have astrologers on their payroll. I mean, this is clear. Like you had like
the people controlling the world were infiltrated, by bad people.
Yeah, I mean, they were never nice.
Yeah.
The whole idea of controlling other beings is just, it's against like natural law anyways.
Nature, yeah.
But the point is, they have like astrologers on their payroll. Like there was like that guy, I think it was JP Morgan, he said millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires are the ones that use astrology. So it's like,
Oh my God. I did not know that they were.
He said
into
this
it.
publicly. Yeah. He said
Well,
this
yeah,
publicly.
you know what? Because those are all the people that Prabhupada targeted when he came here and he like had to figure out, you know, where he was gonna select his devotees, and so he found the richest, most, I guess, wealthy.
Yeah. Well,
right?
he got famous in London. I mean.
Right. Well,
And like
all
George
of them,
Harrison was part
and
of
Tom
it.
Ford, and you know, not Tom Ford, but yeah, Tom Ford, his grandson or his nephew, like everybody, the leaders of IBM, the people that started in IBM, all of the old timers, you know,
They joined
timers,
ISKCON. That you're saying
the
they joined
devotees,
ISKCON?
the original devotees of Srila Prabhupada before he left the planet.
Oh, fascinating. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That
all of
explains how
the
he could
richest
afford
people, all the bankers, like Sadhupata. He was a genius. He was like in the CERN. He started all that. The thing about virtual reality, he invented that. His name was Richard Thompson, and he was killed
okay. Yeah, of course.
with the same technology as a lot of people that are in our community, because they wrote the book. Him and Michael Cremo wrote the book about forbidden archaeology or something like that.
Yeah, Michael Cremo's into Vedic. I mean, so basically to make anything practical, like science-wise or engineering-wise, like you have to have Vedic knowledge. I mean, that's how Tesla was able to do it. He was told about the concept of Akash, like the ether. Like without like the real backbone of how things work, like the Vedas, the oldest knowledge on earth, like it you can't make anything. I mean, that is practical, that works. That's clear.
Glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Yes. Yeah. So it's like without that, like you couldn't get to that point. So a lot of these beings, like of course they're gonna get affected once they come up with knowledge. Like,
so Richard Thompson, he is the most renowned. I mean, if I could wish anybody alive so I could ever talk to him, that would be the guy. He is in all of his lectures and things like that. He lived in Alachua in Florida, and he was an Olympic swimmer. And they found him at the bottom of his pool with all of his clothes on, right after they published, when that book was coming out.
yeah, exactly. That's a classic.
And what I was thinking is they probably hit him with the heart attack thing, or the weapon, the scalar weapon or whatever, and he went to jump in the pool thinking he could escape whatever it was, the charge or whatever they were hitting him with.
Yeah.
You know, that's my theory. And I ask around.
Yeah, the pool thing is so cheesy. It's like the same thing they did to Brian Jones, of like the original Rolling Stones guy. It's like, like how do they end up like drowning in a pool? You know, it's like, I mean, that's, no one just casually drowns.
Well, and then he was a Hare Krishna, so you know, he wasn't drunk. He wasn't like fucked up or anything.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, it was a hit. Obviously, it's a hit. I'm saying that's clear.
Yeah. But he was very, very he was very smart, and he was in the science world, and I think he knew too much, or I mean, someone stole something from him, because
that's what I'm saying. They come to know this knowledge and they can actually do things. Like Tesla, like once he learned about the concept of ether or Akash, which comes from Vedic, like he was able to do all this stuff, like everything we have, the Wi-Fi, electricity, AC motors, Tesla coil, generators, like it all comes from just that guy with enough brains finding out a little bit of the Vedic knowledge. It changed our whole trajectory. He had like wireless cars.
We knew that Hitler was like into learning about the Vedic knowledge, and then those paper clips.
I mean, he had like Savitri Devi and all these people around him.
You know, and
he was a vegetarian.
I realized the other day, I'm like, maybe he wasn't that bad. Maybe the people that he was trying to kill, he was killing Jews. It was the Khazarians. Maybe that's who he was going after.
I mean, I can't really comment on that. I don't know, but
yeah, I should have said that. Maybe I get killed, but
no, I'm saying I don't. I mean, we've said worse. Like Doug's definitely said worse, but I'm saying it's like I don't know exactly what dude. You know, like all the stuff that you hear about historical figures. I mean, like we have no way of confirming.
What do you mean?
Like Like even like 20, like even a couple years ago, we can't confirm half the shit people say about others.
You know
Let
what? But
alone
the heart
50,
doesn't
100
lie, and your
years.
heart will tell you if something is right. It really resonates with you if it's the truth.
Yeah, no, yeah, the truth is there, but I'm saying, just in general, like
It's
we
dark.
can't speculate why he did something, right? Like to a detailed, in my opinion, I can't, from my perspective, I can't sit there and say he knew so much, so he had to do this, this, and this. But he definitely knew about Vedic. Like that's why they were in Tibet and like stuff looking for artifacts. They were looking for Vimana.
Did you go to the temple because you happened to stumble upon it and you were hungry, or did you actually go there to see the temple in Hawaii?
No, I went there because I was like, you know, it was just like a place to get veg food. Like they have a restaurant there.
The Sunday feast, right?
Yeah, exactly. The Govindas. So they were like, yeah, come on in. So I ate there a couple times, and I was talking to them, and I was having a conversation like this, and they said, hey, like, you know, you're obviously, and I actually went in and did my own, while they were doing the arati, they were having their own private arati, like a ceremony, and I was in there doing chants.
That's
on
sweet.
My own.
Like you were chanting Hare Krishnas?
Yeah, I was doing my own, you know, chant, and
your own mantra.
No, I did
That's
Hare
cool.
Krishna and Hariram, like I did Maha Mantra, and other stuff. But I don't know, like the Brahmin, the person running the place he said, wow, like I haven't heard someone, you know, I haven't had like a real like devotee in here in a while.
Real believer.
So he gave me, he took some of the tulsi from like the feet of Prabhupada and Krishna and all the idols, and he gave me their personal tulsi, and he said, here, this is a sacred, like, this is very sacred, like,
from the lotus feet of our Lord.
Yeah, and he gave me like that specific tulsi that they only give to the statues of
in Hawaii.
Krishna, and like the Hawaiian tulsi, and he gave me that, and he said, and they basically said like, okay, you're welcome to basically go upstairs and you can spend as much time as you want in like Prabhupada's personal quarters.
That's insane. I can't believe that. That's amazing. I don't even know if that happened to me. Like I would have nothing to live for.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, it was amazing. Yeah.
So was it the blue room with the red painted stuff, or what? Which room was it?
Yes, there was that, but also it was just it was like a bedroom. It was just like his,
with his
where
bed,
he had
and then it had a bed stuff or whatever, bedstead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a little desk, and I have the photos of it. I was there.
Oh,
I took some photos.
Yeah, it's so pretty.
But that place, like I could see why that was like his favorite place to write, because it's just like it's so peaceful,
it's heavenly.
And like when I was there were like rainbows. Like I could see rainbows through the window. It was like his spirit was there for sure.
For sure. Well, that's why he's put in samadhi. I think that that's the reason why they buried him. You know, why they have the moo trees. I think that's how you say it.
The what?
The moo trees of him.
Murti, yeah.
Murtis, yeah,
That's right.
Murtis.
That's right.
I have my own dialect for Vedic because I never like talk to other people who say the same word. So
yeah. Murti is like the statue. Yeah,
Murti.
Face. Murti means face.
Yeah. They put him. Did you see his burial when they put him in the ground? It's like I don't even think he was actually all the way dead, and he's just said, "Do it and bury me," you know, because that's samadhi for him to continue to grow or whatever.
I mean, yeah, they know about like that like this form is just this is like the physical form is just one piece like of the puzzle. Like your physical body isn't the final.
Oh, glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Yes. It's just like changing clothes or something.
I love him. I used to think, because I seen him when I was a baby, I think twice, and I thought I was a baby, so I couldn't talk. So I thought it was my grandpa, because my grandpa also had the same glasses and a bald head, and the way that my mom like was around him, like it was her, like she just enamored. So I thought, you know, that my grandpa. And then once he started talking and I heard Prabhupada's voice, I'm like, oh, that's not my grandpa.
Interesting.
You know? Yeah. And he shook my little finger, like a baby finger. He shook it like, hello, nice to meet you, whatever.
Oh, so you were around them?
Yeah. He died in 1977. And that's when I was born in 1973. So she's been chasing after him since 1967, right?
Interesting. Okay. Fascinating.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay, that's beautiful.
Yeah. So when I go to the temple, they are so respectful towards me because that my mom was a devotee of Srila Prabhupada in like the 60s. She was an original devotee, and they love each other, and they're good people, you know. She's not here. She died 2 years after. So
yeah, I've always had like good vibes with the ISKCON people because they're veg and stuff. Like I'm like a hardcore like vegetarian. So.
Well, every temple is different, and there's scoundrels everywhere. You know, people get in, they infiltrate. You know, Muslim infiltrators or whatever. You know.
Yeah, well, they just do it for like free room and board. And shit.
I heard that part.
They change their names. They could be running criminals, you know, and they change their names to protect their.
Oh fuck! I gotta take advantage of that. Now that Heather's given me a hint as to how I could get some free room and board and crash sometime, I know where to go. I'll be right back again, kids. I want you both to know that you're both doing so well. I'm not. What happened was.
Did you hear that, Doug?
What did I hear? Your chuckle, you mean? Or
Her mother was one of the original followers of Prabhupada.
Holy shit!
She met him when she was an infant.
Oh my god!
I was little, as a baby.
Oh my god! I want you both to know the numbers are holding. You're both doing so great. I spilled my Coke on the floor and I'm snorting up half the rug. I'll be back in about 15 minutes until.
Oh no, you're pulling a Gary Busey, man. Just let it. Just vacuum that shit up. Honestly, sorry.
I'm vacuuming it up, but
you're too young to go to rehab, Douglas. Just leave it.
Yeah, I'm using the straw to vacuum it up with, kids. I'll be back, but just be patient with me. I'm going mute again. Thank you for your patience. You
could have lied about all this.
You would have seen right through it. Yeah, I'll be back.
Right. Yeah, so the Vedic knowledge is very important, and it's like the crux of being on this plane is that the spirit of the truth is in that essence. And the thing is the Hindu thing is really off-putting for many people in the West, but
I know
Vedic is not Hindu. Like that's the thing.
Like
the Hindu
the Vaishnavas are the Krishnas are the Vaishnavas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So and I don't know. I guess it's the neck beads that makes it like official, but
I appreciate the Hare Krishnas because like the food's always good. Like
so good.
I've never had an issue with their food. They're always welcoming to me. And like I said, if you're like genuine, especially as like a devotee, you know, they're very welcoming. Like they
see through all the bullshit.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah.
They said I could stay in their guest room in Honolulu for free. So it's like if I really want to, I could just go. Like not even.
Did you have somewhere else to go?
What's up?
Did you have somewhere else to go?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was staying out there. Yeah, I had of course. But but if I wanted to, I could like just fly out there and stay in that place. But it's like I've
fly around a lot.
Not recently. I've been kind of less mobile, but that's you know, I would like to travel more.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be awesome.
That's the thing.
That'd be awesome if you could go see the other Panchtapa. I mean, the people that run that temple there is a family, and they're just beautiful. And Laguna Beach in California, Orange County. Yeah, and the temple president and his wife, they've been together since they were like young, and they have like 7 or 8 kids. They've got all these kids, and it's a beautiful family. And the wife, her name is Radhika or Radha, and they're perfect for where they're at. And it's like I couldn't think of a better situation because you know they get the bad temple presidents and the people that really aren't officially, you know, they're not austere or whatever.
Of course.
You know,
yeah, a lot of the people I saw were like ex-junkies or whatever, you know, like they're not serious.
Yeah. Homeless people tend to congregate there a lot of
they
times.
Kind of just they get the basics down of like how to, you know, the basic etiquette, and then they just basically,
living
like
it
I
is
said,
a whole nother story.
Get free room and board or something.
Yeah.
She
it's
actually,
heavy.
the lady, her name was Gora. She actually gave me like she was like so happy that I actually did like my own like that I was participating in the Arati. She went and like brought me some food. She was like, "This is the Brahmin's personal food," and she like gave me his food, some of his food, of course, not all of it.
So you had Maha Prasad?
Yeah, I had the Maha Prasad, and like, and they gave me the Tulsi, which like, I still have a piece of it. Like, it was so powerful. Like, it was the most pure like Tulsi I've ever had. Like, it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
Like this Tulsi that grows in like the tropics. It's so like, I mean,
well,
it rivals.
I can imagine every temple has to have their own Tulsi plant, I guess.
Oh, they had.
One in Hawaii just probably thrives.
And
you
that
know?
one, but the thing is that one was planted by Prabhupada himself.
Oh my God, it's magic.
So it's because Hawaii is so warm. It's like it's never died. Like the Tulsi is like very strong out there.
That's like sacred. That's like nectar.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it really was. Like perhaps I'll go and try and find the piece that I have, but it's very special to me. I don't want to use it.
It's like better than a 4-leaf clover.
Yes. Yeah,
For
it
sure.
was like, yeah, I consider that to be like above. Yeah, exactly. Above even like finding some lucky stuff. Yeah. Because it was given. It was like given in the spirit of like, you know.
Yeah, you didn't take it. It was given to you.
Yeah, exactly.
God, I love him.
So, yeah.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada, you know, like all of the mind control and the shit that I have to deal with. That's the one thing. And my mom told me before she left the planet, she's like, Heather, the only happiness that you're ever going to find in this place, in this world, is if you live in a renounced order of living. And,
that's all true. Yeah, it's all true.
And half of me, I was 5 though, and so half of me was thinking, well, I like these Hare Krishna people because as a 5-year-old, I just went around repeating myself, you know, blah, 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 over and over and over again, like an annoying kid. So I probably was drawn to them when I see them on the beach, you know, singing and dancing, doing kirtan on the boardwalk. You know, I think that I was attracted to them, you know, and my mom too, because she left Hare Krishna books. That's how I know it wasn't just me being drawn to them, that she really did bring me there, you know? So that kind of brainwashing trumps all the other stupid mind control stuff. It's probably the only reason why I'm still here.
Yes. No, yeah, it's a good backbone to have. I mean,
and that's, I think a lot of the MK Ultra people did go to the Hare Krishna movement and Prabhupada because they were all suffering.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, it's like you want a way out of the suffering. Like,
well, and that's why they did drugs, and then they were part of the whole acid experiments, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah. But like Maha Mantra, like trumps all of that. Like, if you actually diligently do like Maha Mantra, like even though it's not an original mantra, it's like a stepping stone into like further jop and praise of divine. So like for nowadays, like the way he puts it, like Sri Prabhupada Ji, he puts it like in the Kali Yuga, it's like if you just start with that, like it's like pretty much all you need. If you can have that discipline and just like say like, you know,
right. So
Krishna,
as a child, I would just repeat it over and over again, and then it becomes like breathing. You know what I mean? It's in the back of your mind, like breathing. Every day, all day.
Yeah. No, it's important. Like, for anyone that doesn't know, the Maha Mantra is Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram, Hare Hare. That's so you just repeat that. That's the Maha Mantra. So it's very accessible.
Over and over again. It's 3 words, 16 different times, like something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But it resonates and it purifies your heart, and that is why I'm so happy that Douglas has you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
You guys would.
It's very important to have like the yin to the yang, you know,
For
like
sure.
you gotta have the balance. So.
Well, yeah, because the people in like over at Revolution Radio and like some of the people that we've had to encounter are just like psychopaths. And some of them are like agents, you know, chaos agents or whatever.
Yeah. But all that falls away when you have like real divine and like.
For sure.
You know,
for sure.
Like it's very minor stuff.
I just think it makes me, it makes me so happy. It's the only thing that does take all my like. It's the only thing that brings me bliss and peace. And people think I'm crazy, and nobody really follows the whole Hare Krishna thing. And what is it? 10,000 years from now, no one's going to even know what it is.
Well, that's the thing about it, is that it's a term, anything to do with like true multiversal truths, like fundamentals, multiversal law. Like it's going to be the same 5 million years from now as it is right now. You know.
Nothing new under the sun.
Oh, sorry. Were you able to hear what I said?
Not really. You're kind of breaking up.
How about now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, so like true multiversal law and stuff, like what's been true in the past will always be true millions of years from now, thousands of years before now. It's always been the same. So that's,
yeah, I guess. But what is time? I mean, time, does it ever end, and where does it go?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, that's.
You're really cutting out a lot.
Hello?
I wonder why.
Are you guys able to hear me at all?
No, probably if I hang up, it'll get better.
Hearing. Hello? Are we being maybe like my bandwidth isn't enough for this. So I mean, it seems like I'm on air still. Let me know if anyone's awake, like Aristides. Heather, you can come back on if you like. It's not a big deal. I don't think it was your bandwidth that was like harming anything. So yeah, but so that kind of like sums it up, I guess. It's a lot to deal with. Just the eclipse times, you don't want to be looking necessarily at it, which is funny because they have all these like watch parties built up, ready to go. Like, oh, come watch the eclipse and dance under the eclipse, and like with all these like glasses, like they give people those eclipse glasses to like zap your eyes with it, you know. So I mean, but it's like I said, it's an energy, nothing to be afraid of. You just got to use the energy properly. So that is the case. You know, I'm actually wondering if anyone can hear me at all. Like, if hopefully when Doug comes back from whatever the hell he was doing, he can let me know, because I'm not entirely sure if being heard. I'm gonna fill in some airtime here, and we can kind of get past like the Hare Krishna thing, just because I feel like Western people, like they'll hear Hare Krishna and they'll have this image of like the bald guy in the robes, you know, walking around bugging people. No, it's not really about that. The Vedic is the some of the oldest knowledge. Okay, Heather, you're back. Are you still there? If you're there, you can come on anytime. So there's like, yeah, it's like that. Basically, the eclipse is nothing to fear. It's just something. It's part of.
I think I'm back.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very important now, not to be afraid of it, but to embrace them energetically. Is there anything else you wanted to add about the eclipses, or any? I'm not really I don't know anything really, but I can like try and answer a question or something.
About what?
Anything, like if you had a question or something. But it's
oh yeah, I have so many questions. I mean, first of all, I think I need to work on my verbiage and how I how I pronounce things.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's fine. Like, diction is fine.
So have you talked about the Parvati and the 100 clay pot babies, like the cloning? Have you guys talked about all that?
Yeah, Parvati and her emanations. I mean, we could.
No, I mean, have you discussed that with Douglas at all? I mean, seems like you know it so well.
I've described the Ganesh story before, where she created
how he became a elephant head.
Yes, yeah, I've described that, but nothing about her.
I think that Douglas would be. I think he would be able to tell us stuff about the Vedic weapons if we told him like what they were and stuff. I think that he would be able to relate it to other things, like not like necessarily Hitler, but like World War related or historically related. You know. Yeah.
He has in the past. That's for sure.
Yeah, so like the way that they would just appear and disappear, and they were like atomic weapons, and they were just like, if they had those weapons,
they're called like astra.
And so maybe that's how like the annihilation happens, because we're going on a 6th annihilation or something like that.
Right. Well, those like those end of yuga events for like those have to be initiated by like higher beings like Shiv and stuff, like the Nataraj, the Nataraj, he's doing like the dance, like the final dance.
Mm-hmm.
The Tandav. It's called like the Tandav. Like
they like do that dance at CERN. I swear to God that all the scientists do that dance.
They have the statue. I mean, they wish they
do the dance inside with their hard hats on.
Yeah, I'm saying like, yeah, they'll take inspiration from the Vedic, but like they don't have that power actually. Like, otherwise they would have done it by now.
Oh, they're just pretending.
And they want that power. Like they wish for that. Like they wish they had the Shiv power. Like they're
pretenders.
Yeah, but pretending. The thing is, Shiv's power, like, yeah, they're pretending. The Shiv power comes from the third eye, the mastering of the third eye. Like, none of those beings have that. I mean, there's no way.
Okay, so the pineal gland is what the third eye is. So they black out our pineal gland.
The pineal is a glandular reflection of it, but the real awakening and stuff, it's like no one has that. Like.
Okay, but then when they had the blue beam, now I thought it was going to be blue beam, that when they did this thing in the sky, that if people look at it, it's going to lock in their pineal, and that's how they get into your mind, and you can't escape it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's plausible, and what's interesting is the funny part is they use the word blue beam, right?
Yeah.
But the color blue is like the Ajna chakra, like the third eye. So it's like,
right.
They deliberately use that. I mean, obviously, like it's to attack that faculty. But
is this why you talk about why all you talk about why all the Vedic gods are blue?
No, the sky is blue because it's Vishnu's eyes are blue.
Oh, cool. Okay, thank you.
We were just referencing, like, she said something about Project Bluebeam, and I was saying it's interesting that it shows what they want to target. They want to target the third eye. That's why it's the blue. The blue chakra is the third eye. That's if you look at the chakra chart.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I was saying.
Excellent. Hey, your quality of sound increased tremendously. What the fuck did you just do?
Yeah, I put my headphones
I don't know.
back
Someone's
in.
playing.
I can't hear you guys when I'm on the other one, but I had to charge for a second.
Oh, is that what happened? And what did you say, dear Heather?
I was starting to say that the Hope Diamond was stolen out of as the pineal of one of the big statues out of one of the temples in India, probably the Padma Swami temple that has all the loot in it. The Hope Diamond came from there, and that's why it was cursed.
Ah, Okay. By the way, Amor Fadi from Mexico says, "You're still on air, Brendan. Hello and good night, Douglas and Team Dietrich. Welcome aboard, Amor, as always." Sheila Gavin, yeah, says, "Sounding good, Brendan." And Amor Fadi says, "Yes, we can still hear you, Brendan. That's a great..." He says, "There's a great show on PBS called Ancient Skies. It's a great and academic show about history, astronomy, astrology, mythology, and interdisciplinary view," meaning perspective is the word I would use. So back to Brendan and Heather about their opinions on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds interesting, but yeah, I was the reason why they're saying like that I'm being heard is because we thought we dropped off for a second there.
Oh,
she had to exit and re-enter the call and stuff.
Interesting.
So I thought I was talking to dead air, but I tried to fill in airtime. So
did you not think to look in the chat room? Did you never think to look in the chat room through that?
It's like my phone is like on last leg. If I click into other apps, it'll like.
Oh, okay. So no worries. The numbers are still the same. You're holding all the numbers, and you both were on that entire time. I mean, I'm so proud of you both, honestly, and by all means, continue while I try to pull my head out of my ass. I basically snorted up enough of the carpet where I probably have colonies of dust mites in my lungs at this point. But, life has its challenges.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it?
Of course not. No. I mean, other than the fact that I found a few lost coins and pills. Oh my god, I found lost pills. I have no idea what these pills are, but various pills that,
Are there numbers? Like, if you send me the numbers, I'll tell you.
Cool. I'll do that at some point in the near future. Sure. Yes, I put them aside in a little cup of different pills I found on the floor. And Morfadi says, yes, perspective. And, of course, these wonderful young people have been giving us their perspective on an ancient religion. I always knew I could trust them to go to town on the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata. I think that's how you pronounce those wonderful works, those ancient tomes. And so, with such being said, we find out now that our dear Heather Holman comes from... No, but your mother, she died young, did she not, Heather?
She died when she was 28 in 1980.
Oh my god.
3 years after Prabhupada left the planet and the year before John Lennon got assassinated.
Wow. And that's what do you make of that, Brendan? What do you think of a life like that? It's just
short but sweet. I don't know what else to say.
Do you feel that your mother's life was sweet, Heather?
I just feel that it was just different, she was adopted, didn't know she was adopted, found out she was adopted, so it's like having identity issues would probably be an issue, I think, from what I remember. I mean, I don't really remember, I didn't know her that well because I was only 5, but from what I did understand, there's like some different people in there too, like kind of what I deal with too.
Yes. And so...
Yeah, so it's all, it's all the predictive programming and whatever went on. I think that the whole MK Ultra kind of gets less and less traumatizing as time goes by.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you... it's just that with your mother being adopted, you essentially have no extended family. You don't know who your grandparents are, or is that the case?
Well, my grandparents that adopted her, they were like orphan trained children. My grandpa was the incubator baby, like World Fair.
What?
Probably cloned. I mean, I don't know what's the deal with that because I can't really get to the...
Like he was a cabbage patch?
Yeah, he was a cabbage patch. I have a postcard and he told me, he's like, this is my only baby picture. He said.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Doug, I don't know if you've heard about the Tartarian kind of like train of thought. That's what I would call it. They're talking about these like where they were actually cloning kids in cabbage patches. That's where that whole concept comes from.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's certainly
the mud floods. So the mud floods wiped out all the people, and they had to replenish the world with people.
Yeah.
So they grew them in cabbages.
Yeah, somehow it has to do with cabbage. I haven't gone too deep down that
rabbit hole.
Snake pit.
Yeah, thank you. Better term yet. Better term yet. Yes.
I think it might have something to do with like homunculus or something that might be a key to.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Is it was like alchemically done? But I mean, come on.
Come on, Doug, you know about that. You have to know about homunculus.
Well, we all know about. Brendan and I most certainly know about homunculi, but tell us
I don't know that much.
Tell us what you know.
I don't know about. I know it's little people, and I know that they're affiliated with the Little Rascals somehow, and that's all I know.
Cool. I didn't know about the connection with the Little Rascals, but
they're all homunculus.
Well, you know what's so
they're
tragic?
Archetypes. They're archetypes.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on. Yes. You both know, of course, that what happened was because of buckwheat in the Little Rascals that we all grew up with watching as latchkey children on television every day because they replayed them endlessly. But buckwheat, it was particularly offensive to certain members of the Black African American community. And so one black individual who was some kind of enterprising pastor, I believe, he used his fortune to purchase the Little Rascals outright. In other words, the copyright, the ownership, he purchased the rights to the Little Rascals franchise, and then he took all of the copies and burned them, destroyed them, made certain that
Hal Roach? Do you mean Hal Roach?
It might be him, yeah. Whoever this...
That's exactly when my grandpa was in Hollywood during World War II. Okay. And that's how I found it, Douglas. I was trying to find answers to all these things, like homunculus.
Well, Hal Roach was who was buckwheat, or the guy who purchased the rights to the French?
Well, okay, so do you think this is some kind of like human trafficking or something? I mean, these kids are just like street people, and they get adopted, and then it's like you adopt one, and you adopt them all, and then they get kicked out of wherever they're living because they're little rascals.
Yeah, it's like the ages of like the circus type thing, like the hobo
were they
era.
were they orphans? They're all obviously orphan children.
Well, I don't know. I don't know their personal backgrounds. I
mean, in the story or whatever that the thing is with the Little Rascals, they are orphans, right?
Oh, thank you. Now that's a good question. I never understood that, and I never cared enough to even try to investigate as to what the storyline was. I thought it was just kind of like this amorphous gimmick where you just had kids that were being portrayed as like at various times in different situations. It was almost...
Well, they would reenact all of the like Masonic rituals and all of like the secret society rituals in their own kid way. But I mean, it would just indicate the people that were adopting these orphans were like already practicing secret society people, and they were learning their whatever.
That's interesting. Their guildsman trade, their guildsmanship,
or whatever. Secret club.
Right. Oh, wow. That's deep. It sounds compelling. It sounds compelling, actually, when I think about it. It does sound compelling because of the way I remember them behaving. I had never thought of it because I honestly just watched it because that was all we had. It wasn't like I had it's not like I would have watched that by choice. And yet at the same time, there were elements of it that were appealing in the sense that they were, in other words, it was appealing to me because it was, I don't know how to express this, but at that point, I had the primitive reactionary reptilian cortex mind going, and I just thought that they were acting out what was supposed to be an adult perspective, that even though they were obviously children, that they were acting out adult perspectives in terms of social responsibility, because they were always pro-war and pro-nationalism, pro-imperialism. They were a pro-war imperialist. I don't know how many people remember this, but they were obviously part of World War II or the immediate aftermath, and they were just always they would sing the various anthems of the various military branches, for God's sakes. They had entire propaganda episodes where they were clearly at war and talking about everybody joining the military, and they would show themselves at a kind of kids' war where they're firing mud balls through canisters and shit as if these were mortars, and they're wearing helmets, and everybody was engaging in this as if this were like what children do. It was like, it was just this thing that I would think, oh, gee, why can't I do that as a child? You know, sling mud balls through canisters at other kids using various, you know, giant slingshot, you know, things like they had. But what do you make of then I think it was British. There was a series that I barely saw, but would have infinitely have preferred to watch, where they were all in like a buried trailer. But the one kid was called Hannibal, who kept looking out of the buried trailer through the periscope. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Hannibal.
yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck was that?
I don't know. I think they got locked into a place or something during the night, and that's what happened. They were in a box. They were hiding in a box, and that's what happened.
Do you remember any of this, Brendan?
No idea. All I remember is Alfalfa. He had the hair sticking up.
Yeah, Alfalfa had the hair sticking up, but Spanky was a fat kid. Kid. I ruined some poor security guard's life.
There was a fatter kid than that. I don't even know his name, but he was just like gross. He was a whale.
Corpulent. The word is corpulent. He was.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because when one is
Fat Albert.
Yeah, when one is incredibly skinny to the point of being morbidly unhealthy, they call that cadaverous. But when one is fat to the point of being morbidly unhealthy, like Lori and Ann Fenton fat, they call it corpulent.
So thanks for the vocab.
That's nice.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But what
I mean that unsarcastic.
I understand that. But one is supposed to be like a concentration camp victim, and the other like a floater.
Thing.
Sorry, go on. Yes.
Floater and a sinker.
Floater and a sinker.
I just want to say that all of those films that were burned and disappeared, now they think that they were burned and disappeared because those films were incriminating, and there were probably all those kids getting drunk and stuff.
That is compelling as well. That is also compelling.
I mean, back in those days, they were like dropping asbestos on them and shit.
Yeah. No.
Like,
you would
like
see
the shit they did to Shirley Temple and what's that other girl's name? The Wizard of Oz.
Judy
girl.
Garland.
Like, Judy Garland.
It's like this shit was like unspeakable, and even back then, it was like they just didn't care. They knew. Dude,
look at the 1970s. What they did to Linda Blair.
Yeah.
For God's sake.
Who's that?
Linda Blair, the Exorcist girl.
Yeah, exactly. Damn. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
dude, they were shoving crucifixes in her vagina and then telling her, do this. Do this. And so she's shoving a crucifix in her vagina.
Even Marilyn Monroe was an orphan.
Oh, wow. That's true.
And her mom worked for the studio, I think, the movie studios.
Yeah. But I'm still trying to figure out they were in a trailer that was above ground but was almost looked like it was fortified or armored. It was definitely camouflaged. And they had the periscope that they would run out of the trailer to look at the world around them. And the brilliant kid, he was supposed to be boy genius with glasses and the British accent. And I'm sure they all had British accents, but he certainly did. His name was Hannibal, or they called him Hannibal. And
the English Little Rascals. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but I would barely ever see that. I would infinitely have preferred to have watched that to the Little Rascals, because it looked so much.
The Sandlot films or something.
I don't even know what that is. Tell us. What is that? It sounds horrible.
You know, like the Sandlot films are just as famous as the Little Rascals. You know, you have like. There's like the little fat kid from the 80s. This is like 80s stuff.
Oh, that's 80s though. No, this stuff would be 70s, 60s, 70s.
Are you talking about the colored Little Rascals?
No, I'm talking about. No, it's called Sandlot. Sandlot.
Yeah, if it were colored Little Rascals, it'd be called Tire Fire. Anyhow.
Oh man.
Or Tar Baby. It'd be called Tire Fire or Tar Baby. Tar Babies. Yeah, I like that. Tar Babies.
What? Tar Baby.
Tar Babies.
No, but they were like explicitly racist. They would like be all like, "Go cut me a watermelon," and like just saying so racist that you couldn't believe it.
I never understood why watermelon was like so since when was it like that?
I think it has to do with fields and crops.
It's bizarre. I don't know how it became affiliated with blacks, but it became this anti-black trope where
like all they eat is watermelon.
Like,
good for them.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I would like to just eat watermelon.
Yeah, I get it. I love watermelon myself.
What's interesting is watermelon is like it was originally domesticated in like Egypt and North Africa, so it is an African fruit. Fascinatingly.
Wow.
So it's like.
Yeah.
Like it's not like they shouldn't be offended, no, not to like speak for a whole people, like, you should be proud of that shit. That's
I wonder what Troy Bellamy would say to what you're saying.
Let's not summon him. He's like,
he might have some insight.
No offense to him, but he'll show up. He'll like wake out of a dead sleep to teach me a lesson.
Yes. Like, it's so true.
He has some insight,
Wrong. It's just...
It's so true. I still wish I could find. I'll have to look for his message again. Where
I kind of want him to come on so he could explain himself when he was thinking that I was like shit talking about the numbers. It's like it's like those lotteries. Those lotteries are what created the black middle class. Like they like that's well known. I mean, there's academicians that have written on this. It's not me saying that.
Yeah, no. Just to back up what Brendan is saying, there are many black African American scholars who wax nostalgic about the old black communities that were basically black cities, black like nation states, little city states. Yeah. They were like black city states in America, and they tend to conclude that integration was a mistake. And now I understand Troy Bellamy's argument that integration is but I can have it both ways.
Separate is not equal. I don't think separate allowed them to have more money than the poor whites at the time. That was the point.
Yes, that's
why they did it.
Thank you. That's why
that's how they founded the blacks only schools and all that stuff.
Yes, and that's why the poor whites got together and destroyed those black communities, burning them down. And America bombed them. That was America's first bombing raids were on those communities. This is like the horror of it. By the way, an incredible image was provided by Heather Holman in the text box of, is that Spanky, honey, or is that other morbidly obese kid you're talking about? Because this kid looks even fatter than I remember Spanky being. This the other morbidly obese kid you were talking about? Or is that Spanky?
Actually, the kid that I think Spanky was still a baby when that guy was around. That was one of the original OGs.
Oh wow! Fuck!
Yeah, Spanky was like a baby, and then he took over.
How did they get that chunky back then? It's like someone had to have been feeding him.
It was a problem, and I think that he was a Cabbage Patch too.
Yeah. Well. Basically, poverty and obesity go hand in hand because they're malnourished.
Even in that era, though.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, they're malnourished, but they're eating shit. Yeah, they're in his case, he's probably eating fat back and all that shit that.
No, that makes sense.
That
garbage.
They fed.
He's eating garbage.
Yeah, that they fed to blacks. That's what.
There was Carry on, Doug.
Yeah, the black diet. They used to say the black diet would cause all the hypertension. This is why blacks have all the hypertension and all the heart problems, the heart failure. Right. It's because they have this genetic background where in the old days, the white man would eat all the lean meat, and then they'd give the blacks the fat back and all this other shit to eat, and that's why the black diet became associated with pork cracklings and fried fat and all that other shit. Or it could
just be it could be relevant to like maybe they never stopped feeding him because he was always crying as a baby or something like that,
Or maybe they raised him in a pigsty and just fucking fed him shit.
It makes sense because if you look at like Charlie Chaplin's backstory, like he grew up in London, but apparently the orphans and the poor people, or he wasn't an orphan, but his mother was like working in like a sweatshop basically, but they basically would feed them like leftover onion skins and like bacon fat, like soup.
That actually sounds pretty tasty.
Yeah. Well, apparently his favorite food was like French onion soup or something, so it like stuck with him, but or no, it was like some kind of potato soup. It was like potato leek soup was like his favorite dish because of that. But the point is, like, they just gave them like, whatever was left over, and it was usually like bacon grease and shit.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. No, that makes sense.
Yeah,
like, that's all you got. You know, you're gonna eat it. You're gonna get fat.
Yeah, there you go. But these days, obesity and poverty go hand in hand because they're all eating processed foods. All they have. So, Brendan,
which is a load of shit. I mean, it's a load of shit. Don't even get me started. It's like when people are like, I can only afford fast food. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. $20 for a fucking Big Mac and fries and a
Thank
Coke.
you. Tell us about that.
Like, you can buy rice and beans for pennies on the fucking dollar. I can buy 20 pounds of basmati for $13. As much beans as you want. All you got to do is scrape up your cans for some veggies, like some onions. You're good. Like, you know, salt and pepper. It's like, turmeric will last you forever. It's like, it's all excuses.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Like,
the truth is, they love that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
They love the taste of shit. They love to eat shit. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And they never admit it. Like, oh, but it's cheap. It's like, no, you're spending. So this is the original reason why I stopped eating fast food. It's not because I feel better or elitist or something. It's literally, you spend $20 on food that isn't nutritious. It harms your health. It's completely devoid of nutrients. And then you're hungry within 20 minutes. It doesn't matter how much fast food you eat. I'm the kind of person that can eat a lot of food. Like, I can just constantly eat if I really was like not letting myself go.
Well, you have been eating lately because that's all you have to do because you're stuck in the warehouse. Isn't that it? Other than working?
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for outing that. But it's okay. Yeah, I have gained a lot recently from eating like ice cream and pizza. But anyways, it's all I have access to at the moment. So just give me a break.
Yes, it's a true excuse. It's a real excuse. He's got a real excuse.
But I'm working on it. But the point is, if I was eating fast food, I'd never be full. I'd waste my money and I would never be full. So.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
At least with the more nutrient dense like fats and greases and stuff, like I'm able to satiate.
Yes. Oh my God. So
my preferred food is like Vedic style, like.
Right, of course. Well, that goes without saying. So, Heather, tell us about your cooking. You do cook, right?
I cook.
My phone's running out of battery. I might have to leave you guys. It's
well, we love
it's 108, so it's a good.
You need a new phone, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's just I can't charge and speak at the same time. It's my phone is like it's the most one of the popular models of modern phones.
Are you afraid?
Yeah, I have an iPhone 6 or SE from like
SE.
2020. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's similar. I have like a similar model.
Okay. And
iPhone.
Getting a new one, but all I can find is the iPhone 15. I can't find anything else.
Yeah, and those are like blowing up and like the lenses are fogging up inside out. They're rubbish. Don't you? You'd be better off buying like an iPhone 11, a used one.
Oh my God! Well, I'm issued this phone from the fucking Medicare and Medi-Cal, what do they call it? Lifeline program, because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal. I get a free cell phone. And I get what I pay for. Like I said, the time I called 911, it didn't work. I had to shut it down and restart it. Oh, what's that, honey?
You never
Why
told
did
us
you call
that story.
911?
Yeah, you never actually told us that.
Well, what had happened was it was the time that I was on transmission, and I began to suffer the symptoms of vagal syncopal collapse. And
syncope?
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, you might have told us.
Yeah. And what happened was that we had the idiot Joe Tai, who then tried to get my program knocked off air, get my channel shut down. And he did this by when I said, oh my God, I'm feeling so bad. He said, I'll help you out. I'll take your place, Douglas. Let me burn bandwidth. Then he got on here and said, Jew this, Jew that.
Yeah,
and
him and Black Frank went off.
Yeah. Oh, that ass.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. That.
When you were having the syncope?
That's when I was dying. I felt like I was dying. I was I go into the syncopal collapse mode.
What was that guy's name?
You're talking about Ian West. Ian West.
Yeah.
So all you could do is hear them talking about that, and you're just in.
And I'm like, I kept trying to pipe in to qualify what they were saying or contextualize it or just to modify.
Listen.
Yeah, and it was just worthless. And then they would just go back onto Kiramo and reopen Auschwitz and shit. They were just like
that's when we, like, you started, like, you got the first strike finally.
It was and well, miraculously, no one's ever responded to that. That was because I shut it down with the opening hour. I said I'm shutting down and I'm calling the ambulance. And
that's right.
Yeah,
when Peter was like really concerned about it.
Yeah, and so
how many people were listening to you?
Well, actually, what Brendan is thinking about was an earlier episode where I was on with Peter Moon and Crystal River, where I was drinking this shit.
Oh yeah, you threw up.
I was supposed to go for a colonoscopy the next morning. That was the other one. And then when I drank that shit to purge my guts for the colonoscopy, it made me deathly sick. I got deathly sick. And that's when Peter and Crystal River were like, is he all right? Is he all right? And then Lena Shea, who was still quote unquote on my side at that time, she thought that the stuff was working and that it was working so well that I was voiding my bowels on air. She honestly thought I was taking a shit. Is the noises I was making just trying to breathe.
You're gurgling and stuff?
Oh, I was just trying to breathe and just, I guess gurgling. Yeah, I was gurgling, it was just like, I was vomiting. Dry heaving. I was dry heaving, but she thought I was squeezing out turds. And this was and this is all still up on the channel, both those episodes. No, neither one of them ever got a strike.
Don't worry, I'm not rushing over.
Yeah, and but ironically enough, in that one episode with Peter Moon and Crystal River, I had actually, in my own honest opinion, eloquently articulated this ambush on my own show by an idiot named Keith Johansson, who I had brought on my show, and I told him, don't argue with the host. I had forewarned him. I said, look, don't argue with the host, okay? Whatever you do, don't argue with the host. But this fucker with his backstory was that he had worked for NATO he was a sergeant, a non-commissioned officer, but he was asked to collate documents for the NATO High Command that would ultimately be reviewed by the Executive Commander-in-Chief, Richard Nixon. So the president the first thing he would see when he opened up these collated documents would be the signature of Keith Johansson, who signed off on all of the documents being collated for the president's review. And so he was full of himself, and he, like so many people, they're in the military, they have a position like that. You're never going to feel that power again. You're never going to feel that responsible again. And so they're always desperate to go back. And he was desperate to be reintegrated into the intelligence community. And the idiot
this was the guy that was trying to get his job back.
Right? So he thought by ambushing me and impressing Michael Aquino, he could do it. And so I was...
was he the one that was literally, he was asking for his job back on air? I think I remember this guy, right?
Yeah!
He basically said it on air.
Yeah! Yes!
He's like, I'll go back anytime or something.
Yes, this pathetic wretch. Pathetic wretch. And he's older than me! He's older than... Bear in mind, he was like at the end of his lifespan in the sense of employability. You're talking about a guy who is entering his... at that time, we're talking about... He would have been as... he was older... He was probably in his... close to 60. He was pushing 60. The point was he had spent all his life working, or the past 10 years at least. He had gotten out of the military and had inherited money from his parents. He had his own home, and he put a mortgage or a lien, whatever you call it, on his home. He, got a loan out of his own home that he owned so that he could start this little company to produce military miniatures, which at one point were very popular, but of course he blew his fortune and then was desperate and had to go to work at Target. And he was working in the loading bay. He was working in the loading bay where they're actually not unpacking boxes or out of trucks, but they're actually packing boxes. He was on the assembly line, kind of, where they're packing the boxes.
Warehouse.
Yeah, in a warehouse situation where, they got it on, like, what do you call that? The thing that moves. You know, you got this, like, it's not...
Conveyor belt.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes, a conveyor belt. He's like, the things would be on the conveyor belt, and he'd have to put them in boxes. And, of course, he'd do that all day, and his hands would get all sore. He worked, like, 5 days a week and spent the 2-day weekend just trying to recover. And he had to walk all the time to take them to the forklift, take the box to the forklift where they take it. So it was like he was just, his back was broken, his arms were broken. And then he finally got fired because they said, you're too old and you're not doing it fast enough. Yeah, and you're fired. And he, like, went to the employment office, and the two young ladies are, like, saying, what are you looking for employment? I don't even know why they bothered to ask. And he said, I'd like to get back into intelligence analysis. And, and they just looked at him. They said, are you fucking crazy? You are pushing 60 years of age. You are someone who's basically been packing boxes for 10 years. And there's nothing we can give you in that field other than finding you another job that's similar to packing boxes. And of course he was devastated, and I guess he thought his last chance was to go, I'll take Dietrich down and impress Aquino and get my job back. And that's what he tried. So I was eloquently disassembling and deconstructing his arguments against mine that had taken place on that ambush episode, because I think that happened while I was on the Revolution Radio, and I only had 2 hours and had no time to deconstruct him to his face. So I did it later when I had my own show, and I had just finished that when I got deathly sick on what I was drinking and then started dry heaving and shit. So Heather says, for Brendan, this is for you in the text box. Vedic Science Channel, Dr. Richard. Do you know this man?
I do not, but she mentioned it earlier. So
okay.
I'll review it.
He's the most incredible genius besides, second to none.
Wow. Cool. And thank you for sharing that. And like
one thing I wanted to say before before I leave, because I brought this up, I was going to bring this up to you.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw that the short I sent you that says chargebacks suck.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah, what was that?
So he's explaining, he's a streamer, and he's saying that when his basically he uses PayPal to get tips, whatever they call it, like, people donate money to his whatever, because he's a streamer. Yeah. And he was saying that
just basically that's how he gets his coffee money. Go on.
Yeah, well, this is his job, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's a streamer because he's a developer. He worked for Blizzard and stuff.
Oh, okay.
But he has like a following of nerds. But he was saying that when he gets attacked, what they do is they send a bunch of dollar donations to his PayPal, and they charge all of them back. And because he has a special business account, every chargeback that gets refunded by PayPal, they charge him $15 for the transaction.
Oh!
So he was saying that when they do it a lot, he said that he would lose more money in a day than he would make. So it would be like he owes PayPal $150 by the end of the day because these grifters and shit were trying to fuck him over. So that's what all those fuckers think that that's what they're trying to do to you when they send you those dollars and they try and refund, like, whatever, $7 that Trump has sent. That's what he's trying to do. Interesting. But the difference is that he's monetized his channel. That's the difference, right? Yeah, he has a different setup. Yeah. It's like, it's a business account, and so they hold him to a higher standard, whereas yours is personal, so they would just say, like, yeah, someone's trying to scam you out of your money. Thank you. So it backfires in their face, but that's what their intent is. That's what I was trying to show. Got it. Is like they're hoping that that's why they always do it when you're about to, I need a couple bucks for rent, because even if you get, like, if you owe PayPal $15, even if you clear it up, it'll take like 3 or 4 days and fuck you over. Yeah. So they're like hoping, that's what the intent is. Interesting. Thank you. So if you ever see a bunch of dollar, like, don't even accept those. Yeah. Like, if you just send them back. He says the antidote to that is, if you ever see a bunch of like dollar transactions, he said refund them immediately. Like, don't even waste your time. Thank you. That makes perfect sense. And that's a way to defend against it. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is why I never I never went by Peter Moon's standard. Peter Moon would always say, oh, no matter what you donate, no matter how small, just go ahead and donate. I was always one that you've heard me say it before. It's like, if you're donating something like $5, it's like, really, $5 and below? No. Why are you bothering? It's
right. Like, you'd be better off, like moral supporting, like giving $5 of your time.
Yeah.
You write a nice comment.
Yeah, really, it's like, really, it's always bizarre to me. And for years, this is all I got was people sending me $1 here, $2 or $3 here. And it was always like odd numbers that had occult meanings to themselves, like 222, that kind of shit, 333. It was never, but it was all just more or less just a taunt. More, it's just like a fuck you than anything else.
Like seeing some pennies come in, it's like,
yeah, thank you, please.
Cheesy.
Yeah, but...
And your channel's definitely suppressed because it used to be like when I look up Triple D, if I'm looking Douglas Dietrich on YouTube. Yeah. And if you're on a live stream, on the YouTube page, before I click on your channel, it'll show the red halo on your image that'll show that you're streaming live. Yeah. But now, if I click on Douglas Dietrich, even when you're live streaming, it doesn't show it unless I click on your channel, and then it says you're live streaming.
Oh my god!
So it's like people can't tell that you're on air, unlike the other channels which get free publicity with that red circle.
Interesting.
So it's obviously deliberate.
Yes, so it definitely, to my listeners, it's up to you. It's your war. You've got to fight it, and you've got to spread the word that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well and streaming on YouTube, and they're doing everything
There's
they
one
can.
other thing.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Not to interrupt you, but there's one other thing before my phone dies.
Sure.
So, the whole Kunoichi thing that you put on your page?
Yes.
You said you updated your bio. And Yeah. So there's a character in Naruto called Haku, who is a male character, but the joke was always he looks like a girl. We couldn't tell he was a girl. Why does he look like a girl? And the creator of Naruto has never explained it once.
Interesting.
He's never come out and said this is why he looks like a chick.
Interesting.
But he was accompanying the killer ninja, Zabuza. Yeah. The beheading, he's like the demon of the mist, the badass, the first antagonist of the Naruto series, basically the big one, the big antagonist. And he was accompanying the ninja, but he was presenting as a female. And they never explained why he looks like a girl the whole time, but it's a male character. So your situation explained that.
Thank you.
That there were these regiments. He would be an attaché to another nin. Yes. And so they would think, oh, it's just some chick that he's traveling with, some geisha, but then they would fucking get slayed by this other ninja.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So he was like the killer ninja, but his backup was this badass male ninja, but he was presenting as a chick, so no one would know until you're getting killed.
Yes. Thank you.
So everyone, the whole, all these idiots in the West and even in Japan, no one understood why he looked like a chick.
Interesting.
They're like, what? Haku, it became a meme. It was oh, he's like a girl, Why does he look like a girl? We never knew. Well, there's some real history to it. And
thank you.
Musashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, to his credit, he felt he didn't have to explain himself.
Thank you. Yes, because
he didn't have to pander to those idiots.
Thank you. He felt that would have been beneath his dignity to respond to their ignorance. Yes, thank you. Bless you. No, it's so important to know that, and I profoundly appreciate it. Thank you so much. See, I tell people it's just like when these well-intentioned.
I'm gonna send you a photo of
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll download it, and it's like these people who they mean well, and they're just trying to be friendly, and they'll say, why don't you get on RuPaul's Drag Race? And like I said, look, RuPaul's Drag Race is bipedal parade floats, okay? These are bipedal parade floats. I'm presenting something that has 1,000 years of history behind it, and our dear Brendan is now giving me an image, and I'll download this.
Yeah, so what do you think about that image?
Let me take a look at it. Okay, so he's sending it to me in the private messages. And there we are. Okay. And yes, thank you deeply. I love the SS. He's got the Sigrunin. He's got the Sigrunin.
Yeah, those are that's the Hidden Mist Village insignia.
See, and the Japanese always show a lot of subliminal Nazi sympathy. They're always showing that. Yes. And of course, the Jewish peoples and a lot of their brainwashed idiots are always jumping on that and screaming about it. And
well, if you notice, if you zoom in, they're like separated.
Understood.
So it's
understood.
But like from a distance, that's what it was meant to be. Yeah.
Yes, of course. But the Sigrunin themselves look almost the actual Sigrunin look almost separated when you look at them. And just further away, they have the more solid look of the lightning bolts. So and of course he's wearing a hair bun, just so people understand. The image shows a young lad wearing a hair bun, and essentially something that Westerners would call a dress, even though there's another name for it in Asia, of course. And he's wearing a sash.
I mean, it is a kimono, but it's like, but it's actually a female kimono.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And so deeply appreciate
this image isn't very good. Like if you saw the episode, like he has like lipstick on and shit, and it's like clear.
Cool. Yeah, even better.
Like it's very feminine, like the character design.
Yes. Thank you.
So he was the representation of that tradition.
Yes.
Of the original nin.
Yes.
Ninja shinobi.
Thank you.
But like I said, Masashi Kishimoto never felt the need to explain that ever once.
Yes, and good for him. Yes, and honestly, I'm just so touched. Thank you. See, our man Brendan, he knows these things, and he's very aware of Asian culture, and he's an honorary Asian as far as I'm concerned. And
wow, that means a lot.
Yes,
that. All right.
Thank you. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Heather, if you're here, let's say goodbye to Bren for now. I think she said be right back. I don't think she's with us at the moment.
Oh, no. Yeah. Good night, Brendan.
Yeah.
Please accept my humble obeisances.
How do you respond to that, Heather? Yeah, okay.
Jai Sri Ram.
Yes.
Jai Sri Ram. Yes.
Excellent.
All right.
Yep.
Good night. Bye for now.
Hare Krishna.
Yes, get rest.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, dear Heather, I myself might retreat soon. Honestly, I'm exhausted. It's been...
I don't know how you do it. You go on so much, and it's cool that it's all like available because I notice a lot of the numbers go up after you publish it or whatever.
Yes. Thank you. And
that's great. I'm good for you.
Well, good for you, honey. It's only thanks to help from people.
You made it through all that. A lot of people that we know aren't here anymore, and you got to figure they tried.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's strange. It's strange how people tried and then disappeared. I of course maintain the lesson that you taught me about Revolution Radio, where, they started off with a few gone but not forgotten, and now there's like 60, almost close to 60, as you said. Gone but not forgotten.
Yeah, well, it just shows us your anointing.
Yes.
Yes. We're still here.
Thank you.
So with that, I will bid you good night.
Good night, honey. I love you, adore you, and my best wishes to you and all those you care about in your life. And blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay.
Same.
All right. And that's the lovely Heather Holman. And of course, our dear Mr. Aristides is asleep. Nemo hasn't showed himself, so hopefully he's all right. I'm sure he is. And what I might do is go into a little bit of a rant for tonight, but I'm not quite sure I can jump into any particular monologue. It's just, oh my God. As I said, lot going down the past few days that did eventually wear on me, and I should give myself a bit of a rest or an opportunity to recover. We will be on again Wednesday night, of course, and on Wednesday night I will be acting. I should be centered, should be recovered, and it should be going, capable of delivering a full 12 hours and giving it the respect it deserves. People are giving me hearts, and I'll give them hearts back, of course. What I will do is just kind of contemplate for a second what I might monologue for a minute before I retreat into the gentle night. But it is, of course, morning now. It's morning. We are into Buddha Day. And to fully enjoy it, I'll cut the show off much earlier than usual. And it's always exhausting as well when they sabotage the program by disconnecting us, which they always tend to do in the opening hour, and when they do it. And when they do that, of course, it takes a while for the audience to build back up, but it all built back up tonight. The people that we lost, they came back, and of course you always lose audience when the bandwidth is cut. So let me breathe, see if I can inspire myself to do even a little bit of a rant, and other than that, just kind of mosey on back towards a framework where I can, if I do go into a short monologue, maintain a coherent narrative. So again, give me a moment here to think, breathe, and think of certain subjects that strike me as most immediate in relevance or importance. Okay, and Heather Holman says, really quick, Douglas, about syncope. I had a client that had, I'll read what she has to say. Give me a second here. All right, and okay. Okay, really quick, Douglas, about syncope. I had a client that had that. He worked at Fort Huachuca. Yes. Okay. And he says, I can give you a tip about how to get up after. Oh, excellent. Please do. I will tell her, most excellent, my dear, Heather. Her name actually shows up. Heather. Here we are. Please do. Okay. And, oh my goodness. Okay. Breathing. Trying to center myself. And this young lady is entering a tip. And I myself, my tip is, of course, so early, reap late. That was a joke. When people would say, hey, we're working for tips. The joke, one of the two jokes my dad had for that, and he had a lot more, but these are the two that I remember most readily. One of them was, so early, reap late. That's my tip, kid. The other one was, you want a tip? Look both ways before crossing the street. Oh, shit. Okay, now, I think our lovely Heather checked out, because she was entering something, and she'll probably send me that tip later. Oh, she's still typing. But because she stopped speaking for long enough, the image of Aristides came back on. She says, if you can manage to get off your back onto your knees, then grab onto a chair or anything and pull yourself up. I hope you take medicine for that. Oh, thank you, honey. I love you dearly beyond expression. Bless you. Okay, bless you. And here we are at Heather Holman. And let me give her Now, I can't find the honey symbol right away. I have to search in certain, what is that? They have certain object options for you to find the honey symbol. Let me see. They got the piece. It'd be in the foods. That's where it'd be, in the foods. So let me find the honey symbol here and give that to our lovely Heather. And then I probably don't even sound like I'm capable of doing a monologue. My voice is probably shot. Oh my God. Okay. So with what comes to my mind, let's take a look at the live stream. We got 21 people. And all of you lovely people that are here, I should give you a little something. Anyhow, let's talk a little bit about the fact that Great Britain, and this is to our man, dedicated to our man, George Knight. Great Britain, of course, as we all know, conducted Brexit, thought that it could try and balance out by seeking other markets to trade with, like the emergent markets of Asia, which were recognized as hot property. And this brings us, of course, to, unfortunately, they conducted their Brexit just as China's entering its lost decade. So, Great Britain ditching European trade for the communist Chinese and Asian Indian empires was ever a poor bet. Now it's a farce. Ray Dalio has a warning for the communist Chinese empire. The hedge fund titan says the Chi-Com empire should cut its debt and ease monetary policy or face a lost decade. In a long missive posted online, Dalio wrote that Sino-American tensions are causing foreign investors to diversify or leave China on the Asian mainland entirely for fear of being singled out there. That's causing Red China to face difficulties in obtaining investment. And more broadly, without a reconciliation of economic and cultural clashes, the chance for war in the next 10 years is high. In Dalio's own words, when there is a lot of debt and big wealth gaps at the same time as there are great domestic and international power conflicts and or great disruptive changes in nature and great changes in technology, there is an increased likelihood of a 100-year big storm. That's in quotations inserted by himself. A 100-year big storm, meaning a perfect storm. The world has changed since post-Brexit, global Britain set itself to pivot, and understand I said global Britain, not Great Britain, set itself to pivot from sclerotic Europe towards booming Asia. Always a fanciful idea that disregarded Asian realities, it has now becomest farcical. Neither Red China nor Asian India are proving the easy pickings on which buccaneering Britannia could ride to economic success. Denied through being tied to the corpse of a European Union economy allegedly shackled by regulation and tax. Brexiteer ambitions are turning to ashes. Instead, there is the communist Chinese empire, run by an ever more openly dictatorial and militarily ambitious communist government. Its economy is plagued by politically inspired production targets, everything from building flats to EV or electric vehicular batteries, outstripping any likely demand. There is growing youth unemployment and a once fevered, now overblown property market retrenching to such an extent it threatens the viability of the vastly overextended banking system. Meanwhile, the rival Indian economy may be growing a little faster, but eerily suffers from parallel structural problems that it does not want to make worse by promoting yet more foreign access to its markets. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, author of a virulent Hindu nationalism set to intensify after his expected election victory in June, sees little merit in a trade deal with the former colonial master Britannia unless it overtly favors India. Inevitably, the negotiations have stalled. Imagining that Asia could replace Europa as Britannia's chief trading partner was always a poor bet. Leaving aside the small matter of geography, it now looks risible. The entire Asian pivot was flawed from the beginning, with the courting of collectivist communist China by David Cameron and George Osborne in the 2010s, the teens of the 21st century. Recall how, at the 2015 United Kingdom-China Summit, Britannia took upon itself to be the strategic bridge between Red China and Western markets without either agreeing to this self-appointed status. Clear-headedness about Red China and the modest extent of British power as it stands today, or rather lays, was subordinated to the need to assuage the delusional Eurosceptic wing of the Tory party that, despite Great Britain then being in the European Union, they could still play the Red China/Asia card. It would be a win-win, typified by agreeing that Red China would be welcome to help build the planned new wave of nuclear power stations. Eurosceptics may have had their doubts about putting such a key part of Great Britain's energy supply in communist Chinese hands, but any criticism at the time was low octane. Today they are among the strongest critics of Red China's dark intentions, whether of an alleged Commu-Chinese spy network working, Chi-Com spy working in Parliament, or using its new technological mastery to do Great Britain down. Indicative of the change of heart is that 12 years ago, the government bought Red China out of the deal to build Sizewell C. For the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's ambitions are very different from the great founding father of the Chinese economic miracle in the early 1980s, Deng Xiaoping, who created markets, promoted more free enterprise, and opened up to foreign investors. The party would remain preeminent, but in a looser, more open mainland China. Instead, Xi wants to translate party preeminence back to wholesale dominance. His means is there for all to see in Xi Jinping thought. One country, one people, one ideology, one party, one leader. This goes beyond even the Third Reich's ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. One people, one realm, one leader. The communist Chinese go beyond that with one country, one people, one ideology, one party, one leader. And the aim is for Red China to become the globe's #1 power and to reshape the global system to favor its rather than Western and particularly American interests. In this respect, Xi is but a Chinese version of Donald Trump or Narendra Modi. Thus, the elimination of political freedoms in Zhanggang, Hong Kong, formerly Hong Kong, now Zhanggang, the saber rattling over my island China on the island of Taiwan, and ever tighter control over the Chi-Com party apparatus. It is accompanied economically by a crackdown on independent business and monumental state investment in a techno-utopian vision in which the state directs new productive forces, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, and electrical vehicles to become a global megatrend. But as the United States Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, just recently, if not currently, on a 4-day visit into Communist China on the Asian mainland itself, so calculates, the Communist Chinese economy is in such trouble that its immediate focus is less on driving for global dominance than avoiding an economic tailspin, the fallout from which could damage everyone. She is courteously reminding her Communist Chinese hosts that if Red China tries to flood American markets with cheap EV or electrical vehicular batteries or semiconductors to solve its problems, the United States will respond with tariffs, however reluctantly. Communist China, aware that if foreign markets close, its overcapacity problems would become so insuperable they could threaten its political stability, has dialed down on threatening Taiwan, eased its tensions with Australia, and is actively calming the American relationship, so important as a destination for more than 500 billion United States dollars. That would be about 396 billion pounds sterling a year in Chinese exports. We don't need to leap from the kowtowing of the Cameron-Osborne era via wild Brexit delusions to standoffish hostility. The collectivist Chinese leadership is no less concerned about the plummeting birth rate, with the overall population falling for 12 consecutive years. The average number of births per woman has fallen to 1 against the 2.1 needed to sustain the population, and among the lowest birth rates in the world. If the trends continue, ambitions for global domination in the fourth industrial revolution will be torpedoed by a shrunk working population diverted to supporting hundreds of millions of elderly people, or else eliminating them in a mass gericide. Xi sees it as a national emergency. Chinese women need to be more patriotic and return to a traditional role as wives and mothers, he so urges, encouraged by tax incentives and cheaper housing. It is less women's lack of patriotism and enfranchisement to blame, but something darker. A collective unwillingness to bring babies into a society and economy that, for all the Communist Party's grandiose ambitions, does not work for ordinary men and women. It may even collapse. Asian India's birth rate, although twice that of Red China's, has been declining faster and worrying Narendra Modi just as it worries Xi Jinping. But aggressive Hindu nationalism and Red China's state-led Leninist capitalism achieve their economic success only by conniving in unsustainable structural imbalances that are obvious in the life of ordinary people, making them hyper-cautious about having babies. In Red China, it is tracts of uncompleted blocks of flats and no viable social security system. In Asian India, it is sky-high unemployment, particularly for young graduates, and their endemic official corruption. Neither society promises a world in which the mass of their populations flourish, for all the talk of becoming fully developed economic superpowers. As I said, to reiterate, we don't need to leap from the kowtowing of the Cameron-Osborne era via wild Brexit delusions to standoffish hostility. Both countries, both empires, really, for all their problems, remain too economically important for that. Rather, the British should trade with their eyes open when it is mutually advantageous. Avoid becoming dependent on either Asian empire. Intensify their security efforts and invest in their own backyard in Britannia and Europa, where their interests and values are so strongly aligned. Brexit, rest in peace. Nonetheless, it has happened, and there be no going back. Ergo, as I have proven, Britain's future lies in empire, its own imperialism, to counter that of the empires in Asia. But of course, in its own backyard. As I've outlined, North Africa, Russia as the new Raj, the Pravilo, the Russian word for rule, which is all Raj means in the Asian Indian language of Hindi. The Pravilo, a Russia Raj under the Greater British Empire, that can be brought about by, well, deploying troops in the Ukraine. I mean, forget the border nations, the borderlands like Romania. European soldiers need to be deployed in the Ukraine now. So, in terms of articulating that, let me see if I can wrap your brain around it. How shall I relate it? European leaders must send troops to Ukraine. Last month, French President Emmanuel Macron said that the West should consider deploying troops to the Ukraine, a suggestion immediately repudiated by several of his European counterparts. But mobilizing a non-NATO military mission to Ukraine would be an effective way for the West to signal its collective resolve against the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. Again, to reiterate so I can gather my thoughts, our man Cultivated Image is giving me a thumbs up. God bless you, good sir. Let me give you a thumbs up in return. Always appreciate moral support. And of course, appreciate all of you being here to provide it. Again, to reiterate, gather my thoughts for further monologue, to do justice to the subject itself. How would I say it? I think that one way would be, of course, to breathe, center myself, try and remember where I was, and of course, while talking about that, how about, oh God, how do I say this? It's like, where the hell was I? When I think of the immediate subject of what was said, I'll just repeat it. Get myself back on the train. Back on the wagon, so to speak. Exactly what I just said. And that was, of course, last month. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, created a stir among his European Union and NATO allies when he declared that the West should consider deploying troops to Ukraine. Though his remarks were immediately repudiated by several of his European counterparts, they reflect fears in Europa and these United States that Ukraine is losing the war against Russian aggression. Macron's timing was no coincidence. It came just weeks after a lack of ammunition and artillery forced Ukrainian forces to retreat from the city of Avdiivka. Despite 4 months of heavy fighting, that cost Russian forces over 47,000 soldiers and 360 tanks. The growing concern about the Ukrainian military's ability to resist the Russian onslaught in 2024 has been compounded by the political impasse in Washington over funding the next tranche of military aid for Kiev, the capital of the Ukrainians. Macron justified his proposal by saying the West needed to introduce strategic ambiguity in its approach to Ukraine in order to throw the Russian Empire off balance. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has warned that sending NATO troops to Ukraine could result in nuclear war. But the West has crossed several of Putin's red lines in the past with impunity. In fact, it is now certain that British troops are present inside the Ukraine, while numerous reports suggest the presence of special operations forces from several other Western countries as well. With this in mind, Canada, Czechia, Estonia, Finland, Lithuania, and the Netherlands have joined France in beginning to consider the possibility of sending ground forces to Ukraine. While these are preliminary discussions about sending soldiers for non-combat and training roles, they point to an effective way for the West to signal its collective resolve against the Russian Empire's invasion of the Ukraine. Sending a non-NATO military mission to train Ukrainian forces and help protect Ukrainian territory. Putin regularly blames NATO expansion for pushing Russia into invading Ukraine and has accused NATO of trying to disband the Russian Empire. As a result, NATO leaders have been careful to avoid lending any weight to Russian narratives regarding the alliance's role in supporting Ukraine, providing only about $700 million United States dollars in humanitarian and non-lethal aid to Ukraine to date. But while Putin is obsessed with NATO, the West now has an opportunity to craft non-NATO military missions to Ukraine. Two mechanisms already exist to do so. First, the European Union has a dedicated training mission known as the EU Military Assistance Mission, or EUMAM, in support of Ukraine, which has already trained over 45,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Expanding the EUMAM training mandate and mission inside of Ukraine would facilitate accelerated training timelines while improving the quality of the courses. The value of using an EU-flagged mission is that it could include EU member states that do not belong to NATO, such as Ireland, which already contributes troops to EUMAM. Similarly, the United States also contributes several personnel from a National Guard unit to EUMAM for training Ukrainian sappers. It could expand that to include deploying military trainers to Ukraine under the military banner of the EU, the European Union flag. European leaders can no longer be risk-averse to confronting an imperialist Russian Empire that has demonstrated a repeated willingness to attack its neighbors. Second, the 10-member Expeditionary Force, the Joint Expeditionary Force, or JEF, the JEF, is a United Kingdom-led initiative comprising mostly Nordic and Baltic countries that was launched in 2014 to ensure a well-equipped and highly adaptable response, or rather rapid response force, for military operations across Europa. The JEF, filled the gap by providing a non-NATO structure to reassure allies and deter the Russian Empire, given that NATO membership for Sweden and Finland, which joined the JEF in 2017, was considered far-fetched at the time. Given the fact that the United Kingdom already has forces inside Ukraine, a British-led JEF, or Joint Expeditionary Force mission, presents yet another non-NATO option for Western military intervention inside Ukraine. As with an expanded EU or mission under the European Union flag, any JEF or Joint Expeditionary Force personnel deployed to Ukraine would be for non-combatant roles, but unlike the training purpose of the UMAM, the JEF mission would have a protective mandate. Exemplae Gratiae. It could deploy forces along Ukraine's border with Belarus, White Russia, and to major cities such as Lviv, Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, Odessa, Mykolaiv, and as far east as Dnipro. This would serve several purposes, providing aerial defenses to ensure that Ukrainian cities are guarded from further Russian cruise missile strikes, glide bombs, and drone attacks targeting civilian population centers and non-military infrastructure, whilst also deterring Russian aggression on Ukraine's northern and southern flanks. Not only would this signal to Moscow a strong European resolve to protect Ukraine, it would also free up over 20 Ukrainian brigades that are currently guarding border areas and protecting major Ukrainian cities. Most importantly, it would ensure that the Odessa region, with Ukraine's only 3 remaining ports of Odessa itself, Chornomorsk, and Pivdenie, is not destroyed or captured, which would deal a severe blow to both Ukraine's economy and global food security due to its major role in transporting Ukrainian grain to feed the rest of the world. Both of these options obviously come with some level of risk regarding potential escalation with Moscow. However, European leaders can no longer be risk-averse to confronting an imperialist Russian empire that has demonstrated a repeated willingness to invade its neighbors. As for warnings that the death of any Western troops in Ukraine would lead to the invocation of the NATO Treaty's Article 5 Mutual Defense Clause, they ignore how the treaty and the alliance works. Many NATO troops have been killed in action across Africa and the Middle East over the past 12 decades, and none of these incidents resulted in Article 5 discussions or the deployment of more NATO forces for a simple reason. The treaty's Article 6 prevents the invocation of Article 5 if NATO forces are attacked outside of their sovereign territories. With Ukraine's leaders currently struggling to mobilize another 500,000 troops to defend the country and Russia continuing to make its battlefield advances in 2024, Europa can no longer stand behind words. It must follow through with deeds. The likelihood of continued political dysfunction in Washington means that the American empire can no longer be relied upon to ensure Ukraine does not fall to Russian forces. European leaders must finally exercise their strategic autonomy by mobilizing the necessary political willpower to send non-NATO military missions to Ukraine to both increase the capacity of Ukrainian troops and protect Ukrainian cities from continued destruction. Failing to do so now will only cost the West more in the future. But beyond that, I can tell you that defending Ukraine protects my Taiwan. And I want people to understand that that should be easily enough understood, almost intuitively. And yet I'll probably have to explain it to all of you, not because all of you are somehow ignorant or fools, but rather that you're simply not geopolitically astute as I am. You haven't been spending a lifetime pursuing geopolitics as your passion. In terms of that, let me find the words to best explain myself. And while I gather myself again, breathe, I want you all to understand yet again that I need your financial support to continue what I'm doing. I'm going to need a lot of money to meet rent this month because I had to spend a lot of money in the holidays that I did not want to spend while warding off PG&E from cutting off my power for no goddamn good reason. And all of that has been something that I've articulated earlier in transmission tonight. And I'm left, how do I say it? Just exhausted as a result. For that reason, I have to kind of gather myself before each deep dive into each subject that I present. It's something that I think all of you should understand, even sympathize with. So, this is what you need to do. Take with you to present to others. I want you all to deliver the word that we're going to need to defend Ukraine in order to protect my Taiwan. That United States aid helps to do that. And the U.S. aid to Ukraine is essential to deter the Communist Chinese Empire. The Taiwanese Foreign Ministry has voiced the fact. The Taiwanese official explicitly said that internal political dynamics preventing the United States from its commitment to Ukraine only emboldens authoritarian leaders around the world to engage in aggression against their neighbors. Now, how do I say this? Or rather, how did the Taiwanese official that I'm quoting say this? Wu. Basically, the Taiwanese Foreign Minister Wu said, the world is interconnected. And if Russia manages to capture most of Ukraine and declare victory, in his words, it will be seen as a victory for authoritarian states because Russia, Red China, North Korea, and Iran are now interconnected. Chinese officials think like this. Okay, if Russia can do it, we can do it. That's why the American resolve to support countries that suffer from authoritarian aggression is very important. When people ask us, his words, not mine, if it is normal that the United States abandoned Ukraine, the answer is no, because the world is not black and white, even if you only look at one part of it at a time. Now, we can return to this topic on Wednesday. I see that our numbers are down to 16 at the moment, and we've done about, 7.5 hours at the very least, more like 7 hours and 45 minutes, or close to it. 7.25 hours almost. I think I've earned my rest. I've gotten through many of the important points to emphasize tonight, and I can only say this. Somebody contribute $100. We're going to try and raise $100 an episode. We got $30 from our lovely Nolani Bouchard in the Hawaiian Islands, our Pacific princess in the farther west. And so far west that it bleeds into the east over the international date line. So let's make it another 60, 70, 80, 90. Let me see, 60, 70, 80, 90. Let's make it $70. 70, 80, 90, 100. Let's make it $70. Somebody contributes that. And that way we'll make it through till Wednesday. And all of this will hopefully just preserve inside my plastic cards, my PayPal account, reserve itself there until it's time to pay rent yet again on the 1st of May. For tonight, we'll be closing stream, and I want all of you to have the best of mornings. Join us on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it, before any of us probably want it. And I should be in full form and able to deliver a full 12 hours. But since we did about, well over 7.5 tonight, it's pretty good. We've done over half the normal time span. And we didn't have anyone in particular join us in terms of numbers. We had a number of very intensive interactions with people who stayed on Team Dietrich as the most committed. Aristides, Brandon Zoget, Heather Holman. Our dear Amy Como had company tonight. Had to get up for early eclipse viewing, probably around now. And we understand why she couldn't show herself, and that's appreciated. Hopefully Nemo is well, and everybody maintain my my hated, loathed, and despised cosmetologist in thought and prayer, since she seems to have disappeared off the map. Otherwise, I'll just have to adapt, as we do with every loss. I consider her lost a long time ago. But such as it is, professional necessity maintains relationships that many of us wish we never had. Such being said, my love to all of you who support me. Join us on Wednesday. And make yourself a day of it. Happy Buddha Day to the Polynesian kingdom of Atooi, occupied by the United States as the state of Hawaii, forcibly incorporated into union, in a manner so sketch that the federal government of the United States has actually had to issue an apology for it. The Hawaiian people rightfully belong under Japanese suzerainty, as the Polynesian kingdom of Atooi wanted. It was simply by force the Americans forced them into territorial status, and then exploited them, destroyed their culture. A tragedy from which Hawaii, in some ways, can never recover. Okay, till Wednesday, which is practically tomorrow. Have yourself a blessed morn. And extreme.